Welcome one and all to the second stream from here, from Snetterton and the TCR UK second round as well. If you were joining us earlier on, you may well have seen the TCR UK qualifying and the Civic Cup qualifying. If that's the case, welcome back. If you're new and you're here just for the races, well, welcome for the first time. You have joined us at the Fiesta ST240 race, and you can see them already out there on the grid. They haven't quite done their green flag lap, so don't worry, we are not about to go racing. We do have a couple of minutes or so, and in fact, you can see them setting off now, and I'm just outside my commentary box. We've got a little bit of perspective before we do the grid. Zachary Lucas, championship leader. Alistair Kellett, a driver who's very well known for Fiesta fans out there, is second place in the championship. Daniel Lewis in third, and Gary Miller in fourth. Lucas Hayden in fifth. So those are the sort of protagonists that you might want to look out for as we go down or up the order, depending on which way you want to call it, really. But the Fiesta ST240s very much blessed with big numbers here and good rate racing as well. It's one of the highlights of this package. And here is the starting grid for you now. In first place and on pole position is the number 234, Zachary Lucas. Alongside them on the front row is the number 46, Lucas Hayden. Row 2 is Gary Miller, number 4, and 52, Alistair Kellett. Row 3 is 14, Simon Horrobin, and 19, Daniel Lewis. In row 4 is the number 10, Archie Johnson, and the 664 of Connor Blackburn. Row 5 is the 47 of James Pope and the 88 of John Cooper. Row 6 is 152 Caitlin May and 89 Joseph Knight. Row 7 is the 42 of Henry Howarth and 111 of Luke Waugh. Row 8 is the number 15 of Marco Ricci, also in 15th place. Been a nice bit of symmetry out there. In 16th place, number 11, Charlie Ellis. And row 9 is the number 7, Adam Clark, and the 53 of Morgan Kidd. Row 10 is the 69 of Matt Chambers and the 26 of Harry Hayes. As I said, a fairly bumper grid for you. 20 cars stretching along the Norfolk, well, 3 miles of Norfolk asphalt that we've got for you. Here at Snetterton 300, and fingers crossed, if Brands has anything to go by, it will be an absolutely stunning race, hopefully. As I said, Zachary Lucas is the championship leader with 143 points, only 9 points ahead of Alistair Kellett, who is the leading Masters driver as well. In terms of the different categories that we have here in the ST240s, we've also got the Pro Class, with Zachary Lucas also leading it, as well as Alistair Kellett in second place, Gary Miller in third, and Lucas Hayden in fourth, Connor Blackburn in fifth. Which means if anybody out there with good memory and can sort of spot the difference and spot the odd one out, so we say, in the overall positions, Daniel Lewis was the driver missing in that Pro Class rundown, currently in third place in the championship, but the leading AM driver. Very impressive from the AM, Daniel Lewis, to be able to mix it with the front lot of the pros. Obviously, Daniel Lewis leading the AM category. That means James Pope is second place, Archie Johnson in third, Caitlin May in fourth, and Harry Hayes in fifth. The ST240s, a fantastic championship, as I said, previously known as the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. The Fiestas have been split into multiple categories now, with the Fiesta Juniors that will feature. They are here today, but they do the free practice and the qualifying, which we won't be covering. But tomorrow they will be featuring their 2 races with Andy McEwen as your commentator. It's now known as the ST240. We also have the ST150, which unfortunately isn't here this weekend, but was there at Brands Hatch. And as I said, the juniors are a brilliant championship to watch. You really don't know what you're really going to get from this style of car. It is pretty amazing. Apparently, the 2023 was the first standalone season for the ST240s, and this is their first full year supporting the TCR UK. So they're hoping, obviously, to take advantage of some of the bigger crowds that we've got forming. And even on Saturday, actually, I'm looking at in the background of that shot there on the Saturday, we've even got some good Motorsport Hardy fans here at Saturday. It's not exactly a brilliant day in terms of for sunbathing, but equally it's not raining. And as me and Andy were speaking about during the qualifying earlier on, it's when you're British, you complain about whatever the weather is doing. And it's today a bit overcast, but it is quite warm. It's getting a bit humid, a bit sweaty weather, to be honest. So the drivers are going to be struggling with that slightly, potentially, as well. But the tyres they'll have to hold on to, they may well wear off. It's not a particularly long race for the ST240s, 20 minutes. They did get a 15-minute qualifying, 20-minute races. And this is one of their triple headers. Brands Hatch, they had 3 races, Snetterton 3 races. So there's Silverstone, Thruxton, Silverstone again. At Croft and at Alton Park, they only do 2 races. So Alton Park being the 3rd round. They really need to try and take advantage of all the points going here. If they do have good pace and they do have a good setup and they're feeling confident, they like Snetterton, this is the opportunity to score the most amount of points, because it's a bit of a shame if you do go to Alton Park and it's the first time you feel at home in the car, first time you've got the great setup underneath it, and you feel the confidence coming with you. You've only got 2 races to try and take advantage of it. So it's Zachary Lucas in the 234 car on the left-hand side of your screen on the inside of the circuit. It's going to be them to lead us away with Lucas Hayden alongside Alistair Kellett and Gary Miller just behind to try and make sure that they don't have it all their own way. And Simon Horrobin in the sort of grey with the orange rear view mirrors, side mirrors, that you can just see in the background there as well. Simon, one of the most experienced drivers on the Fiesta grid, and probably the BRSCC grids, to be honest. He's been around for a long time. He's done a lot of starts, potentially the record holder, I think, as well. As the 1 minute board gets held out just in front of me, I can see that the engine notes are rising, the lights have come on the gantry, and that means one thing: we are racing here in the Fiesta ST240 Championship. Simon Horrobin trying to get up the inside into the first corner, but it looks like it was maybe closed off a little bit. It's a great start by Zachary Lucas, who leads the way into the first corner. The rest of the field just making sure they don't fall over each other, no big contact. Wall getting held out, maybe not quite hung out to dry, but definitely not taking any kind of advantage. The number 19 of Daniel Lewis from quite far in the back of the grid, 6th place, trying to fight for up to 3rd. Not quite able to manage it. That's a very wide moment for the 46 of. Is that Lucas Hayden? He's fallen well down the order. Not ideal for them at all. Really nice and wide there. Not nice, but wide definitely by Zachary Lucas. Losing a lot of time going down towards Agostini. In fact, it doesn't actually. He manages to keep an enormous amount of momentum. That 52 of Alistair Kellett is just on his back bumper in that rear diffuser, trying to get that slipstream down towards Agostini, but it's not happening just yet. 664 of Conor Blackburn is getting a little bit held out. He's just about come in before they get into Hamilton's. It's a bit of a dodgy place to go side by side through Hamilton's. I have seen it happen. I've never done it myself, but I've seen it, and it doesn't. Well, it rarely works out well, to be honest. Let's put it that way. It's not something you really, as a driver coach or anything, you wouldn't encourage it. It does make quite for a spectacle when they fly off the circuit, but there's such a short amount of runoff space before they have to turn quickly right. It's not really worth it. You don't want to see anybody crashing out there. As they go onto the back, Bentley Straight, it looks like a decent run down, and I think Alistair Kellett's even lining up a little move on Zachary Lucas, who doesn't go that defensive, but he's definitely not on the racing line. Just about held on to it going down Brundle and Nelson. Good sort of clean start in the first lap here for the Fiesta ST240s. I was expecting a little bit more carnage. Fiesta, as you can probably expect, would, I'd be very surprised if we don't get any carnage as we go through Bombhole. I thought there may well have been a little bit of contact there between the 42, who is Henry Howarth, just almost getting tagged on the rear end there. They're going to have to be very, very respectful of each other. This is the top end of Fiesta racing. The 150 is obviously a slightly slower car, the Mark 6s, I believe, and the ST240 is the top end of the spectrum for the Fiesta Fiesta ladder, sorry, not calendar. ABS working overtime as they go into Ritchie's, and that's a strong bit of defence by May. We're going to have a long way around the outside by James Pope. Is Pope going to be able to stay on that? We'll find out in a second, because it looks like Gary Miller is having to fend off from Lewis, who is really, as I said, moving and shaking quite nicely from 6th on the grid. Trying to get onto that podium position is a really sort of good effort from them, but it's just allowing the front two to pull away slightly. It looks like Pope and May are still going at it in the background, trying to figure out who's going to actually get into Agostini first, because the last thing you want to do is, as I said, go into Hamilton side by side. Simon Horrobin's watching Lewis go the inside of Miller, and there's a few people going a little bit wider on the outside as well Horriben's going to have to settle for it, but they are going to go too wide through Hamilton. It's going to be a bit of a dodgy one. Lewis is on the inside, Miller's on the outside. Miller gives it up. Thank goodness, because otherwise you're going to end up with a big crash as Horriben sees a car coming screaming up his inside. That was John Cooper, I think, in the 88, having a little bit of a nibble, having a bit of a think about it. Thankfully, nothing doing just yet. As they get onto the Bentley Straight, though, this is really where you want to be able to get your foot down, get into the slipstream, and maybe make a move somewhere into Bundle and Nelson. We see Alistair Kellett right on the outside. Zachary Lucas going defensive. In fact, Alistair Kellett's got a great run, haven't they? Zachary Lucas having to defend hard into Bundle and Nelson. How are they going to come out of it? We'll have to wait and see. As Daniel Lewis ahead of Gary Miller now has to defend that one. Zachary Lucas holds on to the position. Alistair Kellett didn't fancy the late break into the right-hander. I think it's Nelson is the right-hander. Little bit of a squirrel on the back end there from Lewis, whose now job is to really primarily catch up to the front two, because as they start to scrap, the last thing he wants to do is have to worry about the drivers behind them. They smell an opportunity to potentially get a race win, and I have to say the front order is all very close. Zachary Lucas definitely was the fastest. I mean, I know he got pole position, that's an obvious thing to say, but he got pole position by a substantial margin. It was half a second as well, looking across the start-finish line. I think that's that Pope, May, and potentially Howarth all getting involved once more as they go into Ritchie's. How are they going to come out of it? I'm just hoping that they do all come out of it. Yes, they do. In the background, oh, there's a contact as Miller looks at the inside. Lewis isn't going to be very happy about that one. He's lost another place to Simon Horriben, potentially. Going down in towards the sort of 300 section, the infield now. Zachary Lucas still leading, but how is the fight for third going to end up? It's Miller ahead of Daniel Lewis and Simon Horriben still. I'm not entirely sure that Lewis is going to be particularly happy about that, and he's actually gone for the switchback. Is there going to be a lunge into Agostini? Kellett doesn't fancy it. The fight for the front two is just about sort of chest game at the moment. Miller does have a look. But Lewis actually gets the job done, actually, didn't it? We didn't see it, but as they get into Agostini, that's Lewis in the lead in this black and orange car ahead of Gary Miller and Simon Horriben, who's been there or thereabouts, but not been quite quick enough to really make the impact that he wanted to in this little fight. And the problem is, if you do make that impact and you're not necessarily the fastest driver out on the circuit, you could run the risk of potentially slowing. If you get yourself in the middle, you allow the driver ahead to pull away and you slow the rest of them down. As Zachary Lucas is very much worried about Alistair Kellett. He's starting to weave down the straights as it looks like that Miller is going to go around the outside of Daniel Lewis into Bundle and Nelson. Do what Alistair Kellett couldn't do? No. Tricking the camera a little bit there. I was going to say that would be very, very ambitious this early on in the race. Which to say that, it's about a third of the way through, actually. So you would expect to see the likes of Miller and Horriben, and especially that fight for 10th place between Pope and May and Howarth, all starting to ignite. In fact, actually, it's not Henry Howarth, is it? It's Lucas Hayden. It's the fight for 9th place. Looking at the times and the gaps on screen, as there's a big moment going through Coram and into Murray's. I think that was Miller versus Horriben. Horriben must have just got at the inside. Miller going a little bit squirrely on the sideways. I was looking down at my TSL timing there. That hopefully it was a great sight for you guys. I saw the back end of it. Luckily, they all got away with it and they got into Murray's braking zone, which is one of the hardest braking zones in the country, in my opinion, especially for a rear-wheel drive car. I know the ABS and everything like that. Oh, massive slide at the rear end. I was about to say the ABS kicks in these Fiestas. Sometimes they do still get squirrely, and you definitely don't want to be going into any corners completely sideways. Nice move at the inside. Cooper overshoots it though, hops on the rear end, doesn't get the car stopped, and the ABS stopping the car from locking up, but potentially stopping the car from slowing down quite as efficiently as he would like. Cooper probably loses about 3 or 4 positions. I thought he was going for a really ambitious move. It definitely was ambitious. It was robust, and fortunately he picked a Fiesta-sized gap to aim at, because otherwise that could have been really nasty for the drivers ahead of them. So Daniel Lewis ahead of Simon Horriben and Gary Miller, and I think there's a little bit of a shake-up behind, potentially Connor Blackburn ahead of Cooper now and Joseph Knight. Maybe even that 5 Lucas ahead. Oh, 42 pulling off on the right-hand side. That's a little bit of a worry. That's Henry Howarth. That would be a bit of a shame, wouldn't it? After we mistakenly were saying that Henry was involved with the fight further forward, then we see them pull off on the right-hand side. That is a shame, really, for Henry. Hopefully we see them tomorrow come back a little bit stronger. A little bit of a wide moment there for Connor Blackburn, who, as I said, is now ahead of John Cooper, but does still have a headache from Joseph Knight just behind. And that looks like we've got a change with the race lead. I think I missed that one, unfortunately. Alistair Kellett now leading from Zachary Lucas, who does hold the fastest lap of the race. Fastest lap is 2 points. So just having a quick look down at my notes, actually. So Zachary Lucas will be very pleased with the fact he's got that, but he won't be at all. There will be no consolation for the fact if he doesn't win this race. I know he's up against a great driver of Alistair Kellett, but Zachary now very, very keen. Kellett going a little bit wider to try and straight line that braking zone, get the nice run out of Murray's and get over the start-finish line. Looks like Kellett has absolutely mastered that one. Will probably save him a defensive move into Ritchie's. The rest of the cars avoiding that curve like the plague. And as they come across the start-finish line, it is Alistair Kellett now who takes the race lead by half a second ahead of Zachary Lucas. Don't trust me, that won't be how it finishes. But Zachary Lucas getting a little bit squirrely as it goes towards the first of the 2 apexes through Ritchie's. I was always taught the second apex was the more important one, but then everybody else in the world says it's the first one. So it's probably the reason why I didn't win many races around it. Simon Horrobin in 4th though, Gary Miller. And this is the fight really that we've got to be keeping an eye out on, because it's Connor Blackburn versus Joseph Knight. Knight looking to go around the outside of the hairpin, wasn't able to quite pull it off. The fight for 3rd place has somewhat calmed down, but Connor Blackburn's car and the attitude, the body language of it is definitely not calming down. And Miller, can he look for a little bit of a gap? No, it's far too far back, isn't it, for that one? But I tell you what, Joseph Knight fancies it into Agostini. The Delphi car goes up the inside. Can he force Blackburn out wide? He does just about. He gets the position, and that is 6th place for Joseph Knight. Great little move into Agostini. Right good lunge. Exactly what we come to expect from Tin Top Racing. This is race 1 of the weekend for these cars. Remember, they've already had qualifying. They will have 2 more races tomorrow, and amongst a whole host of other BRSCC support races, all supporting the TCR UK Championship and, of course, the Civic Milltek Sport Civic Cup. So if you do want to tune in and watch more, we've got more this afternoon. There will be the lunch break after this. We will be doing a pits walk, though, with Andy McEwen and potentially myself, I think, actually, if I can get myself over there, which I should be able to do. A pit lane walk down and chat to the TCR drivers, if you're wondering what we're going to do during that lunchtime break. That's a very wide moment from Joseph Knight. You got the position. There's no need for that sort of shenanigans out that wide, but going into Coram now, it looks like the exit through Bommel is not going to work in Joseph Knight's favour. Connor Blackburn, they're in the background there, coming into shot, going into Coram, a little bit wide there by Knight. Is he going to be able to get the car straightened up and on the brakes? He does. Connor Blackburn doesn't quite get the cutback that they were hoping for. Alistair Kellett is pulling out a nice gap now. It was half a second, now it's 8/10, nearly 9/10. As the fight for 3rd, as I said, is somewhat diluted. The fight we're really looking at now is that 6th place. And it looks like James Pope has dropped behind the likes of Caitlin May and Archie Johnson as well. So that fight for 10th is sort of reigniting. It's quite nice as well. Actually, I can't see James Pope. He's falling well. They're falling well off the order. That's a shame for Joseph. Oh, move there, though, into the first hairpin. And I think that's the 47 ahead of 40. Yeah, that's James Pope getting ahead of Lucas Hayden. A little bit of a cutback, trying to find the moves at the inside. Not going to happen just yet. Allowing a few other drivers to get back involved, though, as well. Track limits warning for 152 and the 47. The 47 is James Pope. 152, Caitlin May. So, yeah, getting a little bit dicey, get the elbows out, but something we love to see. Maybe the marshals and the stewards don't love it quite so much. James Pope, again, going quite wide through Agostini on the exit. Doesn't hurt the run into Hamilton too much for the time being. The rest of it is somewhat calmed down, just a touch. 7.5 minutes to go. As I mentioned, a pretty tight championship with Zachary Lucas currently leading it, Alistair Kellett in 2nd. Well, the roles reversed here in this first race. What's the points looking like? As I said, 9 points actually the difference, and Alistair Kellett only seems to be pulling away here. It's slightly surprising given the fact that Zachary Lucas was half a second clear in qualifying, going into Rundle Nelson. It looks like Connor Blackburn is just holding off John Cooper, who made an absolute bomb dive into the first hairpin, but going into bomb hole, it's Cooper who's going to take Connor Blackburn's position. So after losing it to Joseph Knight, threatening to take 6th place back, Connor Blackburn's actually going to fall down to 8th place in the end. Although I say that, going into Murray's, there's a massive move on. As I looked up, Conor Blackburn went for it. This is going to really open the door for the likes of Lucas Hayden and everybody who ninth place backwards effectively. Drivers coming across the line. How are they going to go with it? The black and white warning flag is being waved. Caitlin May, Archie Johnson, James Pope all come across the line. But it's going to be a side-by-side battle into Richie's. No, it's not. The trick of the camera there almost. Conor Blackburn just ahead of Lucas Hayden. And I think James Pope is up in this battle, but he keeps dropping back on the timing, and that's why he's got the black and white warning flag, actually. That's what's confusing me slightly. So the 47 is there on merit, but the transponder has means that on the left-hand side of your screen, on the timing tower, it's struggling to pick up, and there's a massive amount of contact. Well, Conor Blackburn, he was going back, now he's going sideways, he's going grass cutting. He's been forced off. I think there was a little bit of contact there. I don't really know who with. I hate to say Lucas Hayden, but it's just because it was the immediate driver behind Conor Blackburn at the time, but it may well have been James Pope, because the 46-47 battle, they both look very similar cars, and James Pope's transponder's obviously struggling, and has just got, sorry, that's Gary Miller with the track limits, actually. It's all a little bit confusing, but what is a big shame is the fact that Conor Blackburn has, unfortunately, stage exit right, whether he was forced onto the grass or not. It has stopped this great battle that was sort of getting underway and was probably going to ignite at some point in the last 5 minutes, to be fair. An intermittent transponder, there we go, from race control for car 47. So the car 47, James Pope, is likely to be in 8th position with Conor Blackburn falling down. It'd be interesting to know where Conor rejoined, actually, as there's a little move on here. I say a little move. I think that's Caitlin May looking up the inside through Brundle and Nelson on Lucas Hayden. No, it was Archie Johnson. So these two have actually swapped at some point during this lap. And Caitlin May looking to retake the position away from them. I think this is 11th place. You can see a little bit of scuffs on the front of that car. Caitlin wasn't able to do it just then as they go in towards Murray's. Is there going to be an opportunity for a mistake potentially from the likes of Archie Johnson, or with a 5-second penalty being... No, that's the other side of the board. Sorry, I got very, very carried away there. There's no 5-second penalty being held out just yet. That is the other side of the board. It'll probably just be a warning. Potential track limit warning. Actually, look at that. Gary Miller's front end, the underside of that car, is flapping about all over the place. That won't be helping him at all going in a straight line. It doesn't seem to be hurting him in terms of overall pace, but it will be feeling a little bit odd, and potentially will be feeling like he's just being dragged back a little bit, like there's a rope, or he's pulling something quite heavy or something like that. Archie Johnson then, the number 10, have they been overtaken by... I can't see where Caitlin May's gone, actually. Where is Caitlin May all of a sudden gone? Caitlin May down 6 positions into 17th. Did we see a problem for them coming out of Murray's? Have they come into the pits? Not 100% sure. See if the cameras can pick that back up. But the fastest lap of the race has been turned over from Zachary Lucas. And just like the race lead has been turned over to Alistair Kellett. So Alistair Kellett currently taking home all the points for this one, for the first race here at Snetterton. And with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, we know how consistent he can be. We know how safe hands he can be, shall we say, which is one of the biggest compliments you can say to a racing driver, actually. When they're in the race lead, you don't really expect them to lose it. And Zachary Lucas is now 1.8 seconds away from Kellett's Fiesta ST240, which means realistically, even if you start putting in his qualifying times and started beating him by half a second, it's unlikely that we're going to see a change for the race lead here, because they've probably only got 2 laps left. This will be the penultimate lap that they're going to finish off, actually. A little bit of squealing from the tyres going through bomb hole. I don't think any dramatic incidents have happened. Just saying that, they have seemed to have gapped each other quite significantly all of a sudden. I feel like those gaps between the top 6 or 7 actually are a lot bigger than they used to be. I know we had the fights between the likes of Joseph Knight and John Cooper, and we do have a car on the left-hand side. Is that Caitlin May? I'll see if I can see a better view out of my commentary box. There is yellow flags along the start-finish line. I think that might be Caitlin May, although is Caitlin still going? No, 2 laps down in 19th position. It's a real shame. Pope's been given a potentially, just before I say it, Pope has come up as a red dot on my TSL timing, and quite often Yeah, he's been given a time penalty, 5-second time penalty pending for James Pope, and I'm not entirely sure what that's for, whether it's his leaky transponder or whether it's for track limits. It doesn't say. If I get more information, I will try. In fact, it might be a 15-second penalty, which would be absolutely massive. I'm not entirely sure what for. If I get more information, I will try and let you know. James Pope, though, in 8th place with a potential 15-second penalty pending. I'm only reading out what's on the timing screen. That's number 47, plus 10 seconds for track limits, and I think they already had a 5-second penalty. So it haven't stopped. Around at MSV circuits, for those of you who don't know out there, they do have triggers. They have sensors that go out, and they're effectively on certain parts of the circuit. I'll get back to it in a second, because it looks like we've got a nice little battle here with Charlie Ellis, and is that Luke Ward? No, it's Harry Hayes, sorry, isn't it? So Charlie Ellis and Harry Hayes, the fight for 13th position. Give them some love in the chat as well, because we quite often follow the likes of Alistair Kellett and Simon Horrobin and the drivers right at the front end of the order. But the drivers cutting their teeth in the ST240s need some love as well. I'm sure there'll be some fans who of drivers are potentially a little bit further back, just outside the top 10 battles, and these are the drivers that you really want to be keeping an eye out on, because over the years they'll potentially be the front runners in a year or two time. With 20 seconds left to go, just to finish my point, on MSV circuits, there will be certain places where the track limits will have actual sensors, so it's cutthroat. If you activate the sensor, they have photographic evidence, so a photo takes it of your car, and it will be given as track limits. So there's no escaping it. It's futile to try and argue. The technology says you're doing track limits, you are doing track limits. I don't know if it's on the outside of Bommel. Rich used to be a brave place. Maybe on the outside of Agostini and Hamilton. Definitely coming out of Murray's, which is the final corner. Definitely will be track limits warning there, because you can get such an advantage if you run a little bit wider. They do leave the ground quite bumpy there, so if you do go too wide, it ends up hurting quite a lot, because you end up the suspension working quite hard. But they will still give you penalties, as we've just seen, actually. So James Pope, currently rotating in 8th place, will be hit with a rather hefty problem. And just to have a look, see how far 15 seconds will take them down. I think they might get away slightly with the fact that the gap between Johnson and Blackburn, which is 10th to 11th. Oh, War with a massive off, almost going into the potato field. Is that through the first corner? Wow, that was not where you want to go off. I think that may well, and there's a driver coming off on the right-hand side there as well. Is that something to do with that incident? I feel like it's a completely different part of the circuit. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry, I didn't see the actual incident. I don't know whether it was on the cameras or not, but because I was looking down at the TSL to see where James Pope would end up, but War has absolutely flown off the circuit. It will be, I think, fine. There is a lot of runoff there. It goes into a farmer's field, who will probably be quite angry, but he'll be fine. They'll get on with it. But yeah, hopefully War is okay. It was operating in about 12th place and had that good view of the fight with Ellis, actually. Obviously, big shame for War. Hopefully we'll have a chat. If you want to go over to their social media, potentially, it's probably the best place to keep updated, and the ST240 social media page as well. The best place to keep updated with how Luke War is getting on, I'm sure. Fingers crossed he's absolutely fine. Probably a little bit shaken up going that fast backwards. But anyway, we focus on the leader and championship second place driver, Alistair Kellett. He'll take home all the marbles here from race 1. It wasn't pole position, but it was a race win and a fastest lap under the belt of Alistair Kellett. Zachary Lucas, after getting that pole position, will have to settle for second place. Daniel Lewis in third. Simon Horrobin ended up in fourth. Gary Miller, who had an extremely eventful first 10 minutes, ends up in fifth, with Joseph Knight in sixth, Lucas Hayden in seventh, Archie Johnson in eighth, which means John Cooper's dropped back. And we have a long time to wait for John Cooper and Connor Blackburn. There is Cooper. There is James Pope. Well, that's where James Pope will fit into. Charlie Ellis comes across the line. Marco Ricci comes across the line in 13th place as well. And it was a very, very eventful Fiesta ST240. Almost didn't know where to look. Bit of a shame for the likes of Caitlin May. Looked like it was igniting a really nice battle there. War, obviously, probably the biggest off and most dramatic off we've seen. James Pope getting that time suspension and that battle for the race lead and third place. Plenty to enjoy here at Snetterton for the Fiesta ST240s. We'll bring you all the rundown of the order and the results coming up for you now. In fact, there it is, confirmation of the provisional results, which I know is a bit of a contradiction, but Alistair Kellett with the top step of the podium. Zachary Lucas is in second place, with third being Daniel Lewis. Siren Horrobin in fourth, with Gary Miller in fifth. Joseph Knight ends up in sixth, with Lucas Hayden in seventh. Archie Johnson ends up in eighth, with ninth being John Cooper, and there's James Pope. I was trying to figure it out, but the timing system did it a lot quicker than I needed to. James Pope, even with that time suspension, still cracks inside the top 10 after Connor Blackburn had that off earlier on in the infield. Charlie Ellis was in 12th, with Marco Ricci in 13th, Adam Clark in 14th. I think that's the last of the drivers. No, there are still a few more drivers that are on the lead lap. Harry Hayes in 15th, Morgan Kidd in 16th, Matt Chambers in 17th. Luke Waugh ended up off into a potato field, like I said, in 18th, with Caitlin May on the side of the road on the start, finished straight, I believe, in 19th, with Henry Howarth in 20th spot. Now we will have reaction, and we'll be able to bring you the podium reaction and interviews and everything from the Fiesta ST240s, as I believe Richard John Neal has joined us for the weekend. We'll be able to bring you all the reaction from that. And I believe we actually have Richard John Neal ready and waiting, so we're going to very quickly shoot down to him now.
Thank you very much indeed, Jacko. Good to hear from you. And let's go and have a word with Alistair Kellett, who takes our first win of the week. He's walking away, he doesn't want to talk to me. And Zach as well. We might go two for the price of one. Alistair, let's get you over. Congratulations. Cheers. Good stuff. Not pole position, but racing's what it's all about. Tell us about the move, because I think we missed it on camera. So how did you get through?
I followed him for the first couple of laps, and I got a chow down the back straight. I went to go around the outside of him, but Zach was wily enough to run me wide a little bit, and I just took in behind him. And then I think, I don't know, it was the next lap the same thing, but I caught him earlier onto the back straight, and I was past him halfway down the back straight, and once I got ahead of him, I was okay. So I pulled enough of a gap that I didn't get it. I broke the toe on the next lap, and that seemed to be it then, so I just managed it to the end. So I think I got a sneaky fastest lap near the end as well, so it's good.
Nice one, well done. Was it, now, did I get this right? Was it on Facebook yesterday, birthday yesterday, was that right?
Yeah, I think I had too many drinks last night. I was asleep in qualifying, to be honest.
Oh, don't talk about drinking on...
I think
You'll be all right, though.
Yeah, I think you went much quicker in the race than I did in qualifying. That'll tell you how much I was asleep.
Good birthday present, or belated birthday present. And were you testing yesterday? I mean,
I didn't test it all, no. It was here last year. Look, I know the car. I know what it should do. It was the driver error this morning, so can't blame the car for that one.
And it was lovely seeing the reaction of Zach and yourself getting out of the car. You know, good, genuine handshake. Seems to be a good camaraderie between you two.
Yeah, it's great. And like that, when I went round the outside of Zach at the end of the straight, I knew he was going to give me enough room, but he wasn't going to let me through. Yeah. And that's the way it is. And didn't touch, didn't anything. And if it was the other way around, give a car width, that's all you need.
It's good stuff, isn't it? Brands was a great opener. Snetterton, again, one of my favourite tracks. Are you looking forward to the other two races?
Yeah, so starting pole, so hopefully get a good start again. If we get a good start ahead of Zach, we'll see what happens.
Nice one, Alistair, many congratulations. Lovely to see you, well done. So Alistair Kellett, our first winner, former champion of course, looking to try and get back onto the top step of the podium. This is the car that was in second place. We'll get to Daniel Lewis in a minute, who's over there. Zach, come on, let's have a quick word. Zach's just chatting to his dad and said to give you a pat on the back. I think he's probably already done that.
He has, yeah. Yeah, great start to the weekend, just what we wanted. But yeah, Dad's given me a good pat on the back because tried holding Alistair off for a little while, but made a little mistake. He got past me up the straight and then let him have a couple of car lengths between us, and I just couldn't gain it back after that, unfortunately.
Alistair was saying he made the error in qualifying, so I guess, you know, race-wise, what was your error specifically in the race?
I had quite a few actually, the first few laps. First corner I had a big moment, back end, but nothing lost, didn't lose any positions from it luckily, but coming out into the back straight, I just lost the power a little bit as I was running wide. I come off the power and then he just shot straight up the inside of me, unfortunately. So.
But it's a fourth podium out of 4 starts, isn't it, for this year, which is a great start. You don't want a bad race. You don't want to have one where you think, yeah, that's the drop. You want that luxury much later in the season.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it's been proven to win championships just from coming second and thirds without even getting first. So as long as I'm consistent all year, that's my game. So that's my end goal. So hopefully I can do that.
What's the plan between race one and two? Changes to the car, or do you go and sort of cast your mind over the circuit again?
Yeah, I have a chat with the team. There's a few things that wasn't too happy with the car, brakes, and it was a little bit loose everywhere, front and back somehow. But so yeah, I'll have a chat with them, and hopefully we can get stuff sorted for the second race.
It's great for us because we'll see you two on the front and battle renewed, so anyone watching our stream will enjoy that. Very well done, Zach. See you on the podium a bit later on. Thanks very much. And Daniel Lewis is over there as well. If we can get Daniel over, the third place guy, which is where we are here actually, Daniel, well done. And of course our AM-class winner, many congratulations. Fine result, you're up mixing it with the pros. And has there been talk of reclassifying you? I know when we get a fast youngster coming up, there is that chat. Has there been that?
There's been some talk of it, yeah, but we gave the BRSCC a little ring and we asked them if they could just move us. But if they did move us, it'd mean I'd lose my fastest lap and pole position points. But they said no, they can't move us unless I want to be moved. So I'll stay in AM for now, yeah.
That's fine. I mean, we're seeing you mix it with the pro drivers at the front. You're going to be gunning for overall wins as well as those AM-class wins as well. So a good start, isn't it, to your campaign? You had that win as well at Brands Hatch, and here you are on the podium again. Preparation, is it different to junior formally in your head?
No, it's pretty similar. It's just getting the car to go fast, to be fair. But it's proven to work, so I'm getting closer,
I mean, these guys have got quite a bit of experience in these cars and probably on the circuits as well. So you've got to sort of come in and beat that. One of the things I was saying a couple of weekends ago, we were at Croft Circuit, and we were just saying how good it was in like the BMWs and the 150 Fiestas that the Master class, Alistair's in the Masters, obviously Zach's not yet before he gives me a slap. Great that the Masters can race with the youngsters.
Yeah. Well, I've raced at Snetterton before, twice I think now, but obviously maybe not as much experience as these people, but getting closer, and that's all I need, just more experience, and then hopefully I'll be even closer to the front. And then
closer you are to the front, the further you are on the reverse, though. That's the problem for race 3, isn't it?
Yeah. Next race probably be starting P10, won't I? Yeah, or P7. Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck for that, and thank you, and well done on taking the class victory. Well done, Daniel Lewis there. Second in the class for amateur class is Archie Johnson. So let's have a quick word with Archie. Well done, Archie, well done. Another podium, happy with that, mate?
Yeah, very happy. I mean, I was hoping to get just a podium in class again from where I was starting, but I think I had the worst start to mankind, so dropped me down to something like P13, P14.
You're not dramatising at all there.
No, but like, yeah, I got lucky with some failures with other people, but managed to make a couple of overtakes and just stay out of everything, and managed to also get rid of no track limits as well, which was helpful.
It's difficult around here, isn't it?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Let it go. Welcome back to Snetterton, everybody. We're down here in the pit lane. It's all gone quiet out on track because it is now the lunch break, after which we'll have a full afternoon of racing with TCR UK's opening race of the weekend, the Civic Cup, and a whole host of BRSCC support race action as well. Andy McEwen, Jack Oliphant down in the pit lane. And Jack, an interesting morning we've had here at Snet so far. Qualifying for TCR UK earlier on provided a new qualifying lap record, a very evenly matched top two, and an interesting looking grid on the whole, I thought.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting. Obviously, Adam Shepherd's the headline act in pole position and gets all the points as a consequence. But there is a whole host of drivers. I think we're getting slightly quicker and quicker and quicker. It is nice to see a new lap record by 0.8 of a second for qualifying, which is pretty astonishing, isn't it? So, yeah, I think there is a few people that were maybe pushing the envelope a little bit. I know Brad, who's on our left-hand side, actually, was potentially not out as much as he would like. And we do expect him to go up a little bit faster in the race. Not just saying that because he's to my left. But it's, yeah, I'm excited to see what the drivers can pull out. We just saw in the Fiestas, actually, that qualifying doesn't mean everything. The race, you know, is its own entity, and that's where the points are really scored.
Absolutely so, and you know, we saw that actually here last year. Josh Files qualified on pole position but didn't lead into the first corner, and although there are places that you can overtake here at Snetterton, if the driver in front decides to get a bit defensive, then it can be a tricky place to overtake, especially in cars that are very evenly matched. We have got an interesting front row, though, haven't we, with a Cupra and an Audi together, so they might generate their lap times a bit differently. Do you think that's going to come into play during the race? As I said, I've heard that the Audi is an extremely well-rounded car, so I don't think it's going to be stronger potentially at the end compared to the start. I suppose it depends how they set it up. I think Joe Marshall will be very, very keen to try and get that race victory off Adam Shepherd, who in himself will probably be very keen to try and get another one under his belt. So they're both championship protagonists, let's face it. They're both hopefully wise enough to know that they don't need to win the championship today, but equally that's a bit boring, isn't it? So let's hopefully throw one on the inside going into Richie to make it spicy for us. Well, and I think the fact that we've got a slightly, you know, Carl Bordley, reigning champion, I think most people expected him to at least win one race at Brands Hatch, probably have the points lead coming into Snetterton. Do you think that maybe actually the likes of Callum and Adam and, you know, the drivers that have stolen an early advantage in the points over Carl maybe think, right, well, we've got to strike while the iron's hot. You know, whilst he's struggling a bit, we have to outscore him. And might that drive them to take a few more risks early doors? I think so, yeah. I was putting it down to almost, no offence to Carl, youthful exuberance on the other drivers' parts. But, yeah, I do think that Carl will get it hooked up together at some point, maybe. He's just, I don't know why, maybe they haven't been able to get out and test it, try it as much, but at some point you can expect him to follow on and come on strong, and that's when the other drivers are going to have to start sweating it a little bit. So an early advantage, or whatever advantage you can get, you have to run with in motorsport, because you don't know when your luck's going to come up, you don't know when the bad luck's going to start happening, and they're quick. It's not like they've just got there without merit. I mean, if Carl Bordley tried to beat that time, it's an astonishing time that Adam Shepherd put on. He deserves pole position. He absolutely does. So Cupra on pole position then. One of the other Cupra drivers inside the top five has been waiting in the wings patiently. Jack, I'm going to let you do the honours, partly because I always talk to Brad and I feel like you don't get the chance. Also, there are about 3 feet height difference between me and Brad. I feel like you're better suited for this. Yeah, do you want to go and have a sit down for once? Thank you. Yeah, Brad, I mean, I was going to say big congratulations, but I'm guessing actually qualifying is probably not really what you wanted.
Yeah, no, not really. Obviously, you always want pole, but I'm happy enough. I think it's fairly close. So it's a long track, so obviously the time difference is exaggerated slightly. So I don't think it's the end of the world really, and it's I think we've got a good race car underneath us as well. So yeah, it should be good.
Well, you were in the pits at quite a sort of lengthy amount of time. Was that something to do with a setter? Was there a problem out there on circuit? Did you just think that the car needed a little bit of work?
Yeah, we had a bit of a damper issue. So the dampers were sent off after last round for a bit of a service, and unfortunately not put together quite right. So we had a bit of a damper issue, but that is the guys from Uhlins are here today anyway, so they've rectified that hopefully now. So we should be good to go.
Yeah, it does put a bit of a dampener on things. Right, race one. It started from a little bit further back than you would hope. Obviously, we mentioned that already. But we know that you like a race move. We know you like a lunge. Are you going to be slightly more coordinated with it this time, though, than Brands Hatch?
Yeah, I think same amount of enthusiasm. Hopefully less points on the licence afterwards, I think, is the plan, at least. But yeah, no, but we'll see, obviously. You never know how it's going to go, really, first lap, but I think it was a bit over-ambitious last time. I'll be slightly less ambitious this time, but still, like I said, the same enthusiasm, I think.
We like enthusiasm. We can get on board with enthusiasm. Around here, we were mentioning earlier with Andy, like,
if a driver decides to defend, it can become extremely hard to go around the outside. There's lots of very long medium speed corners and stuff around Snetterton. Have you got sort of in your head where you think you might have an advantage in the Cupra?
Yeah.
That's a confident sounding noise, isn't it? I think dogs heard that half a mile away.
Yeah, I think anywhere there's a corner, there's an opportunity, isn't there, really? So, yeah, inside or outside, the grass is dry enough to use if you need to. So, yeah, we'll be all right. I think we'll be fine. I think, yeah.
I can't wait for the clerk of the course to hear that. Any corner's an opportunity and the grass will be fine. Yeah, well, anyway, hopefully it'll be good fun. You've also got a reverse grid, though, to think about. Is that when we do sim racing championships, and I know there's a lot less on the line and everything, so, I mean, you can sort of play the game in sim racing championships and stuff, but they often say, oh, we'd quite like to play the reverse 10 game, where you almost aim to start at the front in race 2 because race 1 and qualifying didn't quite go the way. Is that something that's even remotely in your head as a real-world racer?
No, I just want to win, to be honest. If there's a car in front of me, I have to overtake it regardless. There's not a lot of thought that comes from me, to be fair. It's more just if there's a car ahead, I want to overtake it. But yeah, I mean, there is a bit of it coming to play, but certainly right now I just want some silverware, so I'll just be going as far forward as I can get, really.
I was going to say, overtaking, as you said, on the tarmac, on the grass around the outside, or in potato fields. It doesn't really matter. You will try it here, Brad, I'm sure. Big thank you for having a chat to us. Good luck for race 1 and, of course, the rest of the weekend.
Perfect, thank you.
So, Andy, I mean, that was, honest, shall we say.
Yeah.
Everybody loves an honest interview.
We do, but do you know what? That is why we love Brad. Brad actually won an award at the end of season do at the end of last season in memory of the late Dan Kirby, and it was all about him being the big character of the championship. You know, it was the spirit of the championship award, and he really summed it up perfectly. You know, he is here. Yes, to become a serious racing driver. We know he's got the talent to do that. He's done some other one-mate racing, junior racing as well. He wants to make a career as a racing driver, but it's always been really important to that team that they enjoy what they're doing. And you can always tell when you're talking to him that he's got a smile on his face and he's having a good time, and the whole family are as well. It really is a family team, this as well.
Definitely.
You mustn't understate that. You know, they are taking on some really big dogs and really coming out even with them. So, yeah, always great to have a chat with Brad. You never quite know what he's going to say next, but I kind of enjoy that.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes it better than the old PR-trained, straightforward answers, doesn't it? So, no, really great. And actually, I remember speaking to him at Brands Hatch and doing the sort of impromptu interviews for social media and stuff, and it's always really enjoyable. I mean, we just went and sat down in amongst all his family, and they all went quiet and watched us do it. It was a bit intimidating, but they were also very welcoming. I can see you've got another driver, actually,
yes.
One we mentioned quite a few times. Do you want to take the interview? We've actually got 2 there.
We've got 3, four in fact. What's the name for a collection of TCR drivers?
A mess? No? Okay.
Sensible suggestions only, everyone. Where to start? Let's start with our pole sitter, shall we? Then Adam Shepherd.
Yeah.
Not bad start to the day, eh?
No, great start. Yeah, really pleased with that. Again, we're still learning the car and there's still more time to come, so yeah, really happy.
Lap record pace, not a huge amount ahead of this guy stood to your right there. It's going to be an interesting battle into turn 1, isn't it? Because when you are as evenly matched as you two seem to be, track position's so important.
Yeah, when you kind of look at it, 3-4 temps would normally be a lot, but round circuit like this, it's not really. We can certainly go faster. In qualifying my best lap, I made a mistake, so there is a bit more there. But it's good. The car's going to have to be drastically different to qualify now because obviously the tyre pressures are all different, the setup's different. So just kind of manage the pace and try and get a good start, really.
Always fearful when I start saying nice things about you for obvious reasons, but you do seem, I think, a bit more relaxed this year. Is that the fact that you've got one of these sort of shiny, newer Gen 2 cars? Are you finding, touch wood, that there is a little bit less to worry about with this?
Yeah, I think I can only comment on my cars. From my Hyundai to this car, the car's a lot better. It's a lot faster. We was having to really wring the neck every ounce out of the Hyundai, which then puts more load for the car and whatever else. So at the minute, I'm still driving 100%, but I'm not driving 110%. So it's don't get me wrong, we've still had a fair share of some niggly issues, but yeah, the car's fast. It's doing what we want to do.
You're also one of the handful of drivers, and really one of the few front-running drivers in this championship who are very hands-on with working on the car as well, aren't you? Is that something you've always sort of done? You've obviously got that engineering, that mechanical background as well, but is that something you enjoy doing, or can it sometimes be a bit of a distraction almost?
Don't get me wrong, you should see us sometimes, it's carnage and it is a distraction, but I like being involved in it. I think being able to engineer the car yourself has advantages. You're not trying to relay to someone that sometimes your feedback, what you think the car's doing, by the time that gets to the engineer and doing the car, it's not quite the change that you needed. So I think it does have its advantages to kind of engineer the car myself. But I work heavily with the team and areas engineers to collaboratively do that. And we all have ideas, and collectively we're far better for it.
Jack was just mentioning to Brad Hutchison there, mentioned a little bit about sim racing, and I know you do quite a lot of sim racing. Do you still do a lot of that, and do you find that you're able to apply things from the sim into real life racing? Because there aren't many people on this grid, I don't think, who do a lot of sim driving.
Honestly, absolutely nothing like it, I would say. I know people swear by it. I haven't been on the sim for a few years. I've just done that over COVID for fun. But
and you stopped when I started beating you.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. I don't like losing. But no, it's for me. There's nigh on zero overlap. The only thing I think it teaches you is the sim is punishing for mistakes. So if you, for example, hitting the throttle too early, the sim exaggerates that 5 times over. So it's good to kind of get you into the sense of not using both pedals together at the same time and that sort of thing. But as far as overlap goes, other than that, I don't think there's a lot personally. But.
And here I was thinking I had a future as a racing driver because I'm not too bad on the sim. Not quite as good as this guy. I am taking the mickey a little bit. Best of luck for the race, Adam. Starting on pole position, good place to be. So we'll wish you the best.
Fingers crossed. Cheers. Thank you.
Adam Shepherd then starting from pole position and has just ended any hope I ever had of turning my semi-decent sim racing career into a real life career, saying there is no carryover from sim racing at all. But he's a very talented driver. He's someone who has really crafted his racing in club level. I've said this all along, it's so nice that he's a proper club level success story, a driver who has worked hard, poured blood, sweat and tears into his racing, and is now getting an opportunity on a bigger stage to show everyone how good he is.
Absolutely. I mean, I was just speaking to his a family friend, actually, and I didn't escape. Your name escaped me, unfortunately. Ash, is it? Ash, his family, the Shepherd's family friend, apparently, and he said that his dad was apparently a very talented racing driver as well, and in club racing mainly, without it being on the sort of bigger stage like you just mentioned then, that Adam's been able to perform on. But every time they go and build the car themselves, and pretty much every time they build the car, they win. So it's a case of maybe that's why he likes to have that hands-on sort of mentality. He trusts that the fact that it's worked in the past, why wouldn't it work now, sort of thing. So yeah, I really respect the effort that they've gone and put in, and it's almost the closest thing to the grassroots motorsport that we have in the top level of motorsport, which is lovely to see.
Absolutely, it's dying out in general. I think I actually made the point during the Civic Cup qualifying session earlier on that is a championship that really is still technically a club racing championship, but with these huge teams now running nearly a dozen cars for teams like Pro Alloys, for example, Area Motorsport. Even at club level now, it's being taken a lot more seriously. It's kind of nice actually to see that you don't have to have that massive operation to have success, really. So interesting to see how he gets on. He's feeling quite confident about the start of the race and the run into turn 1. Why don't we get the thoughts of the man who'll be trying to beat him into that first
Yes, corner? I think I'll take this one, and I'm going to interrupt basically the lovely conversation I'm sure is more stimulating between the three of them than anything I can muster up. But Joe, you're starting alongside Adam Shepherd. We just had a bit of an extended chat with him. What's the thought process for you? Have you sort of got it pictured in your mind? Are you one of those drivers that sort of likes to think about exactly what's going to happen so you can carry it out, or are you sort of just going to wing it on the day?
Just sort of wing it, to be honest. I don't really try and think about it. Just try and, just let the race unfold itself. Because you can't really plan these things out. So, yeah, just aim is to get a good start and then try and take lead into turn 1 and then control the race from there, really.
What's the Audi like from your perspective then? Because I've heard from down in Australia, it's a very desirable car. It's a very well all-round Gen 2 car. It's quite a lot of drivers are actually quite jealous of it, even though they wouldn't publicly say it. Do you find that it's actually one of the most well-built and well-rounded cars that you've been driving?
I think it's a hard car to get right. I mean, all year we struggled with it, and then I think at Brands it sort of just clicked with Rob and myself. So I think the strengths are this track, long straights, long turn 1, long sweeping corners, more like European style. Brands actually, it wasn't really, we did all right there, to be fair. I didn't think we would do well at all. So yeah, I think we're just getting our heads around it now. But it's just, I mean, they're all similar in sort of ways. Like the Cooper is like an Audi and a Hyundai into one. So it's like, I would say that's the more rounded car. But no, the Audi is good. I think the strengths are the straights. So as long as we get into the lead, we should be able to defend on the straights quite easily.
You must be quite pleased that we're going to Silverstone twice this year then, and of course Snetterton and everything, where you maybe think it's a bit more an advantage. Now, going into the race obviously is one thing, but the most important thing there, if you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, there's a social media sort of gambit that we're going to be doing about playing darts. I don't know if you've been briefed about this weekend. No, so there's a darts tournament that's going to be hosted potentially by Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill tomorrow, and that's really where the competitive nature, I imagine, is going to come out, because we're expecting quite a lot of competitive nature, trash talk and everything. What's your dart skills like?
Well, I used to be in a darts team when I was a bit younger.
Oh, it's done and dusted then, isn't it?
But I haven't played in about 4 years, so we'll see how we get on. But I don't think I'll be very good anymore, to be honest.
4 years, I think that's fair enough.
You might have probably lost it by then, I suppose, haven't you?
Nah, it's like riding a bike. It's just throwing a dart.
Yeah, all right, yeah. We'll see.
There we go, Joe Marshall favourite. There you go, Andy. You can expect that when he comes down to you this afternoon. Back to the racing very, very quickly, though. Obviously, you got the reverse grid as well. Does that even cross your mind? Do you even think about Sundays, I suppose, the question?
No, I just sort of take each race like as it comes. So obviously we've got the race later on about half past 2. So all I'm doing is thinking about that now. Not trying to plan anything, just try and do my own thing. I can't control what everyone else does. So we're working over the team on setup wise, stuff like that, and then just go with the flow. Really, nothing to really stress about.
And one thing I sort of haven't really asked anybody in the TCR paddock, but I find it quite interesting. Do you have any sort of, I know some people, rituals and any sort of like, you had the same meals or something like that? Like you do carb load before a race, or do you try and do the opposite to get you save weight or whatever? Do you have a hydration sort of strategy or anything like that? Or is it a case of you don't really think about that far ahead?
No, so my hydration is key with these, especially when the temperature's like 20 degrees plus. So I have my electrolytes, try and have like 3 litres of that a day, sip that throughout the day to keep me hydrated, and then just eat nice and clean and healthy, really, like eggs and stuff like that to give you a little bit more energy and stuff like that. And then that's about it, really. Yeah, nothing too much, nothing too special.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for Joe. We're very much looking forward to seeing you dicing it out, not only with Adam, but the rest of the field as well. So I'm sure you're not going to have it all your own way, you two. Good luck, and we'll speak to you in a bit.
Thank you.
So, Andy, there we go. It's quite nice to hear from him, actually, but he seems extremely relaxed. He's not bothered by the fact he's in second place. He's probably just happy to be on the front row.
Well, always a relaxed character anyway, is Joe, to be honest. But yeah, I think starting on the front row, off the top of my head, can't remember how many times he's been on the front row. It's not many. So, often he's a better racer than a qualifier. There's a few drivers that like to say that, usually if they have a bad qualifying result. But he genuinely tends to go forward. And that Audi is good off the line if he hooks it up. Whether he can beat Adam Shepherd off the line, I'm not sure anyone can based on what we saw at Brands Hatch, but he's going to be up for it. Never won a race in this championship before. He's knocked on the door a couple of times, including here at the start of last year, like I mentioned earlier on, and he's going to be definitely looking to try and get into that first corner first.
Nah, we're looking forward to it, to be honest, but as I just mentioned to him right at the end there, it's not just him and Adam Shepherd, is it? It's not like we're expecting them to disappear off in the distance. We could easily see an Adam Shepherd start from a Callum Newsham or a Carl Bordley or someone who just hooks it up out of nowhere. And I know there's a whole host of drivers to your left-hand side and behind us that I'm sure...
It's quite ominous, actually.
I know it is a little bit. They're sort of waiting for us to talk to them, so I suppose we should probably actually going to do that. I think Luke Sargent's about to walk away from you, but you have already spoken to him. Yeah, I'm going to let you try and go. Is Callum Newsham there?
Well,
yes,
you just mentioned Callum Newsham.
Yeah, let's go
why
for
don't
it.
Why don't we have a little chat with our championship lead? We'll get to you in a second. Don't worry, Luke. Don't you worry.
It's all right, mate. It's all right, Luke. I'll talk to you in a minute.
Callum, championship leader. We had a little chat earlier on about this. You're not feeling the pressure, are you? Is that still the case after quali?
Yeah, no, it is what it is. I think we're quite a bit off in qualifying. 1.3 off, which isn't great, but I think quite slow down straights, like I said before. Oh yeah, thanks for that.
Now, what's that he's been handed? Well, to be fair, not the liveliest person in the paddock, so maybe a little bit of caffeine boost might...
That might help,
Oh, bad idea. So down on power then, can you feel that in the car, or does that show up more when you're sort of around other cars? In qualifying, are you feeling like it's a bit lethargic?
Yeah, I was saying out of the corner, out of the fast corners, onto the back straight, it just feels a bit dead. Right. But yeah, it is what it is. It's the bop, isn't it? But yeah, apparently we're 10 mile an hour down, but I don't know.
Well, it's all right, because if you're going slower down the straight, you can brake later when you get to the corners. So there should still be some opportunity. I mean, look, you're a good racer, aren't you? And you know the championship could be on this year. You've got to bank points. We always say, me and Jack, that it's not about how well you perform on your good days, it's how well you perform when the ultimate pace isn't there. So looking at the 3 races, what sort of... Do you set yourself a target? Is it a points target over the weekend, or is it just I'll be happy with 3 top 5s?
Yeah, well, stay in the top 5. I want to get on the podium in this race. Starting P3, hopefully we can finish there or, go forward. So we don't know what the race pace is like on these boys, so hopefully it's not as fast as they are in quali. But yeah, no, I'll give it my best and, try and score as many points.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you, Callum. We'll have another chat with him later on, I'm sure. Right then, Luke, go on. It's your moment to shine. Only if you've got time for us, obviously. We'd love to chat to you, Luke. We always do. There we go. You can have your drink back. I presume this is... there we go. We'll get it front and centre. I must give one of those a go. Right then, let's talk about your day, shall we? Qualifying. You told me that's exactly where you expected to end up after qualifying. Where are you expecting to be at the end of the race?
Where I start. Exactly where I start. I think the top 4, maybe 5 will be up the road. I think me and Darren will have a bit of a battle, and then the Gen 1's behind. So for me, this weekend is just get some points. I think Alton Park will be up there. I think this weekend for me and Darren especially, it's just go round, hope guys in front have problems or go off on their own, and then just see how we get on. It looks like it might rain as well.
I was saying that to Jack early on. It feels a bit humid, doesn't it? And that sun keeps poking through, but not through the clouds. Would you relish a little bit of a wet track? No? OK.
I've been here in the wet. It's not nice. Through the bomb hole in the wet is not ideal. I was off a few weeks ago through there, so yeah, no. Dry is fine. Dry is fine.
OK, right. Well, we'll not be doing a rain dance down in the pit lane then. Looking ahead at the rest of the season, obviously saying bank points, you know, that's important. So you are thinking about the points. Perhaps, maybe it's wrong of me to say this, perhaps not thinking of a championship challenge just yet, but, well, not saying that, but what would you sort of, at the end of the season, look back on and be happy with?
Fair. I'm doing just for the rankings, really. Just right, okay. That was, obviously, championship-wise, we know this is going to be a 4-horse race. That's not really a secret, is it? So, me, just get points and get my rankings up. I think we're 200 and something now. From 500 and whatever, I've done, 5 rounds, so we're getting there. You know, this season our results are better. I think, you know, this year, I know there's a lot less cars, but top 4 or 5 isn't unachievable. So, yeah, it's just come have some fun and go again.
I've said before, you're far too hard on yourself, but do you feel, honestly, like you're noticing an improvement in your driving based on where you were a year ago when you first came in?
Yeah, the second race at Brands, actually, I was in the car driving around and I had Boardley behind me and I actually felt, I was like, you know, I actually deserve to be here now. And I'm up there. Whereas last year, the car was just so slow. And obviously, with Josh ruined it for me. Well, obviously, coming second and would have won the race with a minute left to go. So everyone's like, oh, he'll come top 3, top 4, top 5. And the car, this was the circuit for that car in the UK. You know, it was fast, it was flowing, and that was the circuit for this car. And then going forwards, apart from Silverstone, where it was a drift machine, it was horrendous. It just had no power. Up the hills at Alton Park, it had no power. Brands Hatch, it was awful. I had Rick Kerry catching me on the straights at Alton Park. It was. Then then obviously I got the Cupra now, and the Elantra's got the power back. Yeah. So as soon as I go right and buy a Cupra, that car, it's all the power back, and now it's running in China and Italy, everywhere. It's just like, okay. But it is what it is. The Cupra's good. Obviously now the VZs, our cars probably aren't going to be developed anymore. I think the BOP will stay where they are. They might improve the VZs. So with us, it's just trying to stay where we are and trying to go forward. But I think with that car now, it's going to be difficult because the BOP will stay where it is. They're not going to have that more power and then beat the new one. So, yeah, I think I bought it probably at the latter part of its competitiveness. But it's a great car, you know, you get in it and it's just so confidence inspiring. Yeah. Where, you know, you get in it and you're quick off the bat, where the Elantra, because of how wide it was so difficult. But yeah, you know, I'm enjoying it this year. It's getting warm again, which is nice. But yeah, just go around, have some fun today, have some fun tomorrow. Try and do Alton, then we'll review it from there. You know, I was going to do 4 rounds, then it was 3. Obviously had an off at Donington, so it just see how we get on.
Well, we don't want to lose you off the grid. We do genuinely love having you here. So, you know, long may you continue to race with us. You never know, a couple of good results this weekend might change your mind.
Yeah, with my new dream car, we're having some great results. There we go.
If we promise to keep giving you plenty of advertising.
No money for me, it's his. It's Callum's just been nice, so any free drinks come my way, I don't mind.
There we go. Right then, thank you. Luke Sargent, everybody. Right, Jack, who have you found?
I found Aaron Lewis, and he was just chatting to me a little bit about how he's not quite found the ultimate golden spot yet, have you, with the Hyundai?
Yeah, no, we're just struggling a little bit with rotation in the slow stuff. Whether that's me driving or what, we're not sure yet. But we tried something for qualifying, but I don't think it really worked. So we've just tried something else now. It's more like a test session, to be honest with you. So just got to see what we can find, and hopefully we get a bit more pace. But we're 7th. I think the problem is it's going to be quite spread out. It's going to be, but so I think I'm going to be racing around on my own, to be honest. But it's what it is, 7th.
Well, I suppose if you're treating it like a test session, that's pretty much what you want, actually. There's an argument to say that, isn't it? But is it just a case of, was it like that at Brands Hatch as well, where it was just constant experimentation?
No, so Brands, we had a really good setup with the car, and the car rotated really well. I come away from Brands really happy because we'd got really good pace in it. Compared to, you know, the top boys, we was not far off the top boys on pace and stuff. We've come here hoping for a really good weekend, but we knew, you know, James, the team owner, said that we're going to probably struggle a little bit here. It's probably not one of our better circuits, but as a racing driver, you always want more, don't you?
You always want the top step. That's the thing, isn't it? And unless it is top step or the podium or whatever you see as a success, it's always going to fall short of that, isn't it? Unfortunately, if you're not necessarily racing quite as hard as you want to be.
Yeah, no, that's it. You always want more, and I think if we can just, I just hope it doesn't spread out too much too fast, because you want to be out there racing against someone. The last thing you want to be doing is just tootling around for 20 minutes on your own, and it gets a bit demoralising. But we will be able to learn some more from this. We've done some more setup changes.
What's the kind of setup changes that you can do on a race weekend? Because I know, like, a lot of people out there will hear the term, oh, we've changed a lot on the car. I'm not saying give away all your secrets, but what is the sort of stuff that you think you're playing around with and might help that sort of situation, the understeer on the exit of the corner?
Yeah, so we're just messing with rear toe and rear camber, to be honest. I'll come in after that, and they says, what do you need? I said, I need it to be scary. It just doesn't...
I could not have said, I have to say, I've never said that coming out of a car before.
Yeah, it just doesn't... You know, before I drove a Honda, everyone says to me, he said, well, I don't know if you're like that, they're a bit leery.
Right.
But the first test day that we done here, it felt leery and I liked it. And then Brands, it felt leery and I liked it. But we've come here and it just feels like we've got so much rear grip. It's like in the slow stuff. The fast stuff's all right. It's just the slow stuff. We're just struggling to get off the hairpin because you're kind of waiting. You know, we've got no rotation in the middle of the corner, so we're just going to tow it out and put a bit more camber on and see what happens.
Well, we were here. You just mentioned in the sort of season launch, we were here at Snetterton. I know the conditions were completely different, weren't they? Is that, do you think, the main reason? Did you come here today with that same setup on, or were you literally just starting again because it was so wet back then?
Yeah, no, so when we got the car, it come straight from Hyundai, and I don't think we really done anything with it, because I'd never drove it. I think the team just said, just go out and have a drive round and see what you think of it. And then I think they've took quite a bit of camber off it from how Hyundai sent it to us. But it felt better, so that's why I'm slowly just putting a little bit on every time I go out and trying a little bit more. Last thing I want to do is be coming through Coram backwards, so a little bit at a time. But
it's not the sort of place where you really want to risk that, do you? Because there's a pretty deep potato field that way, which we've already seen a Fiesta go into today, and obviously around Coram, it's a long way to run off, isn't it?
It's a scary corner, isn't it, Coram? Yeah, you go into Coram flat out. And then you start turning in, and then as the car's slowing down, the rear starts stepping, and you know, it doesn't feel too bad through there at the minute. So we've got to compromise between slow and high speed stuff. Yeah. It's finding that little balance and how I like it to feel. So
you've driven quite a variety of cars in your time, I'm pretty sure. What's sort of going out of Coram into Murray's? Obviously, no matter what car you're in, it's tricky, isn't it? It's one of the hardest braking zones to really nail and get a fast lap out of, isn't it? What do you find you quite like? Is it rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, or do you like how the Hyundai feels, or other cars you've mentioned before?
I've drove all sorts of cars.
What was your favourite car that you've sort of been driving around here, I suppose?
Jetta Super Cup.
It's a great car, isn't it? I have to be honest.
That's my favourite car, because I'm more rear-wheel drive than front-wheel drive.
Right.
So Mazdas, Jetta Super Cup, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I've always been rear-wheel drive, and when I went to front-wheel drive, I struggled with getting on the throttle too early and stuff. And I've done a lot of oval racing, all rear-wheel drive. Do you know what I mean? And it's you sort of get used to it.
Yeah.
You know.
I was going to say I've heard people who have come out of front-wheel drive test days and stuff like that and say, oh, you know, it's understeering on exit, it's understeering on exit. A lot of what you've just been saying. I'm not saying this is the reason for you, but they all, and then the team just goes, well, yeah, because you're driving it like a rear-wheel drive. So you're coming out the corner, you're trying to rotate the rear with the throttle, but actually all that does is wash the front away now. How hard is that for you to flip?
Yeah, so with this, you have to take it into the corner on the brakes and sort of stand it on its nose so it rotates, whereas in a rear-wheel drive car, you need to get on the throttle to turn the car. Yeah. It's you know, yourself, you've done it. It's just sometimes you have a bit of a brain fade as well, and you know, you kind of forget what you're doing, but as long as you remember when you're fully sideways to get hard on the throttle, you're all right.
I was going to say,
in the rear-wheel drive.
No, it's the opposite instinct that I would want to do in every situation. It's crazy, but no, fantastic. Thank you very much, Dan, for having a chat to us. It's great to have a word. Now, Andy McEwen is currently still chatting to Luke Sargent, so I'm going to carry on and move my way down to. He's actually catching up with me now to Jeff Alden, because I know Jeff has been hanging around, and Phil Kinch has actually told me come and interview him. So apparently we've ruined his lunch by making him wait, so we best get on with it.
It's all right though, because he was telling me he's got quite a nice meal planned a bit later on in this evening, because he's celebrating is Mr. Alden, and he's pretending to ignore me. Wander over here, Jeff, so we can have a little chat. Are you now? Are you now? You've always got time for us, Jeff. Happy birthday, Jeff. Where else would you rather be? Maybe don't answer this honestly. Where else would you rather be to celebrate your birthday?
I would not want to be anywhere else other than at Snetterton, obviously.
Is the right answer.
Yes. It's a beautiful day. The sun's out. I could be sat on a beach somewhere with, you know, a cocktail or whatever. But no, I'm here having fun.
That sounds like quite a good idea, actually. Maybe have a word with Lions. Let's have an international round next year, maybe. How are you enjoying your day then here at Snetterton so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, we had a good test yesterday, and we had some problems at Brands with the car, so we've been working through that, and it's getting better every time. So we're second quicker than we were yesterday, and we'll see where we get to in the race. But it's been a good weekend, so I can't complain. And,
some of the people up and down this grid would kill to find a second in lap time overnight. Where did you find it? Was you? Was it car? Was it both?
Me, obviously, because yeah, when the talent runs out, that's all I can say. It's just where we had some problems, and we're just building up from that end in terms of just sorting out the braking points and turning and everything else. So no, it's me all the way. The car is perfect and going really well now. So hopefully I can make a better fist of it in the race than I did in qualifying. So, but we'll see. It's having fun and enjoying. That's the most important step.
And our invites to your birthday party, they're on the way, yes?
Your invite is already in the post. Pro Alloys from about 6 o'clock. So yeah, cake, champagne, and singing, I believe.
Not from me, I hope.
Oh, I know.
From you.
From us. Unmute it.
That would be that. That button there. Now, hang on.
That's technology for you. Yeah.
Your car's got more buttons than that microphone.
No. There's only one button. That's the pedal to make it go louder.
But I'd love to keep chatting to you, Jeff.
No.
We have cars on the grid for the next race,
Definitely.
but I'm really happy we got a chance to come and talk to you. Go and get some lunch if you've got time, and we'll
you.
catch you later.
Lovely. Thanks very much, Andy.
Right then, time to go racing again here at Snetterton. The TCR cars will be out a little bit later on this afternoon for their first of 3 races here this weekend. The sun is definitely shining now. It's getting very, very warm here at Snetterton, just in time for our afternoon's racing.
Let it go. Let it go.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Snetterton. Big thank you if you joined us for the pit walk. If you think I'm slightly out of breath, it's because we only just realised the TDs have been sent out, and I absolutely sprinted across the track to get here. So Yes, it is the Audi TTs. It's the first time that we've seen these guys on stream for this weekend. Anyway, they had the qualifying earlier on. That was at 8. No, sorry, that was a scrutineering. It was about 10 o'clock. And then we'll be able to bring you the full rundown of the grid in a couple of minutes' time. Back launched in 2022, the Audi TT Cup was basically an amalgamation of every BRSCC driver that's ever driven in the BRSCC. It's a great championship. It's absolutely massive in terms of the amount of drivers, the amount of cars that are with us this weekend. In fact, you can actually see it there on the screen. This is the first season as a support series to the TCR UK, and it's only done wonders for the amount of drivers that have been signed up for it. In fact, in Brands Hatch, actually, they were threatening to have split grids. The only reason why they didn't in the end is because I think they had 2 drivers who decided to back out of it. But as the cars get underway for their green flag lap, we'll be able to bring you all of the rundown of the order, and I can tell you that it's a very, very close time-wise to the top couple of drivers, really the top 4 separated by less than 0.2 of a second. We'll be able to bring you the grid in a couple of minutes' time. There are drivers who you may well have heard of down the order. Carl Swift, TCR UK driver. So if anybody who's been following the TCR for a while will have heard of him. There's also Steve Foden, a 2023 Mazda MX-5 Championship, another BRSCC. Adam Blair, a former Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland driver. Will Stacey, who's a quick in a Lotus Elise and the MX-5 Super Cup. Mark Grice, a 3-time vice champion in the Civic Cup. There's also Matt Luff in terms of Civic Cup drivers. Matt Luff, 2022 Civic Cup champion. He also raced in the Fiesta ST240s in 2023, and I'm pretty sure there was someone else. Yeah, Danny Hobson, who's a Civic Cup race winner. So the grids will be up with you in a couple of minutes' time, but I'll tell you the front 2 rows for the time being, and while we're waiting for them, it is Rob Boston on pole position. Rob Boston Racing, of course. Second place, Carl Swift, was only 1/100th of a second behind. Third is Matt Luff, who I've just previously mentioned, and in 4th place is Bradley Burns, former Fiesta Junior and also raced in TCR Germany to Bradley Burns. Row 3, 5th place is Harry Yardley Rose and Andrew Dyer. Both of those drivers were 2023 race winners, I believe, in the TT Cup. 7th place is Luke Hanley, and 8th is Steve Foden. 9th is Adam Blair, and 10th is Ross McCarr. And I'll bring you the rest of the field. Actually, yeah, because we've got quite a long wait until the rest of this happens. In fact, what I'll do actually is, instead of bringing you the grid, apart from unless the grid pops up now, I'll be able to tell you. There we go, actually, and there's the rundown of the top 6 drivers who I've already mentioned, with Rob Boston on pole. There's the rest of them, down to the top 10 and top 12. Sorry, Pelosi and Stacey are in 11th and 12th, with Henry Howarth in 13th and Luke Waugh in 14th in the 111. 15th is Marco. Oh, sorry, no, I thought I got that wrong. That's the Fiesta grid. 13th is Hobson, 14th Brady, 15th Miga, and 16th Root, 17th Edgecombe, and 18th Bud. 19th is Luty, with 20th being the 21 of Smith. Row 11, we've got 87 of Kayla and the 33 of Booth. Row 12, 37 Rob and the 101 of Laidlaw. Row 13 is the 47 Bud and the 9 Williams. Row 14 is the 24 Savage and the 211 of Smith. Row 15 is Grice and the 104 of Chapman. I believe that is all we've got. And I say all we've got, that is 30 drivers that the TT have been able to sell, which is very, very impressive indeed. Now, Laidlaw, I think that Sam Laidlaw is a relation, not the actual driver from the TCR UK grid that we were speaking to before. Although, to be fair, I couldn't find Laidlaw actually when we were searching for him to do that interview in the pits, so maybe he was out here supporting. Just heard a whisper in my ear saying how close it is. If you do look at that, it does look like a packed car park, doesn't it? Waiting for McDonald's to open in the morning, just round the corner from Snetterton, to be honest. It's absolutely packed as you would like. And the front 2, couldn't ask for them to be parked closer. In fact, that pole position driver, Rob Boston, does look to be a little bit too central if you compare them to the rest of the odd rows further back, say row 3, where Harry Yardley Rose is parked very much further over in the 19 car. But Rob Boston and Rob Boston Racing will start on pole and will be defending very, very harshly into Ritchie's, I'm sure, and Carl Swift will be the driver. That job it is to try and meet them. The 5-second board gets held out, which means we are about to go racing. The engine noise rises, the lights are coming on. And for the first time here in the Audi TT Cup at Snetterton, round 2, we are racing. And it's a good start, it's a poor start at the rear end of the field. And already someone's off on the left-hand side on the circuit. It's a great start by Carl Swift. Rob Boston Racing just not getting off the line there, unfortunately, in the number 99. But it's also a decent start by Bradley Burns, I think, who's jumped up from 4th into 3rd place ahead of Matt Luff. Rob Boston again squirming a little bit as Matt Luff goes from 4th and tries to even take 2nd place actually away. May well have just failed on that one. Rob is able to just about hold on as there's still melee in the background with more drivers falling off the circuit, but they just about hold on to it. And look at that, the gap that Carl Swift has been able to forge for himself here is absolutely astronomical, to be honest, in comparison to the rest of the field. Rob Boston trying to defend from Matt Luff, who's looking very interested at the inside. The 6 of Bradley Burns wants to hang it around the outside of Agostini. Matt Luff trying to nudge him out of it. Rob going very defensive. Boston is going into Hamilton, still in 2nd place, but with Bradley Burns right there and waiting, hunting almost to try and get that position away from him. Matt Luff has fallen all the way down into 5th and may well be 6th place, as that is, they can't quite see the number. Unfortunately, Matt Luff has been turned around. That's the worst possible outcome that could have happened there. A few of the drivers involved, but he's luckily spun off the circuit. Matt Luff, former Civic Cup winner and champion, has ended up falling down the field. And that's a great shame, because that was looking like a really tasty little fight for 2nd place that we had on our hands. Number 19 is Yardley Rose. I'm still waiting to see who the red car was, who got ahead of Matt Luff. Ooh, a little bit of a shake there by Bradley Burns. Just about holds on to it, but I think, I fear for him, may well lose out onto Andrew Dyer. There goes Bradley Burns through the bomb hole. In fact, it's Harry Yardley Rose actually in the 19, isn't it? Ooh, going through corner, a bit of a trick of the camera there, I think, but it is getting very, very close, very dicey for 4th position. We will be able to chat to quite a few of our drivers actually after the race with Richard John Neal. Nice little dive into Murray's. And there's plenty of drivers who are mounting the curve trying to get any advantage they can, but the driver with the biggest advantage is Carl Swift, of course. He's got a 2.8 second gap between himself and the pole sitter, Rob Boston. As I said, the pole position time was only that of a 100th of an advantage. Getting very, very close. There's a nice little battle going on here towards the rear end. Well, I say rear end of the top 10, I'd say. William Stacey versus Danny Hobson. Stacey on the inside, got the 33. Really very interested. That's Patrick Booth, who's come from 11th place to try and battle inside the top sort of 10, maybe 9th or 10th. A few of those cars looking very similar. It's quite hard, but there's a nice move up the inside there. Just about nudged it, a little bit too much nudging, I'd say, from a Rob Boston Racing machine, a little bit further back. As they go down towards Agostini then, there's 73 of Ross McCaw, looking up the inside of the 22. Not actually sure who the 22 actually is. Seems to have maybe not working on the timing tower. I'm not entirely sure. We'll try and get him. In fact, it's Pelosi actually. Pelosi, who's in 14th place. So this sort of battle for the top 10 keeps rocking and changing as Matt Luff tries to find a way back through. It's very recognisable to find his car. I don't think there was much of an argument there to try and get past. Actually, no, it's a good drive, a good exit, to be fair, from the David Robb car. But he did end up having to duck out of it. In the end, here's Rob Boston versus Bradley Burns yet again through Brundle and Nelson. I think Bradley Burns is going for it. And it's a good move, but it's a massive hit up the backside. Rob Boston gets almost turned around. He manages to keep it going in a straight line. That was a huge hit that he received. I think it was from Yardley Rose just behind the battle, but that really hurt Rob Boston. Wouldn't be surprised if he ends up crabbing his way back. Not ideal at all. It was huge hits going into Nelson, and that is a big shame as well, because not only have we missed Matt Luff, we are now missing Rob Boston from that fight for the top 3. Cars 66, 22, 47 and 99 all have struggling transponders, so which is always fun because that's how we basically keep a track of where everybody is on the circuit. So if random cars pop up and they don't look like they should be here, that's probably because they got a problem with their transponder. And just as I say that, on the left-hand side, the timing tower starts going haywire. There is Yardley Rose with that very damaged front left and smoking of the tyre as well. I don't think that car is going to last the entire race. It's just a bit of a hunch, to be honest, more than anything. There's Andrew Dyer fighting the 51 of Luke Hanley. It says they're winning this race. They are not winning this race. I can tell you on the left-hand side that that is incorrect. There seems to be a bit of a mess up with the timing tower, and that's TSL. I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it. They're very quick, they're very efficient with it all, but the fight for, I think, further down in the top 10, and there we go. Bradley Burns now receives the top honours. It's Carl Swift who is currently leading this race, though, is again Yardley Rose just drops behind the 25 of Danny Hobson, and I think Yardley Rose is going to be bleeding positions now, given the fact that there's so much damage on that car. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a black and orange flag if it does start to smoke or create a bit more of a problem for him later down the line. Little lunge there into the infield. Who is that? He can't quite see from those angles. It's the 33. It's the 48, sorry, going through on 33. That's Stacey on Booth. Stacey in the 48 going through on Booth in the 33. So they've clearly changed a few times over the course of this lap because they keep changing on the timing tower as well. The fight for second place is still Bradley Burns. I can tell you that for sure the race leader is Carl Swift. Luke Hanley versus Adam Blair is the fight for third. And Rob Boston, after having that incident and having that massive amount of contact, is still being registered as 5th place. I'm not entirely sure if that's true. Oh, nice and wide there. Go grass cutting a little bit is Daniel Budd. Lovely looking car. Not 100%. It's called a Real Mini on the side of that car. I'm pretty sure that's an Audi TT, but you know what? It could be faking us. Acting more like a lawnmower, to be honest, on the outside there through Bummel. Right, I'm hoping that the timing tower has managed to sort itself out somewhat. It hasn't, but we'll be able to keep you up to date with what's going on in front of your screen, because there is Rob Boston. Now, I suspected that was going to have a lot more damage on the car than maybe it does, but we haven't quite seen the rear right of that just yet, although we have seen the car that's stricken it quite badly. That's Yardley Rose. And again, losing one more position as a car into the side is another Rob Boston machine, but I can't see the number and I can't see the name. It's the 38 of Root. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? It's,
He's gone straight on into the barrier. He manages to find reverse gear. Gets the car.
Yeah, no, he's managed to get back going. Hopefully he'll keep going. There is Rob Boston. He's getting overtaken by Hobson here. No, not quite just yet. Anyway, going through Agassini, but he does run a little bit wide. I think that right rear, it doesn't look as bad, but it's definitely hampering him, isn't it? Because he's not going forward anywhere near as much as he'd like. He's in 7th place. He is ahead of Danny Hobson. I'm not sure if that's happened on this lap. But Steve Foden is the next driver ahead, which is about 1.5 seconds. In terms of the championship order, as Yardley Rose is about to be picked off around the outside by Jason Pelosi, and actually Pelosi's been hung out to dry slightly. I think here comes William Stacey in the 48. In fact, no, it's not the 48, it's the 73, Ross McCarr. And Ross McCarr looking to go around the long way round as Rob Boston's car is now starting to flap as Hobson looks up the inside. It's going to be a bit of a flashback for Rob Boston. Luckily, there's no one colliding into the backside of him this time round. As Hobson gets through, Rob Boston has to settle for 8th place. He does have a little bit of a break between himself and what I believe is Patrick Booth in the 33. Not long before they catch up, though, and going into Murray's, you can already see how far Hobson has pulled away from Boston. And going into the last 5 minutes is probably the battle for the top 10 or maybe top 11. That is the closest out there on the circuit. Having said that, it looks like the podium positions aren't done and dusted. Luke Hanley and Andrew Dyer, the 51 and 15, not to be confused at all, is pretty much heating up as well. Number 33 has had track limits pinged at them. Yardley Rose with Ross McCarr This is to hold on to the top 10. Yardley Rose has basically made a cork stop out of himself, and he's going to be overtaken around the outside. No, he just about holds on to it, but some drivers are absolutely desperate, and I think that was the 73 of Ross McCarr. They got hung out. He let 3 drivers through just from being on the wrong side of the track going into the hairpin. So Edgecombe's gone through, Sam Meager and Jason Pelosi, as far as I can see. Yardley Rose, to be fair, I was expecting him to go a lot further back. That's Matt Luff in the background, looking left, looking right, trying to take advantage. It's a big dive to overtake the number 5 of Meager, and it was a bit of a Meager defence as well, to be fair, in the end. And Matt Luff goes through on quite an incredible recovery drive. He's only got 5 minutes left, but he's doing a pretty good job to try and get inside the top 5. He seems to be the driver with the most amount of impetus to move forward as Ryan Edgecombe goes around the outside of Yardley Rose. That's going to be a long old route because there's not only a right-hander there, they go onto the back straight through the right-hander. Can he get the cut back and try and get his nose at the inside? He's done a pretty decent job of suggesting he wants to go, but then obviously if he stays on the right-hand side of the circuit there, he will be on the outside going into Brundle and Nelson. So Carl Swift, with the fastest lap of the race, still leads the way. But this is the fight that Yardley Rose has really encouraged, shall we say. There goes Edgecombe through. So does Ross McCarr. Edgecombe's overcooked it, though, and absolutely messed it up, unfortunately. Gone over Brundle and Nelson and has gone straight over and, gifted everybody else behind him a position to go forward. So a bit of an outbraking manoeuvre going in around the outside. It's very difficult there, to be fair. It is a pretty special move, even if you are trying to overtake someone who's got that damage under the car. Going into Murray's then with 4 minutes to go. This could potentially be going on to their penultimate lap, given the fact that they are, 2 minute 10 laps. So this will be going on to the penultimate lap. Carl Swift has already started it. 3.3 seconds the gap. Could have been a lot closer once upon a time if a few of the drivers had not had such bad luck. Here goes Matt Love, one of those drivers with the bad luck, overtaking someone who maybe produced the bad luck with someone else. Yardley Rose has to sort of give away that place. I know he's trying really hard to defend, and to be fair, he's doing a great job at trying to restrict the amount of damage that we would have in terms of points for this race. But it is look like his car has seen better days, that's for sure. The fight for third, though, Luke Hanley, Andrew Dyer, Adam Blair, is something that we haven't actually spotted that much of. Is almost becoming a 4-way battle with Steve Foden, the number 77 involved as well, I think, is that car. Again, something that we haven't really seen that much of. Steve Foden, I'm pretty sure he was an MX-5 driver. As I said, this grid is very much a hodgepodge of BRSCC drivers from all over the place in different categories that have decided to all jump on this fantastic package. And the Audi TT is the car that they want to jump on with. The Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Championship is looking to go from strength to strength. There is Carl Swift and the noticeable gap that he's got to Bradley Burns. 15 minutes of qualifying, 15 minutes of races, of course, and I believe they get 3 races in a weekend. They're not going for the split grids just yet, but they're on the edge of it. If they even have 1 or 2 more entries, they will have to go to split grids because 30 is the maximum, I believe, that they can go to on most British circuits. Carl Swift really hasn't had many problems, though, has he? As he goes, he got into the race lead, and obviously the fight really was for second place between the likes of Bradley Burns and Matt Luff and Rob Boston, of course. Name escaped me there for a brief minute. But the fight was for second place, even though Carl Swift qualified in second. Once he got into that race lead, there was really no problem. He had about 0.8 of a second a gap on the first lap. 37 and 21 with track limits warning. As Rob Boston's overtaken Ross McCarr, Yardley Rose is going again. I think that looks like it's, I don't know whether it's the camera angle, it looks like it's slightly crabbing, that car. Rob Boston's, I mean. Here is the 22 trying to get past Yardley Rose. It's going harder and harder to try and hold on to those positions. And I think the 22 is one of the drivers that's having, it's Pelosi, it is Pelosi. I think they're having transponder issues, that's why they keep jumping up and down the order, struggle to identify them quite as quickly as we would like. Sam Meager is there as well with Pelosi. That's a very wide looking Audi. I think that's the 196 of Nick Brady potentially. as they go down in towards Agostini. Yardley Rose again, defending almost across the grass. As soon as you touch it with the brakes, you're going to end up making contact, and he outbroke himself. He's indicating off the circuit. He doesn't have the car underneath him. That was a little bit too hefty with the defence. As soon as you look like you're going towards the grass, he was never going to stop. You're just going to skid on. Made contact, and yeah, that was a bit of a shame. Yardley Rose ends up retiring from this race on the side with only a lap to go as well. Could have conceded that one place and still picked up some decent points. Overtake going on to the Bentley straight here, which is a lovely little move up the inside. That's from Laidlaw on Luty, I believe. Going down into, oh, look at that, there's Rob Boston's car basically hanging off. Oh, into Brundle and Nelson, very close to be going on the exit. I think that was McCarr versus, it wasn't Luff, was it? They seem to have gotten out of it all nice and clean and just about okay for the time being. The timer has ticked down to 0, which means we will have a checkered flag waved for Carl Swift. There he is. And it's a bit of a charging victory for Carl Swift. Second place for Bradley Burns. Luke Hanley, Andrew Dyer and Adam Blair round out the top 5 with Steve Foden in 7th. And Danny Hobson will likely round out the top 7 positions. The real question is, the driver who was pretty much on our screens for the majority of that one, where will Yardley Rose finish? Matt Luff ended up getting inside the top 10, which is a fairly miraculous feat for a driver that was turned around so early on in the race. Rob Boston somehow ended up keeping inside the top 10 as well. He ended up in 9th. Again, very impressive from those two drivers who were stricken early on. That's what can end up being a strong championship contender. Carl Swift will increase his championship lead. He had 101 points. He will receive another 50 for that race win, and I believe he got the fastest lap, so he will receive another 51. So he's on course to repeat his Brands Hatch escapades, which he did win and get the fastest lap for the first race, and then he won the second race without the fastest lap, though, it's worth noting. I think Bradley Burns got the fastest lap in that one. Sorry, no, it was Matt Luff actually got the fastest lap in race number 2 at Brands Hatch Indy. Snetterton is a 3-race event for these drivers. Croft will be a 3-race event, so will Thuxton and Silverstone International, which means Alton Park, as is for most drivers and most race meetings, it will only have 2 races, and Silverstone National, they'll only have 2 races as well. The results can be brought up on the screen now, and the provisional confirmed result, or confirmed provisional results I should say actually, as Carl Swift takes home the race win, and as I said, extends that championship lead. Bradley Burns is in 2nd place with Luke Hanley in 3rd. Andrew Dyer and Adam Blair looked like they would have a pretty good battle, but actually I don't think they really threw that many threw the gloves off really. They were quite happy in the positions they were probably. Steve Foden in 6th place with Danny Hobson in 7th. Patrick Booth in 8th, and then there's the drivers who had the storylines really. Rob Boston, who started on pole position, got turned round rather awkwardly, shall we say. Well, he was encouraged round rather forcefully. Ended up in 9th place by the end of the race, which to be fair I thought was pretty decent. I thought he was going to retire at one point. Matt Luff was also encouraged round, not quite as forcefully, but still encouraged. In 10th, Ross McCarr in 11th, Jason Pelosi was in 12th, Sam Meager in 13th, with Sean Smith in 14th. 15th was Charles Budd, with 16th Sam Laidlaw, 17th Brad Kaler, 18th Paul Luty, and 19th was Daniel Budd. 20th was David Robb, with 21st being William Stacey, 22nd Paul Savage, 23rd was Harry Yardley Rose. I'm not sure if he actually finished the race in the end. It didn't say a lap down, so potentially. 24th Ryan Edgecombe, and 25th Ruby Smith, 26th Mark Grice, and 27th is Nick Brady. And the last couple of drivers who ended up finishing a couple of laps down was Jonathan Williams, and 29th being Morgan Root. We did have 30 drivers. I didn't see Daniel Chapman finishing there, unfortunately. May not have taken to the start line, to be fair, Daniel Chapman, if it's not on the end results there, unfortunately. So we tried to start with 30, but we ended up starting with 29. We finished with 29. Not all on the lead lap, though, unfortunately. So I do believe that Richard John Neal will be available to have a chat and get all the post-race reaction from that very dramatic Audi TT Cup. And I'll just wait to see and hear when he is ready, and we'll be able to shoot you down there. In fact, I've just been told that the lovely Richard John Neal is ready and raring to go to have a chat to some Audi TT drivers. Richard, over to you.
This is the close-up of Carl Swift's car. Thanks very much, Jack, by the way. And victory lane. He was here a minute ago. I've lost him. Carl, let's get you over. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you. Bit of deja vu, isn't it? We had a double interview at Brands Hatch and another one here, so 3 out of 3, a perfect start. Congratulations for the start you've had to the season.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that one really, with Boston the time he did in qualifying, and then Brad behind on the second row. We looked at his data, Brad, when he got back, and he'd done a lap that was like half a second up on everyone to core him, and then got messed up by a back marker, a slow back marker. So as soon as I saw Bradley get behind, I started panicking a little bit, even though it was a decent gap, and making mistakes, and then managed to cool myself down and keep the gap then. But yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
Going back to the start of that race, yourself and Rob were very, very close. Rob was right on you, wasn't he, at the start? Was that to try and get a run down to turn 1, do you think?
Yeah, I think Rob was trying to play mind games. He came out of his box and right next to mine, and then started revving his engine for 20 seconds, in, just trying to get him ahead. But I just got a good second phase of the launch. It looked like he'd got it at first, but my mind hooked up and came good. So just managed to get in front of him and close it off before turn 1, and that was what I needed.
And behind you, it was getting a little bit frenetic, wasn't it? But you happy to have built up that 3+ seconds gap?
Yeah, I didn't realise it was as much. In the mirror, it looks about half a second.
Really?
No, I mean, not maybe that much, but it doesn't look 3 seconds. So yeah, I was still pushing hard and panicking.
What happens now? I mean, in terms of 3 straight wins, obviously it gives you a little bit of a cushion, but very, very early days, you can't afford to take the foot off the gas, can you?
With a traditional point system that you might get in Civic Cup, for example, that'd give you a massive lead. But the way the TTs are, the bloke in 10th is only getting, 50 for a win, 37 for 10th. There's not a lot of difference. So 4th place on the grid has lost a few points to me. It's not a lot, so you've got to keep punching it in, and finishing is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I was going to say a DNF would hit things, but I don't want to start talking about those because you don't want them either.
More crucially, an accidental DQ for maybe being slightly underweight or slightly under ride height, that just completely wrecks the season. So you just better be safe, high, heavy, get the finishers.
Rest of the racing weekend, how does it sort of pan out for you?
Yeah, looking good so far. So I'll start pole on that next one, which I think is a bit cleaner side of the track, so hopefully can make use of that. But then we're going to reverse grid for race 3, which is, I've not got my head around it yet. It's like top 3, get reversed to the back, and then someone from last comes to the front. I don't really know, but we'll see where we get there.
Okay, that's good. Not much to change on the car. I must be relatively happy.
Feels good. I've not changed a single setting since we arrived Friday morning in all the sessions. It's been, the balance, like the first time ever, the balance has felt great. No matter what tyre's been on it, it's just felt good, so I've left it.
A driver who doesn't tinker if it's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. Carl, well done. Many congratulations. A fine win, 3 out of 3. Bradley Burns takes 2nd position. Bradley, let's go and grab a word. It's been a few weeks since we spoke at Brands Hatch, but good to get you back on the podium again. Yeah. And was there a bit of contact with Rob Boston? I think you were in the mix amongst several other drivers, but very frenetic, wasn't it, the early stages?
Yeah, it was close race at the beginning, a few door bashing, getting squeezed a bit. So, Nose went behind outside, down under a bridge, and then I looked at my mirrors and I think someone hit the back of him. So there's nothing I could have done. I think Yardley hit the back of him, I believe. But yeah, that was that really. But yeah, apart from that, it was all good really.
Amongst other things, our history goes back to Clio's, which of course that's part and parcel of it, isn't it?
Yeah. It's Clio racing. It's close racing. It's good. Yeah. So hopefully we've got race late today. Hopefully we can do the same again, if not a bit better.
What can you do about Carl though? He's got 3 out of 3. It's a pretty impressive start to the year, isn't it?
Yeah, he's doing well. He's quick. We'll look at the data and then we'll go from there and see what happens in the race. Really.
Much to change on yours? Have you got sort of ideas of what you might want to alter?
No, I'll probably just leave it as it is and just have another go.
Fair enough, Bradley. Well done. Good to see you on P2. Many congratulations. And 3rd position goes to Luke Handley. We've got Luke over. Well done, Luke. Good to see you. First time I've interviewed you on the podium, but no stranger to the TT podium.
Not last year, no, the first one this year though, better than the first round at Brands, to be honest, which was terrible. Second race got, obviously, some contact and turned around in a big accident, so qualified 7th, never thought ever for a million years I'd be 3rd, so I'm really pleased with that. It's like a win, to be honest.
What was it that opened up for you there?
To be fair, there's a few incidences on track, and then managed to just get past Andy and Adam and hold them off, basically, and that was it. I was never catching Bradley or Carl, to be honest, but yeah, it's always amazing, isn't it?
That's next up in the project plan, presumably.
I don't know about that. It's hard work, I think. Them two are slightly further ahead than me, but I'm pleased I'm over the moon. It's like a win, honestly.
This is a huge grid. I mean, they sound fantastic. They look great going off the grid. So to carry that podium form forward from last year is a bit of a result, isn't it?
Yeah, to be honest, I said to my wife when I said this year, I said, we got some podiums last year. Don't expect that this year. If we're top 10, we'll be pleased with that. But yeah, the first round we qualified 5th, finished 5th in the first race, and then obviously a DNF in the second, and now we've got a 3rd in the 3rd race. I mean, I'm over the moon. It's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I thought I wouldn't be anywhere near that. So yeah.
Well, keep at it, Luke. We know we got it in you from last year. Many congratulations and good luck for the remaining 2 races. And finally, we get a chance to talk to Patrick Booth. Patrick, great to see you. Well done. And our first Masters win of the year. Sean had a double at Brands. Let's switch the clock back for you. 2nd season of Audi TTs. How was Brands for you?
Brands was pretty awful, to be honest. So I did quite well in the Masters last year, to be fair. And then Brands, we had all sorts of issues. We switched my car from a sequential gearbox to manual, and then we just had a little niggle after niggle. So I was really pleased with today because this is the first session this year where my car's actually just run fine. Last night we had Ali in the 4G team, we had Adam from TT Spares under the car at 10:30 at night, putting a new clutch in after it exploded yesterday. So this morning it was suck it and see. It survived in qualifying 22nd, and apparently I'm 8th.
Fantastic stuff, isn't it? Great race, and it gives us a competition in the Masters as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope we get a few more. There's quite a lot of Masters out there, and I'd love to be racing a bit more with these guys as well. And now we've sorted the car out, I think we want to see all of the 4G cars up the front.
That would be good, and more drivers welcome to this championship because they can split the grids as well, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good racing. The cars are very standardised. It's incredibly fair. And when you look at the time differences between the top drivers and the drivers halfway down the grid, it's really not very much. So anyone could do well.
Fantastic. Patrick, lovely to interview you. Congratulations on winning the Masters class. Good to see you too. Good luck for races 2 and 3. Hopefully we'll see Patrick. I'm going to whiz over here because we're into qualifying for juniors. So by all means shout at me if you want me to get off camera. But I'm going to have a word with Rob Boston, who started on pole. And Rob, go on, mate.
Hello, mate.
I thought it was going to be...
This is a commiserations interview.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get the winners interview or podium interview, but it was a little bit of paint trading and whatever. Talk us through what happened from your perspective.
I got some contact in the opening couple of corners, which instantly knocked the tracking out. So it was very difficult just to sort of judge exactly where it was going to point in the first few corners. Anyway, I was just about hanging on. Bradley Burns went round the outside of me under the bridge there, and then I don't know which car it is at the moment. I think Yardley Rose tried to follow through where there was absolutely no opportunity, I'm afraid, and just torpedoed me and done quite a lot of damage. So just a bit punched up, you know. They didn't want me to have it my way, just drop in and win, did they? So, yeah.
In some, I'm not saying you're a target, but people go, "Wow, this guy's come in, and we've got to try and."
I jest, of course. It was just just unlucky, wasn't it? Really, I think had I not had the initial contact in the first few corners, it'd have probably been a bit easier to deal with. But regardless, still, it wasn't anything that was going to stop me battling with the top 3 for a win. But like I say, obviously, that second contact was definitely well. Luckily, it didn't DNF. I managed to drag it round. It wouldn't go down the straights. The straights were a problem, but we dragged it around, got a ninth place. So if the lads can straighten it, we'll have another go, eh?
More importantly, what do you reckon to these Audi TTs?
Oh, they're superb. We looked at it last year with keen eyes and sort of thought, oh, this is something we can get involved in. And Sean Woods and BRICC and all the guys behind it have done a great job of putting a great package together. And the racing's proven to be tough. So yeah, and that's what we all want. Want good affordable racing, and that's what it's providing. So in teams like ourselves, I know we're not snobs. We race at all levels. Right from the top level to very grassroots entry level, and this ticks a lot of the boxes for all of it. So yeah, it's really good.
So go back to today. Are you a guest driver, or are you in championship points? What's the score?
No, it just a guest round. There's a few different. There's 2 options on car actually. The cars are all identical, barring one factor. You can run a DSG. Paddle gearbox or a manual gearbox, and obviously we're very new into the championship, so we're just trying to figure out which is to our advantage, frankly. So that was the idea really. So we're running a brace of DSG cars and one manual car, and it appears they're very equal. So yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Nice for anyone who's thinking of coming in. Rob, I'll let you go back to sort the car out. Thank you very much, and sorry that we didn't see you on the podium, but we had the interview anyway with Rob Boston. Absolute star. Love having Rob here. Always great for a camera interview. Plenty more coverage coming up for you here on the stream over the next 2 days. Of course, headlined by the TCR Championship. We've also got the Milltek Civic Cup, plus a plethora of supports from the British Racing and Sports Car Club. So please stay with us over the course of the weekend. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick ad break. Stay with us, and thanks for joining us. We'll see you shortly.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Just due to the location.
Welcome back to Snetterton, everybody. Then we're down in the pit lane where activity is starting to build now ahead of our first TCR race action of the weekend. They've had their qualifying session earlier on. Adam Shepherd putting his Cupra on pole position. And in a few minutes, we hope, he's going to be heading out onto the track to line up on the front row of the grid. We do have a small delay in the Fiesta Junior session that's happening beforehand, so we've got a bit more time to wander up and down the pit lane and try and find a few people to have a chat with. So let's start wandering, why don't we? Down, in fact, actually, before we go, have a little look in this garage here. This is our TCR race hub for the weekend, and you'll see there's some practice going on for a bit of activity that we're going to have later on in the day. There is a TCR UK Darts League that is starting as of this afternoon. You can catch it all on our social media channels. Darts, I'm reliably informed, is sweeping the nation at the moment, and we're cashing in on that basically, so be sure to tune into the socials. A couple of drivers I've just seen in there getting a bit of practice in ahead of what arguably is the big sporting event of the weekend here at Snetterton. Forget the racing, it's all about the darts, and you can catch it all on socials a bit later on in the week. Right, far more interestingly, let's start talking to some drivers, shall we? Is Mr. Boardley around? He's down the back of the garage, and he's going to keep ignoring me, I suspect, but this is Carl Boardley, reigning champion, but struggling a little bit for pace this weekend. He's going to be starting, I seem to recall, on the second row of the grid, and I think he is going to come and have a little chat with us now, which would be good, to get his thoughts ahead of what is going to be An interesting race, I think, because the track temperature is definitely starting to climb now. This morning it was quite overcast, quite chilly. The sun is definitely breaking through that cloud cover now. The track temperature is getting warmer, and that's going to make tyre management key. The races are 5 minutes shorter this year than they were last year, only 20 minutes. But in this heat around this kind of track, you've really got to look after the rubber. Let's have the thoughts then of our reigning champ. Your thoughts on the day so far, Carl? I mean, a little bit frustrated, I think, weren't you, after qualifying? Do you think you can move forward in the race?
Yeah, quali was just one of those, really. Struggling to get a balance with these new tyres we're on this year at the minute, so we're just trying lots of different things, and we just went a bit too far, so the car was just a bit too leery in qualifying. So just a case of trying to put together a couple of semi-tidy laps, not do anything silly and not throw it off, which we managed to do. So yeah, we're 4th, I think, for the first one, so we'll see what happens. But trouble is, there's not many cars, is there? So it's one of those, it might just sort of plateau after a lap or two, and then we're all just going round. But hopefully that won't happen, and we've made some fairly drastic changes again now, so just going to keep going until we get the balance and get it back to where we need to be.
Talk to us about the tyres then, because the viewers at home have probably heard us mention these new tyres this year a few times, but what is so different about them? Because, to the uneducated, like me, you look at them, they're black, they're round, they look about the same as they did last year. What is it that's made them such a handful?
So with the other series, they were using a different tyre to us, so it made sense from Goodyear's perspective to put all the cars the same sort of weight, so it made sense to put us all on the same tyre compound. So we're now using the same tyre. It's construction-wise is pretty much the same, but it just seems to have a bit more lateral grip to it. So technically, it should be a better tyre, a more grippy tyre. But from my side, it just seems to have upset the balance of the car. So we're just trying to work through a number of things, and it's almost like we're trying to lose a bit of grip out of the car that the tyre seems to have given us.
Well, you might find yourself losing some grip at the end of the race, though, because it's getting hotter now, isn't it? Is that something that affects these tyres differently than you've had in the past as well?
We'll find out in a little while. I'm normally quite kind on tyres, so that's possibly where we might even start to come into our own a little bit, maybe the last sort of 4 or 5 laps. We're normally sort of still trucking along at the end, so even if we start to lose a bit of pace or a bit of distance to cars in front, then I'm sure I'll try and reel them back in a little bit further on. So, but yeah, I mean, obviously tyre degradation is a big thing, so the others have got to cope with them as well. So we're all going into a little bit of an unknown, but I'd like to think I've got enough up there to make it so that we can do a good race distance.
Well, you know how to win a championship. You proved that last year. It's all about consistency, isn't it? So best of luck for the race, mate, and hopefully we'll chat to you on the podium.
Yeah, cheers, stuff.
Carl Boardley, then, keep an eye on him. I wouldn't count him out, that's for sure, and he's definitely going to be looking to move forward. But tyres, a big talking point here this weekend. Let's have another chat with Jeff Holden. Why not? We had to cut the last one short, Jeff, because there was a race taking place. You've got the fan club here, you've got the car looking brilliant as always. And your fiancée?
Yes.
And what's your name?
Anna.
And have you been giving him some driving tips? Is this why he's starting to find a bit more speed this weekend?
I always give it.
Yeah, lots of tips, but mainly looks after me and keeps me in check.
I was going to say, you need someone when you come in to tell you off if you're not going quickly enough, right?
Well, that's it. Definitely going to get that.
But not today, because you are going quite quickly. You found a bit of speed, you said, in qualifying earlier on this morning. Race pace is a different matter, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we'll actually go quicker in the race than we will in qualifying. It always seems to be the way that we go. As the weekend gets on, we get quicker and quicker. So I'm going to cross my fingers, hope. Sun's out, it's a beautiful day, we're going to have fun.
Quite an interesting battle as well going on, actually, isn't there, amongst the Gen 1 cars a little bit further back, but very evenly matched. And, you are in the hunt for podiums, perhaps wins in the Gen 1 Cup. So that, I guess, is realistically the target?
Definitely, yeah. I think in Gen 1, say, Brands wasn't quite what we expected, but I think here we've definitely got kind of, possibly a win in Gen 1, but certainly get on the podium there without doubt. So I think that's my plan anyway. So it will be good.
Good stuff. Thank you, Jeff. Birthday boy. That's the last time I'm going to mention that until the race starts, probably. Jeff Holden celebrating his birthday here today at Snetterton and loving life, as is Will Beach, I'm sure. Let's see if we can... Will looks like he's just about to get into his car, but Will... Will, can we have a little chat with you? Is that all right? Again, they all do this. They pretend that they can't hear me, but I know they can. So I'll go to Will, shall I? I'll have a little wander around here because he was about to get in his car, and we're probably going to knock him right out of the zone now. But are you a driver who likes his alone time before the race, or are you quite relaxed?
Yeah, like 5-10 minutes just to settle my thoughts and plan what we're going to do.
And do you sort of looking ahead at the race and thinking, right, this is how I want the start to go and this is the plan, or just generally trying to calm yourself? What's going through your mind?
Just calm myself and think about the start, what I want to do, and make a few positions up on the start.
Tricky things to get off the line, these, aren't they? And of course, you've not had a huge amount of experience at standing starts, so do you think you're wrapping your head around it? What is the sort of start procedure?
Yeah, well, in race 2, last round, I made a terrible start. Third race, I made a good start, so it's just practice.
Well, yes, practice does make perfect. You've had plenty of laps as well this weekend already, but now the track temperature's starting to change. Are you worried maybe that the things you've learned so far today might now go out the window?
Yeah, well, we were testing yesterday, so it was warmer than this. So the tyres did go off, but we just have to keep on it and drive around it.
Sounds like a plan. Right, we'll let you have your alone time. Thanks for having a chat. Will Beach there, who is our Gen 1 Cup Championship leader after Brands Hatch's season opener last time out. This is Steve Laidlaw, I'm going to presume. No, this is Steve Laidlaw. Let's have a little chat, Steve. I got confused because I haven't actually met Steve yet, because every time we've come to have a chat, Steve, you've been off in the other side of the paddock. Steve was actually doing double duty this weekend, I believe, racing this and in the Audi TTs. That's quite a workload you're taking on.
Yeah, it's been interesting so far.
And how are you finding it in the Hyundai then? It's a quick car, we know it goes well around here, but I'm guessing a car you've not had a huge amount of seat time in.
Yeah, a massive learning curve for me. I bought the car 3 months ago. I saw it for the first time yesterday. I've done the 2 test sessions and that's it, so it's really a case of me trying to figure out where my feet are at, not changing the setup, just trying to find confidence in the slicks and the brakes, which are phenomenal actually.
So no slick experience in the past then, really?
I've done Clio Cup Middle East last year, which is different to the UK and the European variants, but it's a very different driving dynamic.
So what are your sort of realistic targets then? It's so difficult, isn't it, when you're new to this? It's such a steep learning curve, and you tend to find drivers make big steps forward over that first weekend. Are you finding that?
I was until quali this morning. I feel like the occasion kind of got the better of me a little bit and I went backwards. I know where I've gone wrong, and I think having somebody to chase and being in a pack, racecraft should come in regardless of the experience of the car, so we'll see where we go. But yeah, my expectation is to not embarrass myself too much. Anything above that's a bit of a bonus.
We'll keep an eye on you. Well done. Thank you for having a chat. Steve Laidlaw then, brand new to the championship. Always lovely to get some new names involved in TCR UK. Not long left now before the cars will start to be waved out of the garages, so we might struggle to get too many drivers, but I'm going to try and have a little hunt around. Of course, they won't be that keen actually to be getting in the cars just yet, because it's going to be very warm in there. They're going to really start struggling, I think, with heat inside the cars, and they won't want to spend any longer in that cockpit than they really absolutely have to. This here, Adam Shepherd, car starting on pole position, and actually we've got our top 2 on the grid, next door neighbours. Adam Shepherd on the left, on the right the Rob Boston Racing Audi of Joe Marshall, who made his debut here in TCR UK a year ago. And in fact, if Joe, that is Joe, isn't it? See if we can drag Joe around, shall we? Joe, can we just interrupt what again looks like a very important chat? Can we have a quick chat, Joe? Is that all right? We'll drag you out here just because the signal's a bit better. Front row start, really good job in qualifying, I thought that. I mean, within a tenth of Adam Shepherd, who was obviously on it. He reckons he had a few tenths in the bag though. What do you think? Same for you?
Yeah, I mean, we only used 1 set of tyres. I think Adam used another set of front, so we just played it safe. We got a brand new fresh set to carry over to Alton Park or use in race 3, we don't know yet. So yeah, there's still a little bit more time in myself and the car, to be fair, so it should be an interesting race.
Made your debut here just over a year ago now in TCR UK, and actually even that weekend you showed some good promise, had a bit of a moment at the complex, I seem to remember, in one of the races.
Thanks for reminding me for that, yeah.
Any time, mate, that's what I'm here to do. But you showed good speed, and I kind of feel like you're the next logical driver to get that first victory. Mm-hmm. What do you think it is that's prevented that from happening so far? Because there's no doubt you've got the ability, bit of bad luck.
I'll say a little bit of bad luck and a little bit of mistakes on my side. Like, I've had the car underneath me at Brands and here. So Brands, I think, we were quick all weekend, race 2. I decided to go the inside instead of the outside for turn 1, so that just put me back in the pack. So got back up to P3. So yeah, I haven't made it easy for myself, but I think if I'm being in the right place at the right time, I think this is the best starting position we've ever qualified. So I know Adam's quick, but I think we've got the same pace as him, so I don't see why if I see a little bit of a move, I'll go for it.
So do you think that this is all going to come down to the first lap of the race, or do you think maybe you can play the long game? I mean, tyre management's going to be interesting. Is there an advantage to one car or one driver over the other in that regard?
You can't really plan these things. You don't know what's going to happen, but I'm just going to try and get a good start, and if I see a gap, I'll go for it, and that's, yeah, a bit of door-to-door, but it's Victoria car racing, so it is what it is.
Music to my ears. Joe, best of luck. Congratulations on the front row starting position. There is one more driver I think that we might be able to have another chat with. We often find excuses to have a chat with Brad Hutchison, who's looking very relaxed. Look at that, leaning against his car. The most chilled man in the TCR UK paddock, but you should be getting yourself a bit more hyped up than this. The race is only 5 minutes away.
Yeah, well, I think I am ready, to be honest. I mean, I'm really, really excited, but, you know, I'm still pretty chilled. I don't know why, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Maybe that's a good thing, though. I mean, I've just had a chat with Will Beach and a couple of the drivers about their pre-race prep, and I think sometimes you can overthink it, right? You can get yourself a bit too in the zone, you can overthink it, and then in the heat of the moment, it all goes out the window anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't do a lot of thinking at all, so there's no danger of an overthink happening, really. Yeah, I mean, you can have all the plans you want, but by the time you get to turn one, you never really know what's going to happen, so you just sort of aim for a gap and go for it, really. That's the plan. As long as you've got that in your brain, you're all right.
So we're going to get a feisty Brad Hutchison today, are we? I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Fired up, ready to go. I'm looking forward to it.
Good stuff. Well, I think you are ready to go now, so we'll let you go and get in the car, because round number 4 of the TCR UK Championship for 2024 is coming up any moment now. The cars will be heading out of the pit lane in a few minutes' time. Race 1 of the weekend coming up next.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Well, thank you very much there, Andy, for doing the Lord's work and getting up and down and interviewing the drivers, finding out all their pre-race routines, what their theories are going into it, and what they're expecting as well. It's going to be very exciting to see as the TCR UK season is now thoroughly underway. The second round here and going into the first race. Qualifying was a little bit of a teaser. We enjoyed it immensely, but it's only really waiting for the main event, which is about to come up on your screens as well. We don't have long to wait. The drivers are getting into their cars, as you saw when Andy was having a chat to them, and then they'll be driving down the pit lane, around the circuit, and starting to line up exactly in front of where you can see. In fact, you can see some of the grid people out there now waiting and watching. In fact, I think is that some of the Pro Alloys team members who are potentially being the grid people for TCR. I look forward to that one. So, with Adam Shepherd, interestingly, the only driver inside the top 7 in the championship that didn't score a qualifying point last time out at Brands Hatch. He is the driver who scored the maximum amount of qualifying points here at Snetterton, scoring 6, getting himself on pole position. He seemed very relaxed. He seemed very happy whenever we've chatted to him. We've chatted about 3 or 4 times to him already today, actually. And he seemed ready and raring to go. Joe Marshall also seemed like he was pretty keen to try and get in front of him, but not as feisty as I was expecting from Joe Marshall, to be honest. He's quite happy just to sort of play a bit of a chilled sort of session and see where the race can take him. But I can assure you, as soon as he gets that helmet on, it's going to be full throttle, all systems go to try and get that race win off Mr. Shepherd. Carl Boardley seems to be forever struggling, according to him, and struggling to get the car hooked up the way he wants it, with all those changes in the tyres and therefore the changes in the setup that he's going to have to deal with. He still has qualified in 4th place. He's still got 2 second places at Brands Hatch, and he still sits 3rd in the championship. So you have got to take these racing drivers with a pinch of salt. Callum Newsham, who was pretty sensational at Brands Hatch, not necessarily the qualifying he was hoping for. He was sort of off the pace for the majority of it, really, up until he did put in one flying lap to overtake Carl Boardley and put himself into 3rd place. But with a 1 minute 56.82, he was a good 1.2 seconds behind our pole sitter, Adam Shepherd. The fear here slightly is the fact that Mr. Shepherd and Mr. Marshall will drive off into the distance, because Shepherd and Marshall both put consistent laps together to get their front row of the grid. So they'll likely, well, I think they have got the front row for race number 3. If anybody's curious of the format, then race 1 was the grid for race 1 is dictated by qualifying that we saw earlier this morning. Race 2 is a reverse grid, which always adds a little bit of spice to it. Race 3 is the second fastest qualifying time from qualifying, which means that a couple of drivers in the race 2 at least, which is the morning race tomorrow, will get an opportunity to have their moment in the sun and potentially get a shock race victory, which we do see every so often in the TCR and the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. In fact, that's where Adam Shepherd got his race victory at Brands Hatch a month ago. So as I said, he wasn't one of the drivers that qualified within the top 6, but he did get a race victory and 2 third places, which is exactly the sort of thing you need to do when you are scoring for championship at the end of the season. Also had a chat to Darren Lewis. He seemed fairly underwhelmed with how his Hyundai is currently operating. He was complaining on exit, corner exit and understeer and everything like that, but he also did say that maybe that is part of just driving front-wheel drive cars and that he's getting on the throttle a little bit earlier, but he thinks that the Hyundai could be a little bit more aggressive. So it's an opportunity to experiment, apparently, here at Snetterton for him. Was something that I'm excited to see how his progress is as well. I can tell you that Mr. Andy McEwen has rejoined me in the commentary box, and you've been all over the place today, Andy, but you have got the insight to every single driver out there on the grid, haven't you? They all seem fairly relaxed from it. Is the sort of disposition I'm gaining from it.
100%. I mean, I tried to pick that up as, you know, the anticipation and the tension was rising, but...
They weren't playing ball, were they?
Not at all, no. They all looked so chilled. I think they were more relaxed than I was, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, that is a good sign, I think. And like I said to Brad Hutchison at the end there, I think drivers sometimes can get a bit too sort of in the zone, a bit too revved up for a race. And, you know, often that really seems to end in disappointment. I think being a little bit more relaxed is a good way to go. They've got 3 opportunities to try and get some good results this weekend. You know, this first race is very much about just survival. Get through this one, no trouble, no damage done to the car, and focus on tomorrow. That's where really the big points are available. So yeah, they're all feeling pretty relaxed. Even the likes of Steve Laidlaw about to make his debut in the championship. He seemed pretty chill. And so, to be fair, did Carl Boardley. You know, Carl might not be feeling all that confident, but he's also not really stressing about it particularly. And why should he? Because even Carl Boardley on an off day is better than most of the other drivers on the grid. You know, he's still managed to qualify reasonably well for this one, 4th on the grid. and we've got those big 4 drivers, the top 4 drivers we expect to be fighting for the championship, filling out those first 2 rows of the grid. So don't be fooled into thinking that because we're down to 12 cars this weekend, the racing won't be all that exciting, because that little group of drivers we've got at the front, they're so evenly matched, and they know that every single point this season will count.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, it's interesting you talking about the sort of drivers who get themselves a little bit too amped up for things, and whether that can work against them actually. As anybody out there who studies sport or anything at university will know, there's sort of the psychology, there's the arousal levels that you can go into sports routines and stuff. I know it sounds worse than it is, don't give me that eye. Paul O'Neill is not here yet. We do not go that low. Yeah, that is a genuine theory of how sports performance can increase with the amount of stimulus basically that you put into someone. And if you do focus too much into building yourself up and almost get yourself too amped for it, it can actually be a detriment to your sports performance. So everybody's slightly different, everybody's got a different graph, everybody's got a different arc, and it's just finding out what works best for you, and that's half the battle really. That's why you see a lot of young drivers potentially thinking they need to go all out, they need to have this really sort of strong start, and they go very aggressive early on, and they're all overcomplicating the start of it. It doesn't need to happen, and they learn that through experience, like cardboarding.
100%, and that experience, we've seen that even for the likes of Adam Shepherd over the few years that he's been here, you know, really changing a little bit as a driver, and not TCR, but Max Edmondson in the Civic Cup, 100%, another example of that. In the space of about 6 months, went through a complete transformation and suddenly started winning races and championships. So I do agree, I think that is by far the best attitude to have. Just take every race as it comes, and remember, this is supposed to be fun. You're spending enough money on this. If you're not enjoying it, there really isn't much point, is there? So yeah, you've got to be enjoying yourself and just try to have a good time. If there is a single driver on the grid who epitomises that attitude, I suspect it's Jeff Oldham, particularly today, looking very, very relaxed and very much enjoying his day here in the sunshine, sort of, at Snetterton.
Brief sunshine.
I know, I keep looking out the window and thinking it doesn't look all that warm. I can assure you it really is, but maybe that's just because I've done 27 laps up and down the pit lane today. I don't know.
You probably have done about 27,000 steps as well, haven't you, out there?
I don't look.
To be fair, the cloud is breaking up slightly. I think the threat of rain, for the time being for this race anyway, has probably subsided, hasn't it? I don't know what the weather gods have got in store for us tomorrow. That could be completely different, obviously, out here in Norfolk. But at the moment, it does look like we're going to have some dry running for the rest of the evening, well, rest of the afternoon, sorry, I should say, actually. And that will probably be good news for the likes of the TCR, the Milltek Sports Civic Cup, and there is a whole host of other events coming on, and BRSCC support package. So I'm going to take this very quick opportunity to give you a brief rundown of what you can expect for the afternoon and potentially a little bit of tomorrow as well. We've already done the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Championship, the Fiesta Junior Championship. We had their qualifying session just now while Andy was chatting to the TCR drivers. You can see their races tomorrow with Andy as your commentator. The TCR is about to pop off with the we'll obviously have the full TCR reaction afterwards as well, and then we'll build up to the Milltek Sports Civic Cup Championship, which will take place at around about 4 o'clock. We are running a slightly ahead of schedule, so if you are looking at the status of the schedule and you're thinking, well, this seems a bit quick, they're not supposed to start this for another 10 minutes, well, that's because we are running ahead, which is for the first time ever, I think, at a race meeting that I've been to anyway. Just go to show how well the organisation is. And then after the Milltek Sports Civic Cup, we will have a reaction, obviously, before at about 5:20 we should have the ST240, Fiesta ST240 Championship, and then the final race of the day, which is the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup round, race number 2. Sunday, Andy, you're very much looking forward to, aren't you? Because you're in the commentary box all day covering all the BRSCC action, all the TCR and Civics and everything in between, aren't you? So it should be a full roster of race series to get your teeth into.
100%, and that really is what makes TCR UK so exciting these days, that it is part of this fantastic package with BRSCC, and you know, it is a great day out for people who come to the track. It's a great day for us sat watching, and it's a great day perhaps to try a new profession if your name is Alex Kite. Alex Kite, former TCR UK racer, current Civic Cup racer, and well, now let's just be careful here, Alex. It's not yet past the watershed. Starting stood on the front row of the grid are both Alex and Harry England, who raced for Pro Alloys in the Civic Cup.
He doesn't look as keen, does he?
Having none of it, we've got to wave out of him. That is at least something. But yeah, they've been coerced is perhaps too strong a word, but they've been, Nikki Lyons has chatted to them, she's got them out on the grid, and they are very much showing their interest in TCR UK. Harry England having just come out of the Fiesta Junior Championship into Civic Cup, and there are lots of junior drivers out there right now looking at TCR as a good place to come and race. So this is their first step, in Alex's case, back towards the TCR grid. Perhaps for Harry, his first step on the TCR UK journey. Hopefully we'll have them back in cars in the near future.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you like the idea of being able to get on and do the grid walk and everything like that, then you can do that on the Sundays, can't you? I believe we did it at Brands Hatch. I believe we're doing it tomorrow. It could be something to be short here, but I think we're doing it tomorrow as well.
I think for race
because they had lunch break and grid walk. It's happening at 1 o'clock tomorrow between 1 and 2. So if you do fancy getting down onto the grid and looking at some of these cars close up, then there's always that opportunity at TCR UK weekends. It was brilliant at Brands Hatch, wasn't it? It was absolutely flooded. The three of us were trying to do present the sort of broadcast, and everyone was crowding around taking pictures of all the cars and wanted to get involved and saying hello. It was epic. It was exactly what we want out of the sort of fan interaction for racing up and down the country. So yeah, really good stuff.
They were all there to see Paul O'Neill. I don't know why you're kidding yourself.
No.
Forget the cars, it's all about Paul.
He's been on Gogglebox, did you know?
So I'd heard. He is here tomorrow as well, don't worry. So if you do come and do the grid walk, you have mine and Jack's permission to annoy Paul as much as you can, because quite frankly he deserves it. Has me in trouble tomorrow. There is Carl Broadley, who now does have a sort of steely look of concentration in his eyes, doesn't he? It's funny, when you get the helmet on, I can't speak from personal experience, you perhaps can, but I do think as relaxed as you can be out of the car, as soon as that helmet goes on, you're buckled in, you take the car out to the grid. For most drivers, I suspect that does then bring about a slightly different mindset.
Yeah, but clearly Brad Hutchison doesn't fancy it. I don't think anything can take him serious. But yeah, no, it is. As soon as you get the helmet on, it's all about sort of switching focus and imagining. A lot of people like to imagine what's going to happen in the first couple of corners. A lot of people like to do a lot of visualization and everything like that. I was never really a massive fan of the whole visualization thing, because I think it was Luke Sargent said while we were chatting to them, as soon as the lights go out, all it needs is one driver to do exactly or something different to what you were imagining, and all of a sudden your plan goes out the window. Like, you know, so if you're the likes of Joe Marshall, he's probably sat there thinking, oh, okay, well, if Adam Shepherd goes straight down the line and he just goes defensive, I'll do this. All Adam Shepherd needs to do is go onto the racing line, and Joe Marshall's plan is out the window for the whole race. So yeah, I always thought just try and react how you feel best at the time, rather than trying to visualise it and think too much about it.
Indeed so. So yeah, Adam Shepherd starting from the pole position, and the grid being cleared now of team personnel. The tyre rotation has been done, and they will now be sent on their way on their green flag lap then, ahead of round number 4 of the TCR UK Championship for 2024. Shepherd versus Marshall is going to be a fascinating battle. We saw how good Adam Shepherd's starts were, not once but twice actually, at Brands Hatch. Races 2 and 3, he really nailed it. He said that he started, I forget now exactly what it was, but he did something differently in race 2 than he'd done at any point previously, and it was actually, I think, because there was an issue with the brake or the clutch or something in the car, so it wasn't the plan, but whatever it was worked, and I wonder whether now other drivers, particularly in Cupras, are going to start cottoning on to that. Green flag waves then here at Snetterton. The sun is now beaming down on the circuit, and it beams down in particular on Adam Shepherd then, who will start his Cupra Leon competition from pole position, but it's Cupra versus Audi on the front row, with Joe Marshall in the end about 3.5 tenths slower than Adam Shepherd. Can he overcome that in the race? It's then a Hyundai third place, the championship leader, winner in the third race last time out at Brands Hatch, Callum Newsham, and he's got the reigning champion Carl Broadley alongside. Carl looking for his first victory of the year. Brad Hutchison and Luke Sargent together on row number 3. Luke was saying he's going to try and stay in touch with the top 5 if he can. That might present a little bit of a challenge, but we'll see what he can do. He certainly wants to try and get away from the likes of Darren Lewis and Rick Kerry, who will start from the 4th row. Those two are expected to have a pretty tasty battle as well. Rick Kerry will be battling the likes of Will Beach for the Gen 1 Cup victory in this race. Will starts 9th on the grid, ahead of Steve Laidlaw, who is 10th. And then on the back row of the grid, we have Mark Smith and birthday boy Jeff Oldham, both of whom I think had issues in qualifying. That's why they're a little bit off the pace, and they hopefully will find a bit more performance when the red lights go out. Drivers moving around, getting some heat into those tyres. It's a 20-minute race, remember, and a lot of points up for grabs. Already, actually, some points have been handed out after qualifying, with points going to the top 6 drivers in the qualifying session. 40 points for a race victory. I know we have dropped scores that will come into account later on in the weekend, but 40 points is a lot of points. But, Jack, because we seem to be having one of those seasons where it is kind of the same little group of drivers who tend to be filling out the podium places, it's all about that difference in points between finishing first, second, third and fourth. And if you're a Carl Bortley, for example, and you end up finishing fourth and Adam Shepherd wins the race, it might not be a huge chunk of points that Adam takes out of you, but it's going to be hard to get those points back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think right at the sharp end, I mean, the difference, between, this is without fastest laps, obviously, between first and third is 10 points. Yeah. Massive margin, whereas third down to fifth, which is the same amount of places, is only 6 points. Yeah. So it's it's massive differences when you're playing at the top end. Obviously, there's fastest laps to take into account as well. There's qualifying. That's why I quite like the amount of points that are given out for qualifying. It almost slightly negates that difference between sort of third and fifth, shall we say. But it is interesting. You don't want to come fifth. You don't want to come sixth, because the drop-off is absolutely massive. And that's what the likes of Callum Newsham and Adam Shepherd definitely want to try and avoid, because you can pretty much, I say this knowing full well it's a commentator's curse incoming, you can pretty much guarantee Carl Bortley is going to get 1 or 2 podiums a weekend, isn't he? Just out of, maybe not out of sheer pace, but wiliness. Yeah. So you know he's going to be there. You were mentioning it in, I think, the preview, or even the lunch break, actually, Andy, that Newsham and Shepherd really need to take advantage of the fact that the likes of Bortley haven't got to grips with the tyre and the car just yet, and I'll be interested to see what Joe Marshall's spanner thrown into the mix can do as well.
Well, yes, because Joe, off the top of my head, he's fourth in the points, I think, isn't he? Yes, he wasn't a million miles off. Never really was the star of the show at Brands Hatch, but again, was just sort of solidly picking up points, and almost had a bit of a Carl Bortley-esque weekend. If you look at what Carl did at the start of last year, Joe sort of did the same thing again, and now here he is on the front row. If he can net himself a couple of race victories this weekend, don't count him out of the championship fight, that is for sure. But can he beat Adam Shepherd into that first corner? It's a reasonably long run into Rich's corner. It's a fast right-hander, but then, Jack, it's that second corner, isn't it, at Wilson, where really the race could be won or lost.
Yeah, Wilson, I mean, you can try and go around the outside there, but you could easily be hung out to dry. You really need to lunge for the... It's a bit like Druids. Oh, yes, there's no Joe Marshall.
Where is Joe Marshall? Where is the Audi then? Has it pulled into the pit lane? I don't think so. So Joe Marshall appears to have gone missing. So we've been building up this battle between the top two, but Joe Marshall doesn't look as though he's there on the grid. That is a massive, massive shame for everyone other than Adam Shepherd, really, because Adam Shepherd now will be uncontested from the front row. It's now down to whether the likes of Callum Newsham and Carl Bortley from row 2 can challenge him instead. The 5-second board then is being shown to the drivers. We've got 20 minutes on the clock, and round number 4 of TCR UK for 2024 burst into life now, and Adam Shepherd looks to try and get a good start from pole position, which he absolutely has. Good start made by Hutchison as well. The Cupra, the blue Cupra, bursting through, I think, ahead of Callum Newsham. Yes, he is. So Shepherd will lead them into Riches. Bortley goes second, and Brad Hutchison into the top 3. That's a bit of a turn up for the books already. Round Riches they go then, down towards the Wilson hairpin. It is Cupra from Cupra from Cupra. In fact, we've got 4 Cupras in the top 5 as they round the hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, that was an absolutely electric start, wasn't it, from Adam Shepherd? I know it's always going to look like he's got a better start than anybody else just because Joe Marshall wasn't there alongside him. But Callum Newsham really seemed to bog. Didn't seem to get off the line at all, whereas you're right, Brad Hutchison got an absolutely electric one. So I'm expecting Brad Hutchison to have a bit of a resurgence here. Brands Hatch wasn't anything to write home about. In fact, actually, if you add all the points together from his first 2 races, he actually got more penalty points to his licence than he did championship. So I'm sure he won't like me saying that, but it's true. So he's got to do better than that here at Snetterton, I'm sure.
Well, he's got a good chance of doing it, hasn't he? He's ahead of the points leader, Callum Newsham, who, remember, has been telling us all weekend that his car is down on straight line speed. Well, if it is, it will show up in a few seconds because they're about to head onto the back straight. Through the right-hander at Williams they go, where Carl Bortley was not making friends with the Apex. Let's see whether those 2 Cupras can stretch their legs and get away from the Hyundai. It is, though, Adam Shepherd leading the way, looking to become the first double winner so far this season. Remember, we had 3 different winners from the 3 races at Brands Hatch last time out. Well, on current evidence, Jack, I would say that there's nothing really wrong with Callum Newsham's straight line speed performance. He's stuck right with the 2 Cupras. if anything, it's Boardley who seems to be struggling to pull away from those two.
Yeah, I know Boardley's struggling with the exit, and he's a problem with understeer on exit corners. I'm wondering whether he didn't necessarily miss the apex. He was just trying to negate the exit understeer by taking a later apex. But look at Newsham looking very keen. Oh, in the inside of Murray's, Brad Hutchison had to just keep an eye on where Newsham's car was going to go, because there's every opportunity that he could have outbroken himself into there.
They redesigned that corner all those years ago to try and promote more overtaking and made it probably the toughest corner on the track to overtake. And it's a really, really difficult place to get the move done, and Callum Newsham discovering that there, and again by going in on that inside line compromised his exit speed, as we saw a few times at Brands Hatch. That means he's dropped back and has it all to do again. Good battle in the background. Look, Darren Lewis versus Luke Sargent, and that is for 5th position. Luke Sargent inside the top 5. The Area Motorsport Cupra ahead of the Hyundai, a car that he drove, of course, last year, a Hyundai, albeit not the i30. It was the Elantra that Luke Sargent was at the wheel of, moving to the Cupra, which he has said is a much more drivable car. He's going to need all of that drivability now to keep Darren Lewis at bay. Shepherd then 2.2 seconds up the road. The battle, Jack, very much the one for second.
Yeah, exactly. I have to say, Luke Sargent, whenever you asked him about how he thinks he might get on this weekend, he said he's probably going to stay exactly where he is, which, if you take away the fact that Joe Marshall's not there, is pretty much rang true, hasn't it? So he might well have a good battle with Darren Lewis, and Darren himself actually was a bit worried that all the cars would become a little bit too spread out, because he was experimenting and he didn't want to just be left in no man's land. He wanted a race, he wanted to have someone to battle with and compare the car to. Well, it looks like Luke Sargent's going to be his guinea pig, isn't it? And, well, we're here for it. If the battle for second place can heat up and the battle for 5th, then we're going to be in for a treat.
Well, I think the battle for second is about to heat up, because Brad Hutchison is looking arguably the quicker of the two right now, isn't he? Backs off actually a bit going into Brundle and Nelson there, but he had a good run through the infield section on this second lap of the race, and certainly is keeping Carl Boardley honest. Carl pitches the car through the bomb hole towards the never-ending right-hander at Coram Corner. Newsham, having had that little go at the end of the previous lap against Hutchison, lost a bit of ground, hasn't yet been able to get it back, but Brad not putting together a brilliant second half of the lap here, is he? He's dropped away definitely from Boardley, and I'd say Newsham is now closer to Hutchison than Brad is to Boardley ahead.
Yeah, I would agree with that completely, to be honest. It doesn't look like Hutchison has the complete package when it comes to Snetterton here. It's a long circuit, and there's lots of different types of corners here. There's obviously a couple of slow ones with Agostini and Wilson. Then you've got the sort of more medium speed corners, the high speed corners as well. You've got Coram and Ritchie's, which are very much, you're just hanging on to the grip for dear life for a large portion of that. And so the cars can certainly complement certain parts of the circuit compared to others. It looks like Hutchison hasn't quite got the second half down, but it will be exciting, I'm sure, come the end of it, because look, he's with Newsham now. I think that's the battle, even though maybe Boardley's actually getting to grips a little bit with the new setup changes that he's put on. Maybe it's going to come to him later on in the race.
Well, Boardley on the previous lap, a 58.2, 3/10 quicker than Hutchison behind him. Newsham did a 58.3 as well, so he was quicker than Hutchison, and he's now on the tail of the third placed man up towards the left-hand kink at Hamilton. And then the tricky right-hander at Oggies, where if you're really feeling brave, you can try and get up the inside. Good crowd there, gathered on the spectator banking in the background, watching on in interest as this battle for third starts to build. And Brad Hutchison, having in the early stages looked really, really racy, now having to get his defending boots on as he makes his way down the back straight then once again. But Newsham just not really close enough at the right part of the track. It is one of those long laps, Jack, where one driver, as you said, might excel in one area of the track, another might be good elsewhere, but you've got to be good in the right bits if you're going to try and find a way past someone.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, going into Bundle and Nelson, into Ritchie's, Wilson, Agostini, there are a number of places, Murray's, there are a number of places where you think, okay, overtakes are possible around here at Snetterton, but you're right, it's about whether you can get on the corner, off the corner previously. So if you want to go into Ritchie's and the race lead, you have to be able to absolutely nail Murray's, and that involves having to nail Coram, two of the hardest places that in British motorsport to absolutely nail lap in, lap out. And I think I've mentioned it many a time whenever we've commentated on Snetterton, Andy. It's the braking into Murray's is one of the hardest braking zones in British motorsport, in my opinion. It's the fastest lap now goes to Carl Boardley. So there's a reason why Hutchison is not able to keep a track of him. It's because he's the fastest driver. out there on circuit, apparently. Having said that, according to my TSL, it's still Adam Shepherd, but I'm sure that will catch up. In fact, there we go. It's already pinging at us again. Adam Shepherd has done a 157.3, so I'm not sure which one is actually correct there, but Hutchison certainly, either way, is not catching up. Oh, that's a big drift, and that's going to hurt him into Agostini.
Yeah, let's see whether Callum Newsham could capitalise. Hutchison knows he is under pressure, moves to the middle of the road to cover. Newsham can't get to the inside, so goes to the outside on the way in to try and cut back to the late apex, get the drive on the inside. He's got two wheels on the grass. It was Hutchison who said he might go to the grass to overtake people earlier on. Well, now actually he's under threat from a very fired up Callum Newsham, but Newsham just can't quite find a way through. But that little mistake there through Palmer's just meant that Brad was under some threat, and he is again now as they head towards Williams. So Callum Newsham needs to learn here, though, some racecraft tricks from Brands Hatch. He did this at Brands where he was quicker than the car ahead. He sort of had a half look to the inside, and if it didn't work, it ended up costing him. Now he's got no pressure from the car behind right now, so he's unlikely to lose any positions, but he needs to try and stay as close as he can to Brad Hutchison as they make their way down through Brundle and Nelson. So Callum Newsham then heads out of Nelson. The Liquimoly stickers on the front of his car. Big thanks as well to Liquimoly, the official oil partner for TCR UK once again this year. And he is all over the back of the Bondit Elland Roofing Cupra of Brad Hutchison, who is desperately trying to defend this podium place.
Yeah, it's not going to be all easy though, is it? Is it going to Murray's? Will Newsham try it again? No, not quite. I thought he was actually going in the back of him. Might have been a bit of a trick of the camera there. Not quite as close as we thought, but Hutchison is going to hug the wall all the way down. Look how close he wants to be. Try and get that side draft on the wall as a theory to say that there's a pocket of air along the wall, actually, that gives you a little bit of a burst of speed up the straight. And, well, you can see that Hutchison's really giving it a go. Newsham is trying everywhere in having a look. I mean, we spoke to Hutchison earlier on in the pit walk, and he was saying about, I asked him, where do you think you can actually make an overtake? And he said, well, if there's a corner, there's an overtake. He said he'd try it on the grass, around the outside, maybe in a potato field. He would give it a go anywhere on the track. So what I'm sure is the Clark's delight when he hears that.
Now, well, yes, indeed so. However, so far he's keeping it clean, and it's actually been, as I said, Newsham really, who's been claiming, who's been taking to the grass a little bit more than Brad. Interestingly, Jack, that lead gap is just creeping down ever so slightly. The last two laps, Boardley's been a couple of tenths quicker than Shepherd, and on the last couple of laps, Boardley has set personal best lap times, while Shepherd has now dropped about 3 to 4 tenths off his previous best. So has Adam gone too big too soon and maybe taken a little bit of life out of those tyres? We'll have to wait and see. Up through Oggies, meanwhile, comes the battle here between Rick Carey and William Beach. This, Jack, is the battle for the lead in the Gen 1 Cup.
It is actually, yeah. In the Gen 1 Cup, it's quite a tasty little atmosphere right now. It's necessarily between Will Beach and Rick Carey. There's also Mark Smith and Jeff Alden who are taking part of it, but these two tend to be the protagonists in that particular championship. And well, Rick Carey is currently second in that championship. I think, yeah, Will Beach ahead, but only by a couple of points. And as they go towards Brundle and Nelson, you can see actively that Carey has got a little bit of a headache from the VW behind him. Looks like he's had a good exit through Bombhole Coram, and then if he can hook up Murray's, we could see a change here. Will Beach, both of these drivers, very, very nice gentlemen to have a chat to, but Will Beach, certainly, I've spoken to him quite a few times. Look how that Cooper is absolutely cocking a wheel up. Here's Will Beach. Is he going to go to the inside into Murray's? It's a late one, and he's turned Kerry round. Off the apex, and he's going to. It's almost like he stopped there to say, sorry, I'm going to keep going now.
Well, I think he intended to let Rick rejoin in front of him, but Rick, unfortunately, stationary at the side of the road, so that will be looked at after, I am sure. Another example of how difficult it is to overtake into Murray's and make it clean. You're often guaranteed a little bit of contact if it all goes wrong. So Will Beach takes over the Gen 1 Cup lead, but in dubious circumstances. This battle, though, still not resolved either, as Brad Hutchison continues to defend third position. Brad Hutchison has had, off the top of my head, I think 3 podiums previously, not counting the win that never was at Donington Park last year, where he won on the road, but unfortunately wasn't able to keep the race victory. And here he is, back in a Cupra, again, the car at which he drove at Donington in that event last year, trying desperately to keep the Hyundai at bay. So far, though, he's had an answer to all of the questions posed to him by Callum Newsham. Callum perhaps thinking championship, not wanting to take a huge risk. He had a chance, didn't he, a few laps ago to do what Will Beach just tried to do and backed out of it, I think, sensibly.
Yeah, absolutely. The likelihood is we've seen him with the lack of straight line speed that he's claiming to have. Going into Brundle and Nelson probably isn't the move that he's looking for. So going into Murray's, as he probably feels like he is slightly faster there. And through the infield, I mean, we saw him have a little look at Agostini, but he had to be forced around the outside. He didn't quite get that nailed, but it's sort of, he needs a tight couple of complexes of corners before he can really take advantage of the pace that he feels he has. He's a little bit squirrely on the rear end there. The rear tyres, might just be giving way a little bit with the heat. It definitely is hotter now, isn't it, than it was during qualifying. I think you were out there, Andy, saying that it's getting warmer, isn't it? You had to come in and take your jacket off at lunchtime and stuff. So again, the setups will all change slightly depending on just a couple of degrees difference.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And over 20 minutes, it doesn't seem like a long time, but there's a lot of corners on this track, and that will use the tyres up, obviously. Here comes Newsham again, looking to the outside now at the Wilson hairpin, but that's quite an easy place to defend, because even if you run wide on the exit, that puts you naturally on the inside line for Palmer's. And actually, it looked almost like Newsham sort of got slightly into the back of Hutchison's car and just sort of stuttered for a second, drops back again by the time they arrive at the left-hander. And Brad Hutchison this time doesn't need to go defensive down towards Agostini. That lead gap, by the way, that I said had been coming down, it went back out to 3 seconds, now it's down to 2.9, so you do sort of get the feeling here that Adam Shepherd is just managing the pace a little bit here. Carl Boardley has done his best to chase after him, but actually Carl, having qualified only 4th, probably will be quite satisfied with a second place finish here. The real question is whether or not Brad Hutchison or Callum Newsham will be joining those two on the podium. Good scraps though going on further back, including there, I think I spotted Steve Laidlaw up the inside of Jeff Alden.
Yeah, Alden was a little bit wide on Palmer's, wasn't it? So here comes Steve Laidlaw, new to the championship. Only got the car yesterday, did he say in the interview? Yeah. Absolutely stunning, isn't it, that he's even able to be brave enough to get on the brakes that late into Agostini, even though he's completely up the inside. So he's learning a lot about the car, he's learning a lot about the championship, and racing with some experienced drivers out there as well. And Jeff Alden, did you know, Andy, that it's his birthday today? I don't know. If we mentioned that.
Aware, no,
it's a thing. I don't think he likes to talk about it. But he did say that he'd happily be here than anywhere else in the world, and didn't at all say that he wanted to be on have a cocktail on the beach somewhere. But anyway,
this is a man who has had plenty of cocktails on plenty of different beaches around the world, so that really means something when he says that. Black and white warning flag for, I think, Mark Smith for track limits. That is, I think I just saw the notification on the timing screen. Car 77. Black and white warning flag. Lead gap down by 7/10 of a second on that lap. It was a slow lap for Shepherd, a full second off his previous best pace. So might have been a blip, might have been a mistake. Hopefully not the start of a trend, because if it is, we still have just over a quarter of the race to go. That's going to be another 3 laps at least. Time for Boardley maybe to mount a late race challenge.
It's really good, and we haven't got Joe Marshall, isn't it? Really, I know. He would have added such a nice little dynamic to this battle. He might slow Shepherd up. He might have brought Boardley along. There's so many different outcomes that could have happened. We actually haven't seen him come back out. I was half expecting him to start from the pits, and then
I don't think he made it to the pits. I think he stopped on track.
Oh, that is good. And we haven't seen him out there on circuit, obviously, with the cameras, but if we do find him, we'll probably bring it to your attention at some point. Even though Shepherd was a second slower, he's still half a second quicker than the likes of Hutchison and Newsham. I mean, I know Hutchison obviously maybe isn't quite as fast as Newsham, or maybe they're battling and that slows them down, but still just goes to show how quick Shepherd really is. This is that battle that was a little bit further down, wasn't it, between Alden and Smith in the sort of back end of the Gen 1 Cup. It's not for the lead, that is between Beach and Kerry. So Kerry, even though it was turned around, is still second and in 8th place in theory, like on the road. But yeah, the Alden versus Laidlaw Smith sort of action area is quite heating up as well.
So I suspect this battle as well, because Darren Lewis hasn't given up on his hopes of sneaking into the top 5 here. He's never been more than about a second or so behind Luke Sargent, and now he's closing in again in the closing stages. 4.5 minutes to go. Rounds Brundle and Nelson, and the Hyundai driver looking the quicker of the two at this stage for the race, isn't he? Through the bomb hole they go. as that is about to happen, the leaders, by the way, are about to cross the line, and I'm intrigued to see what this gap is. It was 2.3 seconds Shepherd back to Boardley. I suspect it's come down fractionally again. Stays the same, actually, 2.3, pretty much matching each other. And now with time for 3 more laps, Boardley probably needs to find a bit more pace if he's to gain a place. Darren Lewis's chance of improving a position, though, looking far more promising.
Yeah, it's actually the closest battle we've got now, as Callum Newsham is about 8 tenths or 7 tenths of a second back from Brad Hutchison. So he's got a little bit of breathing room all of a sudden, and with 3 or 4 minutes to go, I wonder if that's just Callum Newsham thinking, I don't want to ruin the tyres, I don't want to ruin the car, let me just pick up the points and we'll walk away and go into tomorrow with a bit of a fresh set of eyes. Whereas, you're right, Darren Lewis was desperate for a battle. He really wanted a fight. He looked a bit dejected that he thinks he might be rotating in no man's land, but he's there, he's with Luke Sargent. And why wouldn't you go for it if the opportunity is there? I'm excited to see, you can see him in the background, they're still very nice and close to each other as these two go through Agostini, as I said, with a sort of a nice buffer now for Hutchison.
Yeah, looks a bit more comfortable now, doesn't he? This gap has really ebbed and flown in quite an interesting way through the race. Certain parts of the track, it seems that Brad is under threat, and then the next time around, through that same part of the track, he seems to be all right again. So yeah, Brad Hutchison only now 2.5 laps away from netting his 4th career podium in the championship. Number 27 now, that's Will Beach being warned about track limits. I suspect that's not the only thing he'll be warned about come the end of the race. Still leads that Gen 1 Cup, but with Rick Kerry doing his best to chase him down. Here though comes Darren Lewis, tucked right up behind Luke Sargent as they head out onto the back straight, the Bentley straight here at Snetterton. But does the Hyundai have the grunt in a straight line to challenge under the bridge?
Yeah, going into Bundle and Nelson, and he doesn't look like has the opportunity, although I think, to be fair, the line is you do try and aim for the apex as you dive under there, so maybe it was just that rather than actually looking for the line. Going through Bommel, he's going to be right on the back bumper through the diffuser, isn't he, of Luke Sargent, who I'm guessing is feeling the heat a little bit. He wanted to finish where he qualified. That is pretty much where he's going to be as they go through Coram. They are nose to tail and going into Murray's. Who's going to blink first? A little bit wider for Luke Sargent, trying to straighten up that braking zone. Puffs of smoke coming from his rear wheels. Darren Lewis nails the apex. It's very close. They both did that pretty well.
Yeah, he got a bit too close again, though. A bit like Newsham against Hutchison earlier on. If you get that close, you sort of seem to almost lose power with all of the hot exhaust fumes going into your radiator. You can sometimes have a little bit of a stutter, and it just lost Darren Lewis a bit of momentum on corner exit. So Luke Sargent stays ahead for now. The leaders cross the line, I believe, with time for 2 more laps. The gap 2.5 seconds at the front. Hutchison to Newsham is up now to about 3/4 of a second. This is the battle, the one for 5th position. And Darren Lewis having one of his better showings so far, it has to be said, in TCR UK. Right on the tail of Luke Sargent, who you could say the same of, really. And the left-hander at Palmer's, a good exit from this turn is crucial to try and build a challenge down the hill into Agostini, but I just don't think Darren Lewis, for now at least, is quite close enough.
No, it's a bit of a shame for Lewis for the time being. He may well run out of laps, mightn't he? But he does look like he's enjoying himself a little bit more. Probably a little bit too much on the corner exit there, I think. But he does look like he's enjoying himself a bit more. He'd probably come out with a smile on his face. He has driven a lot of cars over his time, and he said he's always been a bit of a rear-wheel drive nut. And all of a sudden having to adapt to the front-wheel drive, it's instinct to backwards, basically. You know, it's when you start getting squirrely out of a corner in a rear-wheel drive, you come off the throttle. In a front-wheel drive, you go on the throttle, and that sort of just is a bit of an example of how everything is the opposite in these cars. So I think he's getting there, he's getting used to it. Obviously, he's trying to just find the setup with the car as well. He said he actually quite liked it, how Hyundai delivered it to him on the day. When he went to Snetterton, he liked how much camber there was, and they've taken all that camber out, and he's slowly trying to just add it back in because he actually preferred it when it came in stock. So yeah, there's a lot to learn for Darren Lewis, but he's doing it as best as he can.
He is indeed. He is being warned about track limits, though, so just needs to be a little bit careful. A penalty wouldn't cost him a position because he's well clear of the Gen 1 cars further back, but it would drop him well out of contention to challenge Luke Sargent. Through Murray's they go. And there is Adam Shepherd beginning his final lap of the race. 4 seconds now clear of Carl Boardley, who I suspect has backed right off. Yes, he has. He's nearly 2 seconds off his ultimate pace now. And Adam Shepherd on course for a 2nd race victory. I suspect this would probably give him the championship lead as well, with Callum Newsham down in 4th. So far so good for Adam Shepherd. It will be, I believe, his first victory at Snetterton. Don't think we've seen him win here before. In fact, we've only ever had 4 races at Snetterton through the years. We've had 4 different winners: Lewis Kent, Chris Smiley, Bruce Winfield and Lewis Brown. And Adam Shepherd about to now add his name to that list. Darren Lewis, though, almost pushing Luke Sargent around Palmer's for the final time. They drop down towards Agostini's. Darren knows that he is running out of opportunities. Does the lunge come into the left-hander? Luke Sargent is late enough on the brakes to fend him off. Perhaps a bit too late though, misses the apex. Lewis much neater through there. But through the next corner at Hamilton, there's nowhere to make a move. And Luke Sargent is going to have probably a pretty clear run through the next couple of corners. It's the exit really from this turn now and out onto the back straight that will be crucial. A good run through Williams should see Luke Sargent pretty safe heading down towards Brundle and Nelson for the last time.
Yeah, well, and I'm just having a look at the updated championship standings, provisional obviously because it's my own maths, but it does look like Adam Shepherd will, if you ignore drop points, take over the championship lead by about 8 points. Callum Newsham on 140, Adam Shepherd on 148, but Carl Baldwin on 136. So actually, it's tightened things up actually this first race of Snetterton, which really sets it up for a grandstand finish tomorrow and the 2 races on Sunday.
Indeed so, into which will go our new championship leader. Adam Shepherd wins his 2nd race of the season in TCR UK, and in dominant fashion here at Snetterton, Carl Baldwin has to settle for 2nd place, and 3rd position will go to Brad Hutchison, a 4th career podium then for Brad, with Callum Newsham this time having to settle for 4th. Then who is going to get the better of that Luke Sargent and Darren Lewis battle? Here they come. I think that is still Luke ahead, but only just very close at the line. And in the end, by just 0.2 of a second, it is Luke Sargent who gets 5th, Darren Lewis in 6th, and the next car home should be Will Beach, who I think is going to hang on to claim the victory in the Gen 1 Cup. Rick Kerry had been coming back at him actually after that spin, but I don't think he's quite going to get there. Here comes Will Beach through Murray's corner. There is Rick Kerry in the background, past the scene of the crime, if you like, where it all went wrong in their battle earlier on, and Will Beach managed to muscle his way through. Whether that stands afterwards, we'll have to wait and see. He flashes the lights, though, as he celebrates race victory in the Gen 1 Cup here at Snetterton.
Yeah, so as Andy prepares to jet back across the track to have go and have a chat and get all the post-race reaction from the TCR drivers, we can reflect a little bit ourselves on what was a bit of an epic race, to be fair, with Carl Baldwin, who came home in 2nd place. Really, Adam Shepherd will probably be quite happy, in a way, slightly disappointed potentially that he didn't get a bit of a more feisty fight from the likes of Joe Marshall, who I'm intrigued to see if Andy can actually find Joe Marshall. And actually hear what maybe he's had to say about why he didn't actually take part in the race. But the confirmed provisional results are going to be popping up on your screen right now, and there is very happy Adam Shepherd. He's probably looking just as happy as that, maybe not quite as awkward. Carl Baldwin is in 2nd place, with Brad Hutchinson getting another podium in 3rd. He didn't really have to do that much. Well, he actually did have to do a little bit of overtaking, didn't he? But his electric start off the line got himself past Callum Newsham, and it's just about staying there after that. 4th place was Callum Newsham. He gave it a go, he really did, throughout especially the first sort of 10 minutes of that race. But a few half-hearted opportunities weren't good enough to get him back on the podium. He'll be happy taking away the points at what is probably a bit of a weaker round for him, apparently. Although there is still 2 races tomorrow. Luke Sargent ended up in 5th. It's exactly where he ended up qualifying. Well, it's technically 1 better, but if you take Joe Marshall out of the qualifying, it's exactly where he finished. That's how he predicted the race would go. Darren Lewis, I don't think, predicted the race to be that close between himself and Luke Sargent. No, he ended up in 6th place, only by a whisker, though, by 0.2 of a second back to Luke Sargent. Will Beach, I'm going to say he won the Gen 1 Cup, because on the road he won the Gen 1 Cup, but after turning Rick Kerry is how he inherited the lead. It did look a little bit quicker. Rick Kerry may well take that to the stewards. It would be a very simple decision to swap them if they fancied it. I'm not going to say any further than that. 9th place was Steve Laidlaw, after having a pretty good little battle actually with Mark Smith. Laidlaw learning and cutting his teeth quite nicely in the TCR UK. He's also racing in the TT Cup, actually, apparently, which is a bit of a baptism of fire for himself. Mark Smith in 10th place, and Jeff Olden rounding out the field in 11th. Did you know it's his birthday? I don't know if Andy's mentioned it. Right, we will have all the post-race reaction from the first race here at Snetterton. They're not quite ready to receive us, so let's give you a little bit of a brief and what you can expect, because the next up after the TCR UK reaction will actually be the build-up to the Milltek Sports Civic Cup, which is coming to you at around about 4 o'clock, which will be very exciting indeed because it's an absolutely stacked grid. We will have, after that, the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, which will kick off at around about, it's scheduled for about 5:20, but we're a little bit ahead of schedule. And then finally, to round out the day, is the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Championship at around about between 2:45 and 6 o'clock. But that is all to come because we have got Andy McEwen, we have got some TCR drivers, so let's go hear from all of them now.
Adam Shepherd, victorious for the second time this season in TCR UK, gets out of his car to be greeted by the team, and celebrations for a second time in 2024 for our new championship leader. A dream start to the weekend, a lights to flag victory from pole position. Adam, let's get your Goodyear winner's cap on as a first prize, but really the big prize there was a nice haul of points and the championship lead. I know it's early days, but that was pretty good.
No, it's great. I don't know what happened to Joe on the start, so that's a shame. But yeah, just got my head down the first couple of laps, pulled a massive lead, and it was from there just cruising around, managing the gap really. It was pointless pushing the car and risking anything breaking, so no, pleased with that.
Well, that's sort of anticipated my next question, because I did see the gap came down by quite a chunk on one lap actually. Was that a mistake, or was that you just managing and then sort of responding to seeing the gap coming down?
Yeah, to be honest, on the pit bull they said I was 3 seconds clear, and all I needed was the fastest lap for the point. So they said that I had it, so I just backed out of it, and if it ever came up that I didn't have it anymore, then I would have pushed a bit harder. But the car is phenomenal. It's thanks to all the team, my sponsors, again, 5G, PBS, Area, my dad, my family, Shipper Motors, thanks for everything, because everyone works so hard.
Obviously, tomorrow, another 2 opportunities to do the same. You're back on pole again for race 3, but given how you went in that reverse grid race at Brands Hatch, we know that getting a good start's no problem for you. Do you think there's a good chance here of 3 podium finishes? If you can do that, that would really set you up nicely in the points.
Definitely, yeah. I think we used 4 old tyres then, and I felt it, to be honest. Obviously, we was managing it, but it was just the balance wasn't quite there. So we've got new all-round if we want it. So we've got lots of options, so we're in a good place tyre-wise. The pace we had, as I say, was 4 old tyres, so yeah, it was good.
Excellent. Congratulations, Adam Shepherd, your race winner then in round number 4 of TCR UK. Let's have a chat, shall we, with our other podium finishers then. Carl Boardley, 2nd place in that race, 4th on the grid. I think he'll probably take that, to be honest. Let's see if we can dive in and hear from our reigning champ, 2nd place finisher in our first race. And Carl, bit of a quiet race in the end, obviously benefited from Joe's non-start there. Looked in the middle part of the race like you were sort of closing in on Adam, but ultimately he just had an answer.
Yeah, like we said earlier, we're just making change after change after change to the car, and that time we've gone, I think, a fairly decent step in the right direction to try and get on top of these tyres. So, yeah, like you say, bit of an uneventful one, but these things happen sometimes. So, yeah, I mean, I was starting to put the pressure on Adam probably halfway through, and then I made a rookie error. I put the right front on the grass at the point of turning in and lost the car. So I lost like 3 seconds in a lap. So that obviously then gave him a bit of breathing space. But no, you know, at the end of the day, we just keep chipping away at this and try and get it back in the window that I need it to be in, and then I'm sure we'll be challenging him and getting down the road.
I know it was one of those races, like you said, you weren't battling wheel to wheel with anybody, but the pressure is still on in those situations, especially because we know that, you know, you, Adam, Joe, when his car's working, you're all going to be regularly on the podium, so you can't really afford to give away 4 points here, 5 points there, can you?
If you say not, we're just here. It's the same ethos as last year. We turn up, we have a laugh, a giggle. We do our very, very best that we can with the car. I'll do the best that I can out on track, and what happens, happens. Simple.
There we go. Nice, relaxed Carl Boardley, as always. Well done. On the 2nd place, Brad Hutchison, who you normally can't miss, tallest man in the paddock after all, is over here. It's 3rd place finish for him, a 4th career podium finish in TCR UK. And Brad, we're back to chat to you again. That was a bit more like it. That was a nice little scrap that you had there with Callum Newsham. Constant pressure from the word go.
Yeah. I mean, it was good. There's definitely more pace in ours, but Callum and his brake pedal are something special. Just, you know, I sort of played to shreds. I know he's carrying basically a passenger this week because of the compensation. So, you know, I knew his exits wouldn't be fantastic. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. First lap coming around Coram, and I was like, okay, there's a nice gap, probably second. And then I looked up coming out of the corner. I was like, okay, he's there. So yeah, I just sort of let Carl get away, you know, because I was as soon as you switch to defending, you sort of lose a bit of time. But yeah, I'm pleased. We got a bit of silverware. 1, 2, 3 for Cooper, and we got Bondit on the podium again, and Ellen Roof Services. So, or Supply, should I say? So yeah, all good to go. Yeah, I'm happy.
And obviously 2 more races tomorrow, but with the smaller grid, really, there's no reason why you couldn't be on the podium in all 3 races. I just said the same thing to Adam. Car's got good pace in it, but you're going to have eyes forward in that second race. It's not going to be all about defending.
Yeah, I think, I mean, there's more pace in the car, but there was a few things that we do need to tweak. There's sort of the first long run session we've had this weekend. So yeah, I think there's definitely, I settled into a bit of a rhythm, which wasn't necessarily a fast rhythm, but a wide rhythm, I would say. So yeah, no, I think we'll change things overnight, and then hopefully we'll be challenging these lads tomorrow.
Excellent. Congratulations on the podium then for Brad Hutchison, and the Cupras to the fore here at Snetterton, at least at the very front of the field. Further back, though, there was a phenomenal battle going on for the Gen 1 Cup victory, and I have the winner of the Gen 1 Cup with me now. Whoops, I'm walking into someone's car. Let's go this way, shall we? And it is, of course, Will Beach, winner once again in the Gen 1 Cup, but not straightforward, that one, was it?
No, it wasn't straightforward, so we'll have to just see what they see when we go to the stewards' office.
Talk us through the moment then. We all know the moment we mean up at the final corner.
I had such a good run on him, and I got alongside him, I broke, and he just turned in on me. That's how I saw it, so just a racing incident at the end of the day. That's what I will look at it, anyway.
Much damage to the car, the pace didn't seem to dip after that?
No, I took a couple of laps a bit steady just in case, but no, it was pretty good.
Obviously you and Rick seem pretty evenly matched this weekend. You came out on top at Brands Hatch, but would you say that now this weekend we're going to see 3 really good battles between you two?
I hope so.
So do we.
So close.
No, maybe not quite that close. Well done, Will Beach, then, winner in the Gen 1 Cup. I think that is everyone then from our 4th round of the TCR UK Championship here at Snetterton. 2 more races to come, remember. Tomorrow, race 2 will be the top 10 reversed grid, and an opportunity maybe for some retribution for Joe Marshall as well. Such a shame that we didn't get to see him out on track in that one. More racing coming your way, though, here from Snetterton. It's the Milltek Sport Civic Cup coming up next. We'll have build-up for their first race of the weekend coming up soon.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side. Who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side. Who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Two returning drivers this year with JH Racing. New drivers JH Racing, Darren Lewis and Callum Newsham. You're with JH once again. Why don't we start with you, Darren? Last year you were with the Audi running yourselves. This year you've decided to join the JH team for the TCR UK Touring Car Championship.
Yeah, we raced an Audi last year and we've run it ourselves, but it was just got a bit too much, to be honest with you, trying to run a car as well as a business and everything else. So didn't really go to plan last year. The car wasn't really good enough, to be honest. And I got the opportunity to get the Hyundai, so it was a no-brainer to come with, you know, JH Racing and Callum. I think we're the only two Hyundais on the grid, so hopefully it should be a good season.
Good to see the Hyundai. And Callum, yourself, it's your, I believe, going into your third year in the TCR UK Championship. Callum, just talk to us about, you know, building up from the last couple of years and how it's been last season. I think you had a, was it top 10 finish overall in the championship in the end, and then looking ahead to this year.
Yeah, I think we finished 10th in the championship last year. But yeah, no, last year was very difficult for us with that car there. A lot of issues, but we finished the season pretty high. One of the quickest drivers on the grid with a podium as well. And yeah, hopefully we can build on that and hopefully go for the championship this year.
It's good to have, I suppose, both of you in the same team driving the same car. You can bounce off each other. Is there already some bits and pieces you've managed to come together with to make some improvements?
To be honest with you, I mean, today's the first time I've drove the car. I'm hoping I can learn off Callum. Obviously he's been with the team already, so they've already done a year's testing, so hopefully I'll benefit from their knowledge, and if we can work together it'll be great. It's should be a good year.
Brilliant. And Callum, looking ahead to this season, of course you've got some experience in the car now the last year or so. What would a good season look like to you? What are your hopes for the year?
Just stay in the top 5, you know, be consistent, finish races is a big one. That leads to a good championship, and yeah, just try and get some podiums as well and maybe a race win.
Of course, we know your dad, of course, Dave, is pretty experienced as well. Does he still give you a few pointers here and there, or have you stopped listening to him now?
No, all the time. He's always giving me tips and on what to do and all that. But yeah, I've got a good guy to learn from.
Absolutely. Well, guys, thank you so much for chatting to us. It'll be good to see both of you out this year in the Hyundais, and hopefully a good season for the both of you. Thanks very much for chatting to us.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Carl Boardley, 2023 TCR UK Touring Car Series Drivers' Champion. You're back again. What's just round out last year for us? It was a great year for you.
Yep, really good year. Didn't start off quite to plan, but after being here, Snetterton last year, we got things organised and sorted out how we wanted to. Yeah, went to Croft, done really well there. Had what I would call a win took away for track limits, but we won't go into track limits.
We won't go into that now.
We won't go into that just yet. Yeah, and it just went from there, really. I was then comfortable with the car, comfortable with everything around me, surroundings, team, bits and pieces like that. I got to learn the car quite quickly. We just carried on tweaking the car, just little steps as we went, throughout the year. Got me first official win at Alton Park. Then went to Knock Hill. I love Knock Hill.
What circuit?
Proper driver's circuit. Yeah, I love the place. So really confident to go up there. So yeah, we had a couple of wins and only just narrowly missed out on a hat-trick of wins there. So that was really good. Confidence up. Yeah, and just carried that through Silverstone, Donington, and then by the time we got to Brands, it was a case of just, not doing anything silly, just playing it a little bit safe, which is not really normally in my nature. But yeah, we somehow managed to dial my brain in to just dull it down a little bit, be sensible, and yeah, we managed to get the job done in the first race at Brands Hatch. So yeah, really good end to a really good year.
Yeah, and get the job done you did. But just talk to us about how it felt to to win the championship and all that hard work for the year building up. And you said you had a slow start and building up to the end of the year. It must have been really good to celebrate with the team.
Yeah, I mean, immensely proud for for myself, my family. Everyone sort of behind me in the background. You sort of don't really realise, a lot of the time how much time, effort and, things that other people put into it as well. So yeah, you know, massively grateful to, you know, to Nick, Andy, Paul and Jack, you know, the boys that are on my car, and my dad as well. So yeah, just immensely proud, really happy to, you know, to get a circuit championship under my belt, because that's now the first circuit one that I've done. I've won, you know, lots of other bits and pieces, but never a circuit one. So that was nice to finally tick that box as well.
Yeah, great way to end a good year, as you've mentioned. And rolling into this year, 2024, clearly you were in a good trajectory towards the end of last year, being really strong at the end of the year, and you're carrying on that momentum with not a huge amount changing. So talk to us about, you know, this year, the car, the team, everything that you're going to be racing this season.
Yeah, so we're going to stick together. So, you know, it'll be my lads with Nick Hart. You know, done the job last year. There's no reason why, you know, why it can't continue. We all get on really well. We have a fair bit of banter, shall we say, all the time, which for me is a big part of what we do. You know, you want to be having a smile on your face and enjoy what you're doing. Stayed with the same Cupra. We didn't really tweak it too much last year because we found a sort of a reasonable sweet spot with it from the off. It was just a case of tweak as we went. We have fundamentally done a few little bits and pieces, you know, changes over the winter, which I wanted to do last year. And yeah, pace-wise, we've rocked up yesterday, and this morning basically repeated the time from yesterday that we did, so it wasn't just a one-off. And yeah, we're quite impressed with where we're at pace-wise. So great. Yeah, it's just a case of keeping things reliable. Had option to switch to a different car manufacturer. Decided not to. The Cupra never let me down last year, you know, both in performance and reliability. So decided that was the thing to stick to. And the car we had was pretty much new at the start of last year, so it's not done a lot of work either. And fortunately, the driver's not binned it at all, so it's still in good nick. Still in good nick indeed. And you mentioned the pace has been good so far in testing, and of course we saw the pace on track last year with the good results. Let's look ahead to this year. You know, what would a good year look like to you? I mean, I think I know the answer, of course, but you know, we've got some stiff competition, some returning drivers, some new drivers. So what would a good year look like to you, and what do you think the season's going to look like from your perspective? Well, obviously a good year for me. You've summed it up, haven't you? Do you know what I mean? It's one of those. Yeah, obviously we're here and we want to be doing well, and if we can, you know, retain the number one on the car. So that's going to be the ultimate aim. Like you say, there's going to be stiff competition, as there always is. I feel that I'm in a good place. I feel the car and the team are in a good place. So, you know, we'll see who else has raised their game over the winter, and yeah, when we get to Brands, we'll proof's in the pudding, innit? Yeah, and what do you think your biggest challenges this year are going to be in terms of retaining that title? Still waiting to just see who's going to come out of the woodwork, you know, to come onto the grid as well. I think one or two people might be a bit, you know, slow in sort of showing their cards as to who's going to come and have a play with us this year. So, you know, there's going to be some returning drivers, all of which we've, you know, banged door mirrors with last year, and you know, they'll obviously put up a really big fight as they did last time. So, you know, there might be an odd surprise coming as well. Maybe a newbie, you know, shows his face and is up there as well. But I'm sure it will be pretty much a continuation of last year. There'll be potentially 7, 8, 9, 10 people, you know, really battling at the front. So yeah, relishing that and looking forward to some good racing. Looking forward to some good racing indeed. And let's touch on the championship. You mentioned, you know, up to 10 people all fighting for good wins. It's something that draws you to the championship, the fact that the closeness between the drivers. Yeah, the closest between the drivers and also the cars. You know, the balance of performance, I believe, you know, works quite well. So, you know, we're out this morning, I sort of just followed a Hyundai down the straight, and it just left my car considerably in a straight line. But then my car might be a little bit more nimble through the corners and stuff like that. So everything evens itself out. The balance of performance is there for a reason. I think it works well. So yeah, the closeness of the cars is there, and like you say, also the drivers. So it's what makes it a good championship. And we're looking forward to seeing you out on track in the championship this year. Carl, thank you so much for chatting to us on this media day. We hope the season starts potentially even better than last year, and maybe we'll see you at the title again this year, but all we know is it's going to be a good fight. So thanks for chatting to us. No worries, thanks.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so And after knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Let it go.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Here at the TCR UK Touring Car Championship Media Day at Snetterton, we've got series promoter Stuart Lyons. Stuart, we're back for another year. It's going to be a great year. Just tell us about what you're looking forward to.
Yeah. I think it's about our fifth, maybe sixth year now. We took TCR over in 2019, and it wasn't the best championship in the world. Everyone knows about that. But over the last few years, it's grown and grown and grown. And you know, it's been a tough winter trying to get to where we are today again, but you know, we've had a few changes with TCR UK. You know, drivers have progressed. Some have gone to Europe, some have packed up racing, and we've even had a couple of drivers go to British Touring Car, which is, you know, another progression for them. You know, they wanted to be there, so you know, we've had to reinvent ourselves a bit. But you know, the strength of the championship again is that, you know, we're going to have a decent grid out for Brands Hatch at the first round.
Yeah, well, everyone's aware that, of course, times are somewhat tougher than they have been recently, but still, we've got some returning drivers, we've got some new drivers. It's going to be a good championship. Of course, Carl Boardley won the championship last year, here to retain his title. I think the racing on circuit's looking like it'll be as good as ever.
Oh yeah, the racing's always good, and you know, it's good to see, you know, some of the teams sticking with it. But you know, we've managed to get some new drivers, but you know, there's a lot of cars out there in the UK. I mean, the TCR cars, I think there's about 80 cars in the UK, so you know, there's always potential for new customers, you know, and we might have a couple of surprise entries for brands, you know, which will throw the cat amongst the pigeons, because everyone in their head, they think they've won the race already, but it's never like that in motorsport. So yeah.
It's never simple in motorsport. But you mentioned the progression, some drivers moving on to other things, but we've also got a bit of a progression almost in the TCR paddock itself, of course, with the other championships on the bill.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, we started this package because there needed to be a package in the UK where young drivers or people without the big budgets can come and race, and the support races, which is Civic Cup, TT Cup, and then you've got Fiesta Juniors, Fiesta Seniors. I mean, they're all pretty full. So, you know, when they do well in that, you know, ultimately they're going to go to a TCR car, and also they want to be part of the TCR race weekend. You know, it's been last year was fantastic at every meeting, but you know, it's looking like this year is going to be even better.
Yeah, should be even better, building on, of course, everything from last year, and it's great tin top racing and throughout, and I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully it's a great year for the whole series.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Stuart, great, thanks for chatting to us. We'll see how the racing goes at the first round in a few weeks.
Thank you.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side. Who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
and racing.
That is a brilliant manoeuvre. Oh!
Welcome back to Snetterton, everybody, where we're about to get racing back underway after a bit of a delay to the schedule with the Milltek Sport Civic Cup drivers who are starting now to gather down here in the assembly area. They're all in pretty good spirits as far as I can tell, so let's dive in and have a chat with a few of them. In fact, I want to chat to these two together, if I can. Our front row starters, Area Motorsport teammates Josh Files and Max Edmondson. Now, we're trying to big up this rivalry between you two. We're telling people you hate each other, going to bid each other off into turn one. How likely is that to happen, Josh?
Oh, 100%. There's no other answer. I hate Max, he hates me. We don't ever share a car together. And he's just played with my front air dam as well, so I don't know what he's just done, but he's already trying to play games.
See, sneaky, that can't be trusted, can he? No. In all seriousness, you two starting on the front row have an opportunity here, don't you, I think, to, along with Lewis, I guess, as well, maybe, to sort of control the race at the front. We've seen Area Motorsport do this in the past. Is that the plan, or is it every man for themselves?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, we've obviously got quite good pace. You always have to get off the line and sort of see where you end up out of the first, well, normally it's the first corner, but here it's probably turn 2 hairpin, and then you go from there. So it's better to just, for the first half of the race, you know, like, try and pull away if you can, fight at the end, but you just never know, do you? If someone makes a mistake, then it opens the door. So we'll be respectful, but obviously we're here to race.
Okay, that's Josh's plan. Max, how are you going to exploit that for your benefit, do you think?
To be fair, my plan's pretty much the same. We need to work together, get a gap, and just don't do anything stupid.
It sounds good. It's important to bank points, isn't it? But you were telling me after Brands Hatch, you weren't all that confident you were going to win. You won 2 races. You came out of it championship leader. Told me this morning you weren't that confident. You've stuck it on the front row. So how confident are you that at least a podium's on the card?
Yeah, but I was actually generally struggling in practice yesterday and the day before Brands. But I've never been strong at this track. Right. So I think this is my best ever qualifying here. I think I've qualified like 7th is my best I've ever done here. But yeah, I think we just need to work together, stay out of trouble and follow lead.
Excellent. Well, we'll be watching with interest to see if you two behave yourselves into the first corner. Josh Farr's on pole, Max Edmondson second. And just like that, we've got our next 2 drivers here as well. Lewis Kent, Lewis starting 3rd on the grid then for this first race. You've kind of got to maximise this race though, haven't you? Because the rest of the weekend could be a bit harder.
Yeah, we thought we had 3rd and 2nd in our 2 qualifying times. Obviously, the 3rd race works off your 2nd fastest lap. Unfortunately, the clerk of the course deemed my laps to not be acceptable track limit wise, so yeah, I've only put 1 lap in this weekend. So race 3 we're starting from 25th, which is going to be entertaining for the viewers at home. Probably not so entertaining for me. It's going to be a bit of a hard work, but yeah, we're going to try our best. We know we can race. We know we've got a pace on, well, the other 23 or 22 cars behind us, so it's 22 cars that we can get to through that race. It's going to be a struggle to get through the top 10 once we get there, but I think the first 15 cars we'll be able to move our way through steadily. But as I say, once we get to that top 10, it'll be a bit more of a hard work, but I'm sure we'll be able to do it.
Where is it you were getting pinged for track limits out of interest? Is that something a lot of people have been struggling with?
Yeah, I feel like here, especially, you know, they monitor pretty much every corner. I think it's turn 1, turn 3, turn 5, 7, 9, 12, whatever runs it is. So yeah, it's pretty much half the track that's monitored here. But yeah, I'm not sure where they were. I went up to the clerk afterwards, after I found out the results, and said, can I see the evidence? And unfortunately they disregard the evidence straight away pretty much after the results are classified. So I had to look back at my data. I was a bit cheeky on some of the corners. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's racing at the end of the day, and you can't get away with a camera taking a photo of you. If it was just me going, oh, but that marshal got it wrong, I might have had an argument about it. But when you've got someone going, well, there's a photo here of you off the track, you can't really get away with it. But yeah, it'll be entertaining. It'll be good fun anyway. Give me a bit of a challenge for the weekend.
We'll have cameras trained on Lewis at the start of that third race. Thanks for having a chat. Lewis starts third on the grid for this one. He will have Alistair Camp alongside him. Campy has vanished into the ether like he does sometimes. So let's see who else we can find if we have a little walk down this way, because on the next row of the grid, Sam Kirkpatrick will be starting from inside the top 5 as well. Sam is here, so let's dive in and have a little chat, shall we? Sam, decent qualifying effort for you earlier on this morning. What are you going to do about these area cars ahead of you there? They're going to be tough to get through, aren't they?
Yeah, well, we'll just need to make sure I get off the line, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
How confident are you with your starts? Do you think you can pick a couple off into turn 1?
Well, they've been pretty terrible, but at Brands I've figured something out, so hopefully we can do some more of that.
Obviously only a 15-minute race, but it's funny, these cars, they do work those front tyres quite hard, don't they? Because you've really got to try and use that front axle to generate some lap time. So is that maybe a tool that you can use against them? Are you going to pace yourself or just all guns blazing?
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes from the start, and then wherever I am we can decide from there.
Not giving anything away is Sam Kirkpatrick. 5th on the grid for Sam. Will Redford will be there alongside him. And then you've got Spencer Stevenson, only 7th, but he did have that altercation with a tyre stack. Now, I don't think you actually saw this on the live stream. This is the corner that was affected. Immaculate, Spencer. So they've done a brilliant job of fixing that car up after a little bit of a tangle with the scenery in qualifying earlier on. Now, we have spoken to Spencer. We'll leave you to it, Spencer, and we'll chat instead to young Harvey Caton. Top 8 on the grid. It's so difficult though, isn't it? Everyone in that top 8 or 10, so evenly matched. Almost impossible really, isn't it? Unless you nail the perfect lap to be up there near the front. But the race is a different story.
I mean, it's definitely hard to get a good lap in, especially how long the laps are. You don't get many. I think for the race it'll be quite good. This is a good track for overtaking, and I don't think it'll be too hard to make up positions. For qualifying we did have problems, so I think you might see that my pace will be a bit quicker for this race. So hopefully I'll get up there and be a bit higher for the reverse grid. So yeah.
Challenging circuit, Snetterton. A lot of people have been saying how technically demanding it is, and these cars, from the outside looking in anyway, they look like quite a bit of a handful at high speed, but at low speed, how do you get the car to go around some of these low speed corners? Do you have to be quite aggressive, or is it all about being smooth?
I mean, these cars, you do have to be very smooth. They're very agile and they can be really leery on the rear. In the slow stuff, you've got to really slow the cars down, use the diff to pull you through the corner. It's all about using the power, really. It kind of pulls you around the corner, so they're quite a technical thing to drive, but they're really fun, so they're quite good cars.
And you've been in this championship now for longer than I think even I realised. It's your 3rd season this, isn't it, really? So, you are mixing it with the big boys. The trouble is that they're getting quicker every year, aren't they, as well? And people like Josh coming in and Lewis now as well. Are you a driver who relishes that opportunity to go toe-to-toe with them, or are you kind of thinking, hang on, this should have been my time?
I mean, I love to have a good battle, especially when it's with the boys at the top. So, I mean, this season we're with a team for once, and it helps a lot. It's helped already. Got a 2nd at Brands first round, so it's a really good start. Hopefully we can just get rid of all the problems, and we'll see what comes for the next rounds, I guess.
Tell us a bit more about that then. So being part of a big team, how does that feel? Because it was always just you and your dad, turning up on the weekend, no one really there to help you. What key areas have now improved or become easier for you guys as a result of being part of a big team?
It's all about the data, really. Having teammates is the big part. You play as a team, you get your data, and it just helps you improve yourself on the track. Comparing your laps to other people's laps really opens your eyes to where you could be going faster. It's helped a lot at Brands. I found a lot of time where I wouldn't have before because I've always had to use my own data, so it's a massive help this season being in a team. It's really good.
Fingers crossed that keeps propelling you a bit closer to the front. We'll leave you alone now to get into the zone ahead of the race. Harvey Caton starting, 8th on the grid for this one. He'll have Jack Riddell next, who, as we heard earlier on, has been getting a bit of coaching from Morgan Bailey, and Liam McGill alongside as well. Liam, remember, carrying that extra weight in the number 62 car. Another one of the rapid area motorsport machines, but carrying that extra weight courtesy of an engine change that had to be done after qualifying. Right, my next victim is going to be this man stood over here, because we haven't spoken yet to Dave Marshall in the number 66 FN2, and actually we haven't seen a lot of you, to be honest, Dave. You are further down the grid than we're accustomed to seeing you these days. I meant that as a compliment, it didn't sound like one. No. What's the reason? What's going on?
Like a test, maybe.
Okay.
I have heard the rumours that the new tyres or fresh tyres are worth the most around this track that they've seen. We obviously standard our style, not on new tyres. Back tyres were from 21 from Brands Hatch, so it's loose. But Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether you can come to a track realistically in a championship of this, calibre and expect to be inside the top 10 when you've turned 5 laps of a track. Like, that's all we got in quali. So actually to do 5 laps and the last 2 laps were the only ones that actually meant anything, to be just outside the top 10 with a chance of this reverse grid. Yeah. And I think it's probably fair to say, I think we're only going to get quicker. And I like to think the people that's in front of us have probably done what they can do. So whether that means we can progress forward, I don't know. But I'm looking forward to it. It's a good track, and there's plenty overtaking opportunities around here as well. So it could get a bit dicey in the race.
Well, we know you're not normally backwards in coming forwards, and you sort of anticipated my next question there, which was that looking ahead to race 2 tomorrow, top 10 reversal. You've done this before, haven't you, where you've sort of scraped into the top 10, and then actually in clean air at the front, we know you can lead a race really well. So maybe not fair to say your weekend hinges on that second race, but that's definitely your opportunity.
Yeah, especially when you're in this position. Yeah, get the race weekend turned round, get a good solid race 1 finish. To be fair, when it's a triple header, finishing a race with no damage is key. If this rules us out for tomorrow, might as well pack up tonight and go home. So we've got to be sensible, but then also it'd be nice to move forward as well.
It would indeed. We'd nice to see you move forward. I'm sure we will. Dave Marshall then 14th on the grid for our first race. He's getting in the car. Lots of other drivers doing so as well, because we're not that far away from getting the race underway. But I think we've got time to grab a couple more people. Is that Owen Hillman I spot lounging around behind his car, trying to hide from me? It's not going to work, Owen. I'll tell you what, I'll make myself comfy. I've done far too much running around today, so I'm going to take the weight off my feet a bit. Right then, Owen, you're nice and relaxed ahead of this race. You're a bit further down the grid maybe than you'd like to be. How are you going to fix that?
Yeah, struggled in qualifying a little bit. Just couldn't piece a lap together. There's a little bit of traffic, and then it's a long lap round here, and we only get 6 or 7 opportunities at a lap. So, yeah, try and make some passes early on and see how we get on.
Obviously part of the massive team now with Pro Alloys Racing. When you're having one of these weekends where things aren't quite clicking, how generous are your teammates with their data and their time? Is it kind of a collaborative effect, or are you kind of left to your own devices?
No, we all get on real good. So especially me and Alex, we go back and forth with data, and that's been real handy on the test day and at Brands Hatch as well. So yeah, all of us get on mint. We all share data. There's no conflict, which makes a good dynamic within the team. So yeah.
You can tell he's in the zone because he's keeping his composure, I must tell you, when there are some very interesting antics going on off camera. Do not pan around, Laura, under any circumstances. Let's talk to your teammate, shall I? I'm going to have to stand up now. I don't really want to do that. But I want to speak to our latest member of the TCR grid, Alex Kite, who had his moment in the spotlight ahead of that TCR race earlier on. Good to have you out on that grid. Not in the capacity we'd like, actually. We've seen you racing in TCR before, but you're up for a bit of fun, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. It's not the way I wanted to rejoin the TCR grid, unfortunately, but it was nice to be at the front of the grid again for once. But yeah, no, it was good, something different. So I unfortunately said yes before I actually realised what I was getting myself in for. But yeah, so no, feeling good now. So we've got obviously our lap reinstated for qualifying, so we're not starting right at the back now. Found out the problem, it was the catalytic converter collapsed in the exhaust, so it blocked all the flow in the exhaust pipe basically. So hopefully it's rectified the problem now, and then we'll hopefully be moving forward from here.
Yeah, I mean, we would expect you to be one of those sort of top 10 drivers, really, and a bit like Dave Marshall was just saying there, your target now, I guess, is a solid second race, isn't it, with that reversed grid? I think you and Dave are going to be involved in quite an interesting battle here.
Yeah, I think the second race is going to be the one for me this weekend, because the third race, I think I'm sharing the back row with Lewis. I think we're both going to try and make a point of trying to work through together. So yeah, it'd be fun to come from the back, but yeah, we'll be trying to maximise as many points as we can in this race and the second one, hopefully.
Good stuff. Great to have a chat with Alex Kite then, and that I think is about all we've got time for down here in the assembly area, because the checkered flag has flown on our previous race. The cars are very shortly going to be released out onto the circuit ahead of 15 minutes of fun and action, always guaranteed in the Milltek Sports Civic Cup. Round number 4 of the championship coming up next.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Delightful interviewing there, Andy McEwen, and a big welcome back to everybody who's tuning in for the Milltek Sports Civic Cup Race 1 here at Snetterton. Of course, you may well have been familiar with the qualifying that happened earlier on, but we'll bring you all up to date with the grids and everything when they come to us and when we're ready to go, when they're on the green flag lap, basically. There's a little bit of recovery that's happening down at Ritchie's, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, unfortunately, which means we're a little bit delayed. There is one of the prototypes, actually, getting the unapologetic hoist from the marshals, who do a brilliant job, it has to be said. You can't really thank them enough with how... I mean, they're volunteers at the end of the day, yet they're here every single weekend, up and down the country, making us enjoy, or enabling us to enjoy this brilliant motorsport and sport that we love so dearly. I'm going to get this opportunity, just as we wait, to give a bit of a plug to the social media channels, because I know everybody watching always tunes in for a good plug. Not the most annoying part of any broadcast. It's the TCR UK series on Facebook, on Twitter, or X if you are one of the newer recruits to the platform, at TCR UK Official. On Instagram, at TCR_UK_series. YouTube TCR UK series. I'm guessing you probably found that already, considering you're watching this on the TCR YouTube page. But and Threads is the same as the Instagram, and we're now on TikTok. We are talking with the tick, and it's at TCR UK Official, which is pretty much, you type that into any of the social media sites, you'll probably find what you're looking for there anyway. So yeah, if you want to watch all the social media interviews and do all that sort of thing, we've got darts coming up on there, I believe. We're recording that this evening and tomorrow with Andy and Paul O'Neill potentially doing it tomorrow, I think, for the TCR drivers. We've got... I've got things planned that I'm going to do with the drivers as well. I'm going to go play with Jenga with them and random board games and quizzes and things like that, and get a little bit of personality out of the drivers as well. We speak to them enough about the racing. I think they even probably get to the point where they're tired of talking about how many times they've crashed or won or pole position or whatever. Let's get some more juicy gossip out of them, shall we say, and personality. I am pleased to say that I have been joined alongside, and now quite out of breath, and I imagine knackered, Andy McEwen. Andy, you're doing the Lord's work, I have to say, getting chatting to all those drivers. They all looked quite happy to talk to you, though.
Yeah, but that is the Civic Cup all over. It is genuine, and I know people say this about all sorts of championships, and there's probably someone who says this about every single championship out there, but it is the friendliest paddock out there. You know, every single driver, whether they're a front runner or whether they're just, you know, learning their craft or just here for a bit of a laugh, they are always up for a chat at any time. I've never once in the years I've covered this championship been turned away for an interview at any time. And there have been a few times where I've not really wanted to ask for an interview and they're still happy to give one. So yeah, such a friendly paddock. They all have a laugh. They all get on pretty well. You get rivalries out on track, of course you do, but generally speaking, off track, all really, really good friends, and it's a fantastic championship to be a part of. It is the total package. It's not only friendly and welcoming, but the cars look great, they sound great, the racing is second to none. It really is, I think, the most exciting one-make championship out there, and yeah, really, really pleased to have been a part of it for the last few years.
Yeah, and you cover quite a few one-make championships as well, so I feel like your word carries a lot of strength there. You were chatting to one of the drivers towards the end. In fact, there's a whole host of people that probably agree with you, actually, up on the banking. It's even the kids doing cartwheels in between races. Got to keep yourself entertained somehow, haven't you? I wish I could do one of those.
I don't know where to get the energy from.
No, I know, yeah. They've probably been there for the last 4 hours, haven't they? It's the ice cream flag, I imagine. Anyway, one last thing about the interviews that you were just saying, and sort of cottons on to the friendliest paddock and everything like that. You were talking to someone right at the end there, and he said about how all his teammates actually share the data with him, which not astonished me, because I've been in those sort of situations before, but in such a competitive championship, it does slightly surprise me at how welcoming and open they all are about it.
Exactly, and that was the Pro Alloys team, who do run about 27 cars on the grid, in fairness. So, you know, there's plenty of data to go around, but they run some very quick drivers. I remember asking that question, I forget who it was I asked a couple of years ago, when Pro Alloys had a couple of drivers that were up there fighting for the championship, and it was really Pro Alloys versus Area Motorsport. And they were a little bit more guarded at the time, but I think actually, and I might be adding 2 and 2 together and making 6 here, but I think the fact that Area Motorsport are back to their dominant ways now has sort of made some of the other teams think, right, okay, we've got to work together here. We have to work as one, because that's what Area Motorsport do so well. You know, you've got Max Edmondson and Josh Viles on the front row of the grid together, many people tipping them as the two that will fight for this championship, and they don't just share data, but they share a car very often in races, on test days. They'll jump into each other's cars and work together at that sort of level, and they're fighting for a championship against each other, for goodness sake. So, you know, if you're going to beat Area Motorsport, you've got to copy what they're doing, because it's obviously working.
Well, they lock out the top 5. It's not just the front row, which means they are clearly doing something right. And obviously the FN2 even though Campy's not got anything to actually judge off or other data to go off and everything like that, he's almost paving the way for other Area Motorsport cars to potentially come in the later championships and later years, and they'll have his data as well, of course. But one of the teams that is also sort of chasing quite hard is led by Will Redford on this grid, anyway, at least, isn't it? Will Redford, Spencer Stevenson, Harvey Caton, which is, of course, Ben Sharp Racing. Pro Alloys maybe just slightly further back for some reason. Could be a complete fluke or something. But Ben Sharp Racing really trying to touch them and sort of graze that envelope to push up to the Area Motorsport.
Indeed so, and that's a real feel-good story. You and I both know Ben, away from racing quite well, sim racing. Lovely bloke, very talented driver. He won this championship, remember, a few years ago. Knows what he's doing in the car, and you see that a lot in Civic Cup, actually, that drivers who have success in the cars then go on to run very successful teams. But Ben plugged away for a few years, really, having the odd car on the grid, and you know, they were there or thereabouts, but really until he jumped in one of the cars, they weren't often winning races. And it's really nice now to see, you know, he's gathered together a quick group of drivers under that awning, and with his expertise, and it really is expertise, then he's building that team up to be one of the real big contenders, which is nice to see.
Young drivers as well.
Yes.
Future drivers, future champions, I'm sure they'll all be hoping for. Right, the cars are now getting underway, aren't they? Which means we can finally look forward to the race. I've heard it feels like it's been going on for quite some time, this build-up for you. But the build-up will continue, and we'll be able to bring you the grid as soon as we can as well, because there's an awful lot of drivers to get through. There's 25 cars on this grid, only beaten this weekend by the Audi TTs with 30, and so it's quite astonishing, really. And quite a few storylines and everything. Where you spoke to Dave Marshall, obviously he feels like he's slightly out of position as a few other drivers, but here we are. The starting grid on pole position then is Josh Files. Alongside him in second place is the number 1, Max Edmondson. In row 2 is the 38 Lewis Kent and the 45 Alistair Camp. Row 3 is 22 Kirkpatrick and the 42 of Will Redford. Row 4 is the there we go. Number 12 of Spencer Stevenson and the 54 of Caton. Row 5 is the 19 of Ruddle and the 62 of McGill. Row 6 is 73 of Cristofaro and the 97 of Kite. Row 7 is the 66 of Marshall, we mentioned earlier, and the 86 of Petters. Row 8 is the 70 of Hillman and the 37 of Bromley. Row 9 is 127 Smith and the 322 of Petters as well. That's Jamie Petters, though, of course. Row 10 is the 92 of Swain and the 98 Jordan Brennan. Row 11 is the 64 Hassan and the 333 of England. Row 12, 495 of Hughes and the 25 of Butt. And right at the back, unfortunately, not where we like to see him. I'm sure he'll move forward if he can. Row 13, 25th position, 76, Simon Welch. You can tell I normally do the karting breakdown of that, can't you, with reading out all the numbers. I do find that even I start to annoy myself towards the end there. But it's a bit of a shame for Simon Welch to be right at the back. But there are a few drivers that you probably expect to be pushing further forward as this race goes on, don't you, Andy? I mean, you were speaking to Alex Kite and Dave Marshall, both saying the same thing.
Yeah, a very philosophical view from Dave Marshall, I thought, which we often get from Dave, in fairness. You know, he doesn't try and dress things up if things aren't going well, and he knows why, then he will tell us why, which is really refreshing actually to hear. And yeah, saying that he turned up, he'd done no testing, he put really old tyres on it, and he sort of said, well, why should I expect to be inside the top 10? It's too competitive a grid these days to be able to do that. But he is a phenomenal racer, better racer than qualifier. We've said that about a few drivers today. Definitely applies to Dave Marshall. And he's starting 13th. He only, I couldn't do it, needs to pass 3 cars, and he's in the top 10. And that top 10 means a good grid position for the second race, and he's done this a few times. Cadwell Park, I seem to recall last year, where he got his first win, was by doing exactly that, scraping into the top 10 in race 1, starting at the front for race 2, and managing to lead it home. So, we know that he will be a threat in that second race, but there are a few drivers at the back end of the top 10 or just outside of it who I think are definitely going to be looking to do the same thing. So that battle is going to be almost as tasty, if not more so, than the fight that's going on at the front with these, as you said, 5 Area Motorsport cars, followed by 3 Ben Sharp Motorsport cars, filling out the top 8 positions on the grid. It's going to be a really, really fascinating race.
Who's your money on then?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that.
It's because you handed back over to me. Normally it's the other way round.
I'm going Lewis Kent. I think Lewis knows this is his opportunity for a win. It might be his only opportunity for a win this weekend. I am going to put my money on Lewis Kent, and you've timed that just right, so I don't have time to ask you back. So we are ready to go racing, I believe. 15 minutes on the clock for round number 4 of the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. The red lights are about to go on, and then we'll be away and racing here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Josh Files and Max Edmondson, row 1. Lewis Kent and Alistair Camp on row 2. Lights out, away they go. Dream start made from pole by Josh Files, and Kent is away well too. He was on the inside of Edmondson, I think, on the run towards Rich's corner. Yes, they are side by side for second place. Kent on the left, Edmondson on the right. Can Max tough it out on the outside? The answer is no, and Lewis Kent goes into second position. So Files leads, Kent second, Edmondson third, Camp in fourth position. Is that Edmondson defending? No, it's Edmondson attacking and launching up the inside of Kent and getting back into second position. Brilliant stuff that from Max Edmondson. One down, but then he got it straight back again at the hairpin.
I was waiting for him to do it. I was here in the commentary box saying, dive him. The opportunity was on, and not that I'm supporting any of the drivers, you just like to see a great race, don't you? And they managed to get the car stopped. A couple of people going very wide, just about holding on to the car for the time being. But what a start by Josh Files. I was about to say he's been clean as a whistle as well, but Max Edmondson, I think that was looking very feisty up the inside. But he just outbroke himself. Josh Files has now got probably half a second gap.
Yeah, and it means that Lewis Kent is right back on the tail now of his teammates, side by side further back. Meanwhile, that's Sam Kirkpatrick up the inside of Will Redford, so managing to fend off the best of the Ben Sharp racing cars. And that is Spencer Stevenson up the inside and maybe into the back of Will Redford. That nearly went wrong. These 3, remember, all run by Ben Sharp Racing. And Ben, I'm sure, was having kittens on the pit wall watching that. Thankfully, they all came out the other side. Then the best of the Pro Alloys runners. And that is Alex Kite up from 12th on the grid and well inside the top 10 already.
Yeah, he's one of those drivers that you thought Dave Marshall only needs to overtake 3 drivers. One of them was Alex Kite. He seems to be overtaking them for him. But look at that, Dave Marshall, I think that is, looking up the inside of a fair few drivers, as Alistair Camp also maybe had an idea on Lewis Kent there. But the time is not quite there to try and pass Lewis. I've seen on your stat sheet for TCR, Lewis Kent is nearly top of every single laps led and pole positions and everything like that. Lewis Kent is a real serious racer in terms of the sort of club sport in the UK, but just generally as well. I think in Europe he'd do quite well in the TCRs and everything. Just go to show how strong this field of Civics are. The drivers that are driving around him and beating him are not doing it by luck or anything. They're right there on pace, and they can show that they could probably medal with the best.
Indeed so, and of course it is a two-time TCR champion leading the way in Josh Files, twice a champion outside of the UK. Lewis Kent, twice a champion within the UK in TCR UK. So yeah, some real talent at the front of the grid. There was Dave Marshall, by the way, side by side with Jack Riddell. So they're battling over 11, and that's Will Redford. Will Redford off at Riches. What was that all about? I couldn't see if there was contact. He's visiting the beach down at the first corner, but that was a bizarre place and way to lose control.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit of a touch, to be honest, going into the corner. I could be wrong. I could be putting a little bit of superstition in there, or placing the blame somewhere I don't need to be. But as they go run wide, very close to ending in disaster there for Bromley as well. It's very, very close. That was Josh Bromley. And there is Will Redford. He's just managed to get back out of the beach. And, well, we're saying Jeff Olden wanted to go to the beach with a cocktail. I think Will Redford wanted to meet him there. Will, obviously, getting back on the circuit, but it's a really... Oh, you've actually had a look at the YouTube replay there, actually.
So hard to tell. Harvey Caton was right behind him, but I couldn't see if there was contact. It just almost looked like he locked the rear axle, though. Again, it's quite a bumpy braking zone into Ridges.
No ABS.
No ABS in these cars, absolutely right. So very easy to do. So I'm not sure. I'm not going to pass judgment. It's not our job to do so, thank goodness. But either way, that is one of our contenders for a good result out.
Yeah, it is. And with no ABS and everything, the brake bias, he could maybe had it too far back, too far forward. Yeah. You don't know. He could just be out of balance. Anyway, it didn't go his way, did it? So we will see what he can do in the last 11, 12 minutes. It's a shame it's a little bit of a shorter race, isn't it, for the Civics? We were mentioning this earlier. He doesn't have the opportunity to really fight back like we saw maybe in the TCRs. Anyway, Josh Files leading by about a second. Lewis Kent is behind Max Edmondson by about half a second. But actually, that's not the fight, is it? Because the fight is Alistair Camp versus Lewis Kent, really. And the top five remained the top five that started, albeit, I believe, in slightly different order.
Sorry, Alistair Camp definitely exceeding track limits there, but yeah, no, you're right.
That's the same order, actually, anyway.
Yeah, same order. The 5 area cars in exactly the same positions as they were at the start, but for how much longer? Alistair Camp on the tail of Lewis Kent, looking maybe the quicker of the two. It doesn't look like Lewis has got the pace of Files and Edmondson, does he? He's definitely dropping back, and Camp won't want to let those two get away, teammates or not.
No, absolutely not. I was just looking. There was a big lunge going into there. I didn't think he'd be on two wheels with Jamie Petters, but he managed to get away with it. That was a bit of a shock, to be honest. I thought that it was going to be a big crash. Luckily, there wasn't. Going into the corner is Spencer Stevenson, though, just about holding off Liam McGill. I believe you had a chat with Liam McGill earlier on in the day. You pretty much had a chat with everybody, to be fair, at the moment. Liam McGill going into the second corner. No, not quite on the inside. I thought he might absolutely send it, but I think he was hoping to scare Spencer Stevenson out of it, maybe lose his braking zone. But I think all it's really done is invited Alex Kite in for a fight.
Alex Kite is up for a fight, isn't he, today? He's alongside Liam McGill, outside line into Palmer's, looks to try and get the switchback on the exit, can't quite do it. They've got Dave Marshall in behind, and then, who's that in 11th position? That is Daniel Petters, isn't it? So a good little battle pack here, and this is the battle at the tail end of the top 10. So you've got Spencer Stevenson, number 12, the silver car in 7th, McGill is 8th, but for how much longer? Alex Kite giving him a helping hand through Agostini, but can't quite find a way through. What that does mean is that Dave Marshall is inside the top 10 now, but only just.
Yeah, only just, and it could go one way or the other, couldn't it? With the amount of battles that are going on circuit. Is that going into Hamilton, 2 or 3 wide? Lightning McQueen needs to stay on the circuit. Smith just about holds on to it, doesn't he, as they go into the right-hander in the infield, and it looks like he just about manages to get away with it for the time being. But who is the 98 there? It's Brennan, isn't it? Jordan Brennan. I think he could come out of this one going into out of Bentley Straight, actually in the lead of this.
Wesley Swain, that is, trying to find a way around the outside, but not able to do so, and so Scott Smith fends him off. Jordan Brennan does indeed buy into that battle now. Brennan started the lap 18, looking to try and gain a place or two down the Bentley Straight. Let's wait and see as they come into view. Here they come. It is still Smith ahead. It is still Wesley Swain behind him. And that means they're all still in the same positions that they were at the other end of the straight. Jordan Brennan not actually able to take advantage of that. Leading group then through Coram. This is the end of the 3rd lap. Max Edmondson set the fastest lap of the race a lap ago, 2/10 quicker than Josh Files. Be interesting to see whether or not Josh has retaliated. I think he has. The gap was 0.8 of a second. It is now a second, and Josh Files nicks the fastest lap of the race, at least according to our timing tower anyway. 2:08.8 is quicker by quite a... Sorry, 2:09 to make it no, slower than Max Edmondson went earlier on. Anyway, Edmondson still dropping back with Lewis Kent, Alistair Camp and Sam Kirkpatrick behind. It's actually Kirkpatrick, I think, Jack, who is now starting to close in on that 3rd place scrap.
Yeah, and I think the more that Alistair Camp sort of half thinks about it is serving into Kirkpatrick's hands, isn't it, really? But this is the closest battle that we've got on circuit. For the next 5 or 6 minutes anyway, we'll wait and see whether it ends that way. But Dave Marshall trying to find his way into, well, he's in the top 10, but trying to find his rungs up the ladder, shall we say, ahead of Alex Kyton. Liam McGill seems to be holding up a fair few drivers here. Not to say that he is particularly slow, but it just looks like Kyton Marshall have found a little bit of pace in them as we look a lot further back down the order here, isn't it? Is this Butsy started? Where did he? Yeah, 24th position, and looks to be getting his elbows out with a few of the FN2s.
Yes, he was. William Butt is where? 21st at the moment, just ahead of Aidan Hassan and Harry England, the two Pri Alloys teammates, Simon Welch and Will Redford in behind. This, though, back to the fight that's going on towards the back of the top 10. Liam McGill, the Airy Motorsport car in 8th. The Pro Alloys machine of Alex Kite in 9th. Dave Marshall's Selfrun car in 10th position. There was a flag of some description being waved then. It might have been a surface flag because there's a bollard on the track at Williams, so I suspect that's all that is. The surface flag doesn't necessarily mean a slippery surface, just means there's something on the track that shouldn't be, and on this occasion it looks like it's the bollard, but it's off the racing line. Hopefully shouldn't present too much of a drama.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, it could be something to do with the fact we haven't seen it, and it's because there's that dust that's on the floor from cleaning up an oil spill. So maybe it's just that, the cement mix or sawdust or whatever they use here at Snetterton. Oh no, there's the bollard. You were right, absolutely right. There we go. So a nice shot there. Good zoom in there for the cameraman. It looks like Lewis Kent has pretty much got into a rhythm, hasn't it? I don't think Alistair Camp has really found any kind of pace consistent enough to worry Lewis Kent. In that early stage, you got the impression that Campy needed to do it sooner rather than later, and now the opportunity's maybe just gone by the wayside.
Oh, they're all so evenly matched. I mean, okay, Files had pole by 0.3 of a second, but then Edmondson was only a 1/10.5 quicker than Kent, who was a 1/10 and a bit quicker than Camp, who was 4 thousandths quicker than Sam Kirkpatrick. If you're only 4 thousandths of a second quicker than somebody, those positions aren't likely to change. For there to be overtaking, there has to be quite a big delta in performance between one car and another, and it just isn't there because it's such a competitive grid at the front of the field. But it's not to say they won't be trying. Alistair Camp definitely is going to be applying the pressure for as long as he can, but not yet able to find a way through. Here he comes then down towards Agostini. Leaders seem closer together, I would say. I don't think that's 1.1 seconds anymore, and Camp definitely on the rear bumper of Lewis Kent again.
I was going to say, that is a noticeable difference, isn't it? I mean, I know the time was say otherwise, but we don't get the sector times here at Snetterton, do we, this weekend, unfortunately. But I'd say just by the eye going into Agostini, it did look a bit closer. But let's go through Hamilton. It does look like that FN2 is, I don't know, maybe just struggling a little bit to keep onto the back of the Area Motorsport EP3. So I think Lewis might, as I said, have the overall pace, the overall rhythm. Doesn't make many mistakes, so nobody in these sort of top 5 or 6 of this race really will make any particularly large mistakes, but it's been a sort of a good test there, and what it does set up tomorrow very nicely with the top 10 reverse grid. It's an opportunity for Josh Files to show off his overtaking skills as well, where maybe today they haven't really been tested that much.
Alistair Camp right up over the curb. I mean, you can't say he's not throwing everything at this. He nearly tipped over at Murray's a lap ago, and then got even closer to doing so through Brundle and Nelson. You do not want to be hitting those big sausage curves. The FN2 always has looked a bit stiffer than the EP3 and sort of bobbles around a bit more. The EP3 with that nice lazy slide there, a bit more softly sprung, but Camp's FN2 hopping and skipping around, especially as he starts climbing the big curves. But despite that little moment and a couple of others that I've seen, he is staying with Lewis Kent, and certainly close enough to Lewis that if Kent were to make a small error, there's a good chance the position would change.
Well, I mean, when you're drifting round Coram, that's a long time to drift those tyres, isn't it? And you could either overheat them quite quickly, and with about 4 minutes to go, maybe that's what we're starting to see from both drivers. Maybe the cars just react to a slight overheating tyres in a different way, but it looks like Lewis Kent is, well, he's been very smooth on the steering there. I thought maybe it would take a couple of bites of the cherry. Alistair Camp goes very wide again. He's struggling, isn't he? I think we're seeing a lot more sloppiness come the final couple of minutes on both of these drivers than we did in the early stages.
Yeah, I do think tyres might be a part to play in that. Like I said, 15 minutes is not a lot, but these cars work their tyres pretty hard. That is Smith up the inside of Cristoforo, and you can see that Smith's already had a bit of a ding in the left-hand side, the side panel hanging loose on the Lightning McQueen liveried car. But can't yet find a way past Cristoforo. Those two battling over 15th position for the time being. Third place scrap, though, makes its way through the kink at Hamilton. That's the biggest that gap has been for some time, I'd say.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's almost like that sort of gap appears when Alistair Camp maybe went for a move but didn't work. I don't think he did, because we would have probably seen it, and apart from going into Agostini, I can't imagine when it would have happened, but it just looks like he's missing apexes, he's running wide, he's nowhere near it now. He's not even in the same shot, is he, as Lewis Kent. I think Kent probably knows that he can probably take 5% off the pace now, and Camp's either tyres have gone or his car's just not quite set up to last this long in the race.
It does look a bit understeery, and again, with it being so stiffly sprung, you can sort of, it's quite lively at the back on corner entry, but then understeery on corner exit. He went very wide out of Wilson a bit earlier on in this lap as well. The front wheel's just spinning, scrabbling for grip. If he finishes on the podium, I'll ask him the question after the race. In fact, I should get the chance to chat to many of them again after the race, because they're all going to be in Parc Ferme together, so I will try and ask him the question. Oh, Lewis Kent, the exact opposite there. No understeer in car number 38, is there? That was a beautiful four-wheel drift through Coram. Drifting through the right-hander on the brakes, fling it back to the left through Murray's. That is such a demanding sequence of corners. No wonder so many people get it wrong.
It's braver than I would be through there. I was always terrified of the exit of Coram. Oh, Dave Marshall, is that going on Alex Kite? No, actually, we'll focus on this, because Alistair Camp has got the run on Lewis Kent, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Lewis Kent, I think, has a problem, and he's crabbing, he's going over to the side of the road. Lewis Kent will be out of this race, and after Brands Hatch race 1 or 2, I can't remember which one it was, he had a problem, his tyre came, his whole wheel came off then, actually. Lewis Kent ends up retiring here at Snetterton.
And the wheels very much coming off his early championship chances, you'd have to say. One non-finish you can sort of bounce back from. You've got dropped scores. To an extent, you can bounce back from a couple of non-finishes, but to be using those drop scores up so early in the season is not ideal at all. And, well, Alistair Camp inherits a podium place. Not the way in which he'd have liked to do that, but he was applying the pressure. He would argue, I suppose, that he always would have had a shot claiming the podium, but Lewis seemed to have answers, didn't he, there, for all of the questions being posed of him. And unfortunately, mechanical woes have taken Lewis Kent out of contention for the second event in a row, and that means he'll be at the back for race 2 because he misses out on that top 10 grid reversal, and at the back for race 3 because he only had one legal lap time in qualifying. So his second fastest lap time, well, there wasn't a second fastest lap time that was within track limits, so he's going to be at the back for the next 2 races. Great news for us because he's guaranteed to provide some excitement, but terrible news for his championship.
Yeah, no, that is the worst thing that could have possibly happened, because it's not only, he already had one race that was pretty much guaranteed to be screwed up, which was the third race of the day. Now it's gotten even worse as well. So yeah, mechanical woes, definitely his biggest foe so far in this championship, but it's not the biggest foe of Josh Files, who seems to be rounding out Coram for what will be the last time with a couple of seconds to go. He's been leading this race, and he's been forever growing the gap on reigning champion Max Edmondson. It's up to 2 seconds, and as he goes through Murray's for the final time, there is Max Edmondson. Josh Files will be a race winner once again here at the Civic Cup, and well, I'm sure no one will take it away from him, because that was a pretty stupendous race.
It was indeed. Josh Files then wins at Snetterton, his first ever victory in the championship. Max Edmondson comes home in second, and third for Alistair Camp. This looks like a drag race to the line. That's Liam McGill versus Spencer Stevenson for what will become 6th place. Get the photo finish camera ready. That was very, very close indeed. 0.06 of a second close, and McGill got him by 0.06 of a second, passing him in the final metres of the race. So McGill ends up 6th, Stevenson 7th, Alex Kite 8th, Daniel Petters, good result that inside the top 10, and Owen Hillman will get the reverse grid pole position, because what happened to Dave Marshall? Dave Marshall has gone missing on the final lap of the race as well. I've no idea where, but that's such a shame for him. Great news though for Hillman, he provisionally will be on pole tomorrow morning.
Yeah, absolutely. There was plenty of storylines going on. It's really gutting that we haven't seen what happened to Dave Marshall, as he was one of the drivers that was giving us the most amount of excitement, to be honest, throughout that entire race. But great stuff. There's Dave Marshall, and unfortunately there's Dave Marshall out of the car, and his car looks like it's smoking. So I don't know whether that's steam or smoke. It's a bit of a shame as well, because he actually said in his interview with Andy just before, if you really want to just survive this race, if you end up getting too much involved, then you might as well, and you have damage, you might as well just pack up and leave. So hopefully we don't pack up and leave, but we do have the results coming up on your screen for you now. So the confirmed provisional result is Josh Files leading away a 4 streak of Area Motorsport. Not quite the 5, not quite everyone finishing, as we saw Lewis Kent jumping off the edge of the circuit, unfortunately. Max Edmondson ended up in 2nd place, with Alistair Camp inheriting 3rd. 4th was Sam Kirkpatrick, with Harvey Caton in 5th. 6th was Spencer Stevenson. 7th, Liam McGill, front of what was a very, very tight battle involving Dave Marshall, Alex Kite, and Daniel Peters taking advantage in 9th. Owen Hillman rounded up the top 10, and as Andy said, will take the pole position for race number 2 tomorrow morning. I'll be able to bring you the times of that if you are wondering in a couple of minutes' time. And Owen Hillman coming from 15th on the grid. It's very impressive indeed. Josh Bromley came home in 11th with Nick Cristofaro in 12th. Scott Smith in 13th with Jack Ruddle in 14th. 15th was Wesley Swain, a rather battered looking car, to be fair, at the end of that race. With 16th Jordan Brennan, 17th Jamie Petters, 18th Adyan Hassan, Aidan Hassan even, my apologies, 19th William Butt, 20th Mark Hughes, Will Redford 21st, 22nd. Actually, that's pretty good from Will Redford, in all fairness, considering where he was beached at one point. Harry England in 22nd, Simon Welch in 23rd, Lewis Kent in 24th, after pulling off to the side of the road, and Dave Marshall pulling off a lap before, or at least half a lap before, in 25th position. So the Goodyear Diamond Award was also given to Mark Hughes, and the Paul Winfield Trophy to Spencer Stevenson, who seems to be somewhat running away with that championship. Now there is Lewis Kent's car, and it looks fine. It must be some kind of mechanical problem to be happening on the start-finish straight. Maybe his engine blew up, but there's no smoke or anything, or I've no idea, to be honest. The fact that they can pull it home is a good sign in a way, but also a bit of a questioning sign. Maybe Andy McEwen will be able to find him and have a chat with him. I think I can see a few drivers actually in the pit lane now. I'm just giving Andy a couple of seconds to realise, to catch his breath once more. Well, I'll give you the timetable. If you're wondering when the race 2 is, it is going to be tomorrow morning. It will be at 12:15, so actually it's just inside the afternoon, but the build-up will start from around about 11:40 for the Milltek Sports Civic Cup Race 2. And if Race 1's anything to go by, the top 10 reverse grid is going to be absolutely stunning. And we've got more storylines now as well. Of Dave Marshall hopefully will return to the grid after, I'm not sure what happened to that car, but it does look a bit damaged on the front end. That could have been sort of superficial damage from earlier in the race, or it could have been what caused the DNF. We also have Lewis Kent obviously coming from the back of the grid now, as well as the likes of Josh Files coming from 10th, and it's going to be plenty of action here, there and everywhere, that's for sure. If you're wondering when the TCR UK Championship is, tomorrow with Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen at the helm for your coverage, for both the Milltek Sports Civic Cup and the TCR, of course. Then the TCR kicks off, during the lunch break, and we're doing a grid walk, actually. So that'll be kicking off at about 1 p.m. So me, Paul and Andy all doing a grid walk, and we'll kick off a good evening's racing, or good afternoon, I should say. Right, Andy has all the reaction for the Milltek Sports Civic Cup Race 1, and there's plenty of reaction, I'm sure, from plenty of drivers. Andy, take it away.
You sound more out of breath than me.
So, that was a very good first race of the weekend for the Civic Cup. Josh Files giving away all my secrets there. That jog across from the commentary box, I've recovered from already. You really should be the hot and sweaty one, really, after that. It's hot out there, isn't it? You weren't battling particularly, but that doesn't make it any easier, does it?
No, when you got Max Verstappen, as I call him, in your rearview mirror, you've got to keep going harder and harder and harder. But no, it's nice to get away from the line. Good enough start anyway, lead into obviously turn 2, which is always the critical thing. I saw Max lock up and nearly torpedo me at the middle hairpin, but after that it was just a case of like putting some laps in and getting it done. So yeah, really good.
I mean, again, you make that sound a lot easier than it is, because putting those laps in, if you dropped a 1/10 and a half a lap, he's on you, and a 1/10 and a half around a lap this length is nothing.
No, it's 2 minutes 10 or something like that. So and you could easily lose that quite easily anywhere. So no, he kept me under pressure, and I just kept putting quali lap after quali lap in. I'm really happy with the car. As I say, we fixed our problem that we had at Brands. So fingers crossed, this is the first of many this year.
Well, I don't think there's many people would bet against that, to be perfectly honest. How are the tyres behaving towards the end? Again, only a 15-minute race, but I said in commentary, these cars use those front tyres pretty hard, don't they? Were you struggling at all?
Well, they do, yeah, but you know me from TCR, I like the car loose, and loose it was. So even at the end, I was still getting probably a bit too much rotation. So I reckon reckon I could have done maybe another 20 minutes or so, and would have kept rotating before going into understeer. So it's hard, because obviously at the start of the race you do have to hang on to it, but then as the tyres wear off, as you say, it comes into its own. So I was quite comfy out there at the end.
Excellent stuff. There we go. Josh Files, race winner at last in the Milltek Civic Cup. At last. It took him 4 races, not that long really. Max Edmondson, second place this time around. I know what you're going to say. You never really expected to be able to beat him anyway. Second place always looked like it was pretty much in hand. Anything to report after that one?
I did a slight lock up at turn, whatever it was, and that slightly put me off, but yeah, I just felt like Josh needed a win, didn't he? So I'll let him have that one.
Being the good teammate.
Yeah.
I'm sure you were pushing, certainly in the early stages you were. That lock-up had me concerned for a moment, not only that you might have harpooned him, but that it might have flat-spotted the tyre. Are these tyres quite sort of robust? Can you get away with the odd lock-up like that?
I don't know. I've never locked up like that before. I've only done one lock-up like that before, and I destroyed my gearbox. So I didn't really know what to expect, to be honest. I was expecting to go down the back straight, stamp on the brakes and just go straight on. But yeah, I didn't, luckily, so I don't know if I flat spotted the tyre or if I've got away with it. But yeah, it was a good race. Pace was there, just Josh had that little bit edge over me, and that's how we slowly built the gap.
Okay, so you've let him have a win now. That's your good teammate duty done. You've got 2 more chances now tomorrow to get your own back, get some points back. And of course, race 2, you're starting 1 place further up the grid than him as well. Is that? Yes.
That was the plan all along.
Of course it was. Is that, how much of an advantage will that give you? It's 1 place further on the grid, but given how evenly matched you are, I mean, that could make all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, even if I make a good start, the guy ahead of me might not be able to make a good start. I might not be able to get ahead of him. So it all depends on obviously what happens tomorrow. It's not just like get a good start and just drive off. You need to obviously make your way through the pack quick enough, but safe enough. So I'll probably end up working with him, or working with Ali, or working with someone fast around me, and just trying to get to the front as fast as possible.
Sounds like a plan. Congratulations, Max. Second place, more valuable points in the bank. And here is, this isn't your car, get over here. We want to plug your sponsors, Alistair, because it's your second time on the podium now this season. But that one, I don't want to say it was a genuine podium, the other one was as well, but that one you qualified well, you ran well. Bit disappointing, I guess, that Lewis pulled off at the end, but a podium's a podium.
Yeah, definitely. To watch Lewis slow like that when we had such a good race between us, like we kept it clean, was battling, I was catching him, then he was getting away. It's so frustrating. And like I said, they're like towing a caravan now, wherever they are, out the corners, which you can probably see on the live stream. But no, it was really good, but yeah, shame to see Lewis stop like that, but yeah, it's one of them, and yeah, we capitalised with a third and good. But yeah, I definitely want to say hello as well to the missus, who is on a Hendo for the O'Malleys, and my mum and mother-in-law for looking after the little ones for me this weekend to make this third possible.
Now that was almost smooth. So was your driving out there. I have to say, there were a couple of leery moments, it seemed. It was interesting watching you and Lewis, actually. Obviously, Lewis in the EP3, you in the FN2. You'll both have different driving styles, slightly different setups, but it really looked like his car was a lot softer, sort of flowing, those nice gradual slides. Yours seemed a little bit twitchy on entry and maybe a bit of understeer towards the end.
Yeah, I think towards the end, because I'd lost Lewis as my marker, I'd not even paid attention to the brake, but I was just paying attention to where Lewis was braking, trying to gain that little bit. So then all of a sudden, there's nobody there as a marker anymore. And it's like, oh, we need to remember now everything from quali. So that was where my last lap was like 2 seconds off the pace massively. The car felt mega, but the way that these are with the beam on the rear, you almost have to rotate on entry, and that's why it looks like it does. So as it rotates in, whereas the EP3 you can literally brake, turn, and they will go. Whereas if you try and do that with that, they just go straight on. So like I say, me and Dave have had quite a few chats. All the FN2 boys, I'm team FN2 now, so we all have a chat and all that. But yeah, we're getting there. Like, we're learning so much every weekend with the car. So yeah, we're getting there quicker and quicker, hopefully.
Well, not a bad result. Congratulations, Alistair Camp, on the podium once again. 2 more people to chat to. There's one of them, Spencer Stevenson, our Paul Winfield Trophy victor in that race. We didn't actually see a lot of you, to be honest. You had a little bit of a quiet race, couldn't quite keep up with those boys, but you had the pace on the ones behind. Fair assessment?
Yeah, definitely. The car went off quite quickly, though. So yeah, I did have a bit of a gap, and then it sort of closed down a little bit, so I had to do a little bit of defending. But yeah, no, it was a good race.
Obviously a bit of a dip down in performance from Brands Hatch, but actually it probably looks worse, doesn't it, because of how evenly matched this top 10 is. I don't actually think you're that far off the pace at all.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like the top 15 is capable of winning it. It's very competitive. Yeah, I'd like to have been a little bit higher up, but yeah, we'll make some setup changes and go from there. Yeah.
And of course, race 2 now, you're in that awkward position where you don't really gain any places, but you do at least jump ahead of the Area Motorsport cars, for example, on the grid. So is that your chance to shine? What do you think you can get out of that second race tomorrow?
Yeah, hopefully just get off the line well, and then yeah, go from there.
You've got to give us more than that. Come on, we want some insider knowledge.
Yeah, well, the area boys seem a bit quicker than us this weekend. Yeah, like I say, struggling a little bit with setup. If they come by us, I'll just try and tag on the back of them. But yeah.
You're going to keep him behind you. That's the plan. Spencer's going to get his elbows out tomorrow. Congratulations on the Paul Winfield Trophy victory and our Goodyear Diamond Award winner, I presume, getting a bit of sun on his face back here. You should be warm enough after that race, Mark. It looked pretty toasty in the car, or was that you just catching your breath?
Yeah, just the breeze is coming down this way, so I'm just trying to get over a breeze. I'm getting it's a bit hot, so yeah, no, it was a good one. A bit too hot, I want to say, but yeah, enjoyed that.
We're never happy, are we? It's too cold, it's too hot. But it does present its challenges, doesn't the temperature? Not just on you, but the car as well. I mean, is there anything that you do differently in preparation yourself or to the car when you know it is going to be a hot one?
Just plenty of water intake for us, as much as I'm such an athlete, built like an athlete, you know. Yeah, it's just water, and leave the cars turned off as long as possible, just so there's no sort of heat generating coming through. So yeah, no, good.
Solid race. I mean, we saw a bit of you, particularly in the early stages, getting stuck into some of the battles. Was it a straightforward race, or did you have any time to sort of catch your breath and try and take stock of the situation?
No, I struggled really. I got going. I think it was Hassan. He had a shocking start. Nearly went into the back of him on the start. Got past him. Then we were having some good battles all the way through. And then I'd seen Kent go off. He was parked up. And then I'd gone through one of the corners on the infield, and it's like I had no grip. And then I'd seen Dave Marshall was off, so I'm only presuming it was cool and I was slipping on. So I just had to tyre manage really.
Well, you did it well. You came home with another class victory. More of the same tomorrow?
Hopefully, it's a little bit cooler. But yeah, no, Simon had good pace. So yeah, those my nemesis. So yeah, I've got to, it'll be good tomorrow.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations then on the Goodyear Diamond Award win. Now, I think I've got time, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, to have a chat with a couple of other drivers. Yes, I do. And there's one down here who probably doesn't want to talk to me, but I want to know what happened to him in that race. I'm really sorry, Will, but if I could just ask you the question. We saw the moment at the first corner, but from our angle, we couldn't see whether you jumped or you were pushed. What happened?
I hit the pedal and the rears locked up instantly, and that was it. But I don't know if you can see the car. We had a brake failure yesterday. So the team did a mega job getting it all back together and straightening the quarter as much as they could. And then we got quite lucky without doing much damage to the actual mechanical side of it. But I don't know if there's still something left that we need to inspect, or if it's just me maybe hitting the brakes too hard on the first lap. I don't know, but there's
you know what you're doing there. You've done enough of these races now, so I mean, it does sound a bit like there's something going on. Such a shame though, because you had real potential in that race, I think.
Yeah, I think, coming back through the pack, I think the pace was okay. But obviously we're so far off that I think a second to area is going to be tough. It might be different if I'm right behind them, but I don't know where the time is at the moment, so we need to have a bit of a think for tomorrow and see what we can come up with.
What's the plan this evening then? Take that part of the car apart, look at the data. How do you go about analysing what went on?
We'll probably stick the car on a flat patch, just check all the numbers, do a full spanner check and see what's happening. Maybe have a look at the data, but we can't see brake pressure or anything, so it's not like we can know if I hit the brakes too hard or if it's the car or what. I mean, towards the end of the session, the car felt great, so that leads me to believe it's not the brakes and it's more me. But yeah, we just got to have a look at some stuff and hopefully figure something out that's going to get us a second.
Something about this place, isn't there? Better luck tomorrow, hopefully, Will, and yeah, real shame to see that.
Thank you.
So, Will Redford, that explains it then. No contact by the looks of it. Now, I think drivers are being ushered away from the Parc Fermé area. I'm just going to stick my head around the corner. Yep, there's no one there. So, that is it. We're not going to have any more chats down here, but good to chat with a few of the drivers after another very entertaining race in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. Tune in again tomorrow for more of the same from the Civics, but there's still more racing to come this afternoon here from Snetterton.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Let it go.
Josh Files, part of the Milltek Sports Civic Cup this year, has now got his debut weekend out of the way at Brands Hatch, scored some good points, popped up on the podium. Satisfied with how it went?
Yeah, I mean, we found that we had a differential issue there, so quite a big problem. We think we've sorted it. Yesterday in testing here went very well, so I think today will be a better day.
How much did you learn? Obviously, I didn't know you had the diff problem. That will have obviously altered the way the car was driving. But how much have you learned now? Do you think you've cracked the code of the Civic Cup car now?
Oh no, not at all. They're the hardest things in the world to drive on the limit. I can promise you that. No, they are tricky. They are unique. You know, obviously all the lads are fast in this championship. It's nice doing a one-make championship again, because obviously in TCR and stuff like that, you've got all the different brands and there's BOP. It's just nice to come here. No turbos, and just have fun. So yeah, I've definitely got on top of the car more. Now we fixed the issue, it's handling how I want it to as well. So yeah, it's good.
And handling's so important here, so important everywhere, I suppose, but Snetterton's such a technically demanding track, isn't it? Would you say that suits your driving style? Quite a lot of sort of low, medium speed corners, you've got to be on it as a driver.
To be honest, I find the infield a bit boring here, but the high speed stuff is wicked. So yeah, I'm very analytical about stuff. I have been all my career so far, and I just always want to learn how to do something the best way. I think I've got to a place now, especially here, because I'm obviously a local boy, so I know the track quite well. I think we've got to the point now where I sort of understand the car, understand what it's doing. It's where I want it to be. So I suppose only time will tell.
Race wins on the cards, do you think, this weekend? How realistic is that?
I'd like to think so. Obviously, you never know what everyone's doing in testing, but yesterday I was going all right, so we'd like to think so, yeah.
Excellent. Well, that sounds like a plan, Josh. We'll let you go and carry on your preparation and share all your secrets with Max. I'm sure he's been grilling you.
Well, you know, we were racing last weekend. I let him have a go in my car just to make sure, you know, either if I learn from him or I realise my car's poo, one way or another. So, yeah, we had a nice little race last weekend together, which we won. So
who was the quicker of the two, though? That's the golden question.
If you ask him, it's him. If you ask me, it's me. But either way, we were very close.
There we go. I think that answered my question. Right, thank you, Josh, for having a chat. Best of luck, mate.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers, mate.
Josh Files, definitely one to watch, as always, this weekend. One of the revelations at the Milltek Sports Civic Cup last time at Brands Hatch was Spencer Stevenson, and the pace of Spencer Stevenson on his debut in the championship. Spencer joins me now here at Snetterton. Fantastic season opener that you had at Brands. We keep saying we were a bit shocked to see how quick you were. You're probably sick of hearing us saying that now, but yeah. I suspect maybe you even surpassed your own expectations. Is that fair?
Yeah, I was very shocked myself, especially with the quality of drivers. I weren't expecting to be so far up so quick, because obviously I've never done these before either. So yeah, I was very happy at Brands Hatch. Yeah, definitely.
At what point in the weekend did you sort of realise, oh, hang on a minute, I'm on the pace here?
Practice, we were a little bit off. And then come qualifying, I seen my board P2, and I was like, well, I'll soon drop. But then, yeah, I managed to hold P2, and I was like, yeah, very surprised at that. So, yeah, no, I'm very happy with, how we've been getting on.
Does that change the mindset now then coming into Snetterton, because you had such a strong Brands Hatch, you're a championship contender now, whether you were expecting that or not. So do you now kind of arrive at the rounds with a slightly different perspective?
Yeah, so potentially a championship to think about. So yeah, got to be sensible and not make any silly mistakes or moves. And we've got a championship to think about now as well.
And to win championships, you've got to score consistently, stay out of trouble, but hopefully try and win some races. What do you think your chances are of getting that done this weekend?
Yeah, pretty good. We were struggling a little bit for yesterday on pace-wise, but we've done a few adjustments, and so we'll see how we go in qualifying.
Qualifying is important here as well, isn't it? You don't get a lot of laps, really. Yeah. So have you done a few sort of qualifying simulations through testing, because you've got to get the heat in the tyres pretty quickly?
Yeah. Well, we had a few problems yesterday. We had a gearbox go, and we lost a bit of track time, so we didn't get as much done as we wanted to. But yeah, hopefully we'll be up there in qualifying.
Excellent. Well, we'll let him go and prepare for qualifying. Spencer, thanks for having a chat. Best of luck.
No worries. Cheers. Thank you.
Spencer Stevenson on the money at Brands Hatch. Will he be here at Snetterton?
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Fiesta ST240 Championship. Well, it's going to be soon anyway. There's a reason why there's a Mini driving in front of you. There we go. Their race has just finished. Trust me, the Fiestas are coming up. But if you've been watching through the day, a big thank you for joining us so far here at Snetterton, which turned out actually to be quite a nice day, actually. It turned out very overcast this morning, but the clouds have somewhat dissipated, and the blue sky is certainly dominating the skyline now. In fact, there you go. You can see it in front of you. What a day to be out enjoying some motorsport. Fingers crossed, it sort of wets your whistle and you want to come down tomorrow and maybe watch a little bit as well. By all means, we've got a fully filled timetable if you want to come down and actually watch it in the flesh, which, as we're waiting a little bit for the Fiestas to come down, I'll give you a bit of a rundown on what you've got to look forward to tomorrow. Indeed, at the actual day, if you're here in person, you will see the MG Metro Cup, the Mini 7s, which have just finished up here, the ST240 Championship, the Fiesta Juniors, and the Audi TTs, the Mini Miglia, and, of course, the Milltek Sport Civic Cup Championship and TCR UK. So there are plenty of different championships to get down here and watch, by all means, during the Sunday. There's also the grid walk at lunchtime as well, just before the second race of the weekend for the TCR UK Championship. That's also really awesome as well. When we did it at Brands Hatch, there was thousands of people who came down and wanted to get involved, have a look at the grid, see the cars up close. It was actually quite disconcerting doing the presenting of the live stream during it as well, actually, because there were so many people around. But that was brilliant because we got to talk to so many people. Not only the drivers, but team principals, marshals, fans as well. So we really do enjoy the interaction, and hopefully, as I said, there's a fair few people come down tomorrow to enjoy that one. There's also all those races tomorrow on the live stream. If you can only watch it live, we'll be covering the MG Metro Cup, the Fiesta ST240s, the Fiesta Juniors, the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup, and of course the Milltek Sport Civic Cup and the TCR UK. So plenty of things to be keeping an eye out for. There is some of the crowds that have turned up here on Saturday to watch the afternoon of racing. The majority of the morning was dominated by qualifying, apart from there was a few Zeo prototypes, and there was an ST240 just before the lunch break. the racing has been pretty epic, and actually the racing here at the ST240s was pretty epic as well. I can tell you that Alistair Kellett, to no one's real surprise, ended up taking the victory in front of the crowd here at Agostini, in front of your, well, that's currently on your camera. Zachary Lucas, who qualified on pole position, ended up coming in second place by about 1.1 seconds. Once Kellett got into the lead, he looked like he had good consistency and good pace underneath him, so he managed to eke out a really decent lead. Dan Lewis is third. He was the leading AM driver as well, in amongst a whole host of pros. In fact, the next AM driver is all the way down in 8th place, Archie Johnson. Alistair Kellett was also the Masters, top-earning Masters driver. Going into the weekend, I can tell you that Zachary Lucas was leading the championship. He obviously might change now slightly, given the championship was so close. There was only about 9 points between them, and Alistair Kellett obviously took home a race victory. He also got the fastest lap of the race. Yes, he did, to contribute another couple of points. So he would have probably ended up with about a... We might still be second in the championship with about a 9-point sway, because he also got that. No, Zachary Lucas got the fastest, the class pole actually, so he got a point there. So it all gets a little bit complicated, but I think Zachary Lucas will still lead the championship going into the second race here at Snetterton before we do depart. There is one more race after this. It's the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup. And then the day is finished here at Snetterton, which is a bit of a shame really, because it's been an excellent day of racing. Thoroughly looking forward to tomorrow. You see the drivers starting to line up. We'll bring you the grid when they go round on their green flag lap. A little bit of a background of what the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship is. Well, it's basically a continuation. Used to be formerly known as the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, when it was a bit of a standalone. I think they mixed the 150s and the Mark 6s. The Mark 7s ST240s all together, and now there's big enough grids, luckily, that the Fiestas have split up. So this is the top end of the ladder for the Fiesta racing. There's also the bottom end of the ladder, which is, or the beginning end of the ladder, I should say, really, not the bottom. The Fiesta Juniors, which have been practicing and qualifying today. We haven't shown them on stream because we don't show the practice or qualifying. They'll be racing tomorrow. Right in the middle is the sort of place where drivers go to cut their teeth into before they go into the ST240s, which is the ST150s. And unfortunately, they're not here with us this afternoon, this weekend, which is a bit of a shame because they were epic in the Brands Hatch iteration of the TCR UK weekends. But as the whistle goes, our green flags will start flying, I'm sure, which means we can be able to go on our lap. We'll be able to bring you all the grids. As I said, if you are here tuning in to wait for the Audi TTs, trust me, the ST240s is worth sticking around for. If you're here for the ST240s, the TTs are worth sticking around for as well, because there is 30 cars that will be on the screen for you to really race hard, and I think that's the best thing you can possibly do right at the end of the day is put the biggest grid on. It's only it's the only grid that's actually bigger than the Civic Cup Championship. So, as the grid gets brought up on your screen, it's a continuation of the results from race 1. It sets the grid for race number 2. So, on pole position is the 52 of Alistair Kellett. The 2, 3, 4 of Zachary Lucas lines up alongside him. Dan Lewis is in 3rd with Simon Horrobin in 4th. Row 3 is Gary Miller and Joseph Knight. Row 4 is Archie Johnson and John Cooper. It was very eventful in the first race for John Cooper. Row 5 is James Pope and Connor Blackburn. Row 6 is Charlie Ellis and Lucas Hayden. Row 7, Marco Ricci and Adam Clark. With row 8 consisting of Harry Hayes and Morgan Kidd. Row 9, Matt Chambers and Luke Waugh. More on him in a second. And in row 10 and at the back of the field, 19th place, Caitlin May, and 20th place, Henry Howarth. Caitlin May unfortunately ended up... Well, actually, this was a bit of the story of the ST240s, really, for the first race, is that it seemed to be bubbling up to quite a crescendo. There were little battles all over the place, but every single time we sort of got to the point where we were really about to see a spark, about to see a bit of a light in a battle, one of the drivers came unstuck somehow, and Caitlin May ended up having to pull off to the side of the road, which was a great shame, just on the start-finish straight. Never really found out what happened to Caitlin's car. But I'm hoping that we'll maybe be able to hear about it, and I'll be able to let Andy McEwen know, who's going to be your coverage provider for tomorrow, your commentator. And there was also Luke Waugh, which had a much more dramatic off. Caitlin just pulled over to the side. War quite literally went potato farming. It's straight, I think he was hitting the brakes into the second corner, into the hairpin, and just touched the grass, which meant his stage exit left a little bit too quickly and span off. Probably a bit of a shock, probably a little bit stunned, but there was nothing there to hit. There was nothing there to hit for acres and acres of land, apart from potentially some ungrown potatoes. Now, speaking of stricken cars, that is not a sight that you really want to see. That's Charlie Ellis, parked on the side of the road, and the marshal's rather sedately going over to check that they're okay. I'm hoping that they're trying to get the car restarted so we can get going. That's right in the middle of the infield, actually. So it's already a long enough green flag. What we don't want to do is get the drivers to sit here on the grid waiting for a long time while we recover another vehicle, and then we end up having to go around for a green flag lap again. I'm sure the circuit organisers don't want that to happen either. So 2023 champions, Albert Webster for the overall and the pro. Albert Webster not featuring anymore in the championship, won it and seemed to have decided to move on. Morgan Kidd in the club category, which is now known as the AM category. Morgan doing a good job in the first race, probably not as good as they'd like to do, but there's potential to move forward, starting in 16th place. A couple of drivers to be keeping an eye out. Notable drivers in this particular championship are the likes of Alistair Kellett's 2016 BRSCC Fiesta champion, which obviously, as I've just mentioned before, is the predecessor to this championship, but also the runner-up in 2021, 22, 23, 24. He'll be hoping that that won't be the case. He'll probably be wanting to repeat his 2016 escapades. John Cooper is also an experienced Fiesta racer and race winner. You can see that in how he drives. Simon Horrobin, been around for a long time in Fiestas. I think potentially the most appearances of any Fiesta driver that we've had. Dan Lewis, Henry Howard and Lucas Hayden, all Fiesta Junior graduates from 2023. So if you see any of them, keep in mind that they are really punching above their weight somewhat in terms of experience, especially Dan Lewis, counting as a AM driver. And in third place, you can see it just behind Alistair Kellett there. And I do believe we've got a load of yellow flags. I don't know if the car has been recovered in the middle of the circuit just yet. No, unfortunately. Oh, looks like we're going to have to get it not even towed off. We're going to have to get it pulled onto the back of the flatbed. Does mean once it's on the back of the flatbed, it'll all go quicker. That is a big shame, isn't it? It's Charlie Ellis, whose race has somewhat not even started, didn't come to a close early, it didn't even get going. Charlie Ellis is one of the graduates to senior racing from karting as well, so Charlie not having a great Snetterton. It's the worst thing that could possibly happen halfway through the race weekend. We do hope that they can get the car fixed and out on circuit tomorrow. Big thank you, by the way, to the Orange Army, the people trying to get that car safely onto a flatbed, but also the volunteers around the circuit, giving all they can to motorsport, the sport they love, the sport that we all love as well. Without them, we wouldn't be able to go racing. They do an absolutely brilliant job, and we are very grateful for them. If you do ever want to get involved with racing and you're not entirely sure where to start, how to go about it, do you enjoy the weekend if you were behind the scenes rather than just watching from the sideline? Well, the Orange Army is a fantastic place to start, it has to be said, because you are right in the thick of the action. You've got a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. There's a lot to be dealing with as a marshal, and they do a brilliant job. And once people actually start going from an early age, they tend to get hooked on it for years and years to come, because they are so reliant and have such responsibility here at the race meetings. We mentioned Conor Blackburn quite a lot actually in that first race. Apparently club class wins, that's quite hard to say quite quickly, in 2023, and Alex Johnson did as well. Now it's quite interesting because Conor Blackburn, the club class is now the AM class, which is currently being led by Dan Lewis. So I suppose no one's surprised given how quick that he is, and the fact that he's third in the championship overall as well. James Pope, also part of that AM class, Archie Johnson, Caitlin May, Harry Hayes, Charlie Ellis, Henry Howarth, Matt Chambers, Marco Ricci and Christopher Blackburn. The last 3 drivers I mentioned there, Matt, Marco and Christopher, are actually part of the AM category, but also part of the Masters category, which I think is for drivers over the age of 45. We're just waiting for that car to be taken to the side. The green flag lap is being raised, which means I think we're going to go round once more. This is what I was sort of hoping to avoid, really. I think this is so the drivers can inspect potential, well, one, to heat the cars back up and get themselves back into the moment, but also to potentially inspect where the driver had to pull off, whether there's any changes in the surface and everything like that. So I'll run you through the grid once more. I know it potentially won't come up on your screen, but given the fact that we're basically repeating the green flag lap and we've got about 3 minutes to fill while we do that, I might as well run it through. Feel free if anybody wants to stick it on the screen at the same time. Alistair Kellett's on pole position. Alongside him, Zachary Lucas, whose roles were reversed going into the first race of this weekend. Zachary Lucas getting pole from qualifying. Oh, there it is, in fact, actually. Zachary Lucas getting pole in qualifying, but then obviously switching positions. And Alistair Kellett really proving that he is a force to be reckoned with in these Fiestas. We all know that for years. His CV proves that, a previous champion and runner-up 3 years in a row. But he's clearly showing that he's got a bit of an impetus and he's got a bit of fight to move back forward and win races as well. Dan Lewis and Simon Horrobin. Again, Dan Lewis really puts in perspective how quick he is and how good that third place is that he got in race 1 and where his championship standings are, given the fact that he is a Fiesta Junior graduate from last year. Simon Horrobin alongside him was the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm sure he won't take too much offence there, Simon, as one of the most, if not the most experienced driver on this grid, probably almost drawing with Alistair Kellett. Gary Miller was thoroughly in the walls in 5th place, and Joseph Knight also sort of getting his elbows out, shall we say, in row 3. Row 4 is Archie Johnson and John Cooper, with row 9 being James Pope and Connor Blackburn. Row 6 is Charlie Ellis, no longer actually. Charlie Ellis will not be featuring in 11th place, but Lucas Hayden will be in 12th. Row 7 is number 15 Marco Ricci and Adam Clark. Row 8 is Harry Hayes and Morgan Kidd. Row 9 is Matt Chambers and Luke Waugh, with row 10 being Caitlin May and Henry Howarth. So the Snetterton 300 circuit playing host to the second round here at the Fiestas. There was a Silverstone for the Fiesta Juniors, get that right. For the Fiesta Juniors, there was a Silverstone trophy, given the fact that they went for a bit of a pre-season test / race weekend at Silverstone, and the fact that we visit Silverstone twice on the TCR UK support package. So they've made a sort of a mini championship within a championship, just based around Silverstone, which is quite interesting. You can hear more about that and watch the Fiesta Juniors tomorrow, the next champions of potentially the ST240s, the ST150s, and other championships, maybe even the TCRs and the Civics and everything like that. If you want to watch that tomorrow, we will be joined by Paul O'Neill for the TCR Milltek Sports Civic Cup coverage, and we will be, and Andy McEwen will be in the comms box for you all of tomorrow. Big thank you to everybody who's watched, commented, subscribed, liked, shared, done whatever you want to do, even if you just sat there silently judging us. We're okay with that. Thank you very much for tuning in. We don't mind it whatsoever. Just in any way you want to interact with us, however way you want to consume the content, we are very grateful to have your company for today, and hopefully tomorrow as well. We realise there's a lot of sport going on these weekends and everything like that. We're just pleased to have you along. Speaking of pleased, Alistair Kellett will be pleased to finally get this race underway. He's been sat there on pole position thinking about what exactly he needs to do to get off the line quickly and ahead of Zachary Lucas, maintain that race victory that he's got in his eyes, I'm sure, and what he took in race number 1. So his yellow flags, I'm sure, will be pulled into the side. There we go. The green flags will start being waved from the rear end of the field. And that's our sign to get going, although there's a couple of drivers who have decided to move themselves about a bit. Not entirely sure what they're planning on doing there. Green flag is waved rather tentatively. I'm not entirely sure the marshal really knows what to do with that one. If anybody has moved about, then they will be punished, I'm sure. But we seem to have the 5-second board up, which means the engine lights rise, the lights are on. And we are racing here at Snetterton for the second time this afternoon for the Fiesta ST240 Championship, and Alistair Kellett gets an absolutely rocket start. Zachary Lucas looks around the outside. It's going to be a tricky one to try and find it. He actually cuts back in. Doesn't want to be overtaken by anybody behind, but Alistair Kellett has got a rear view full of Zachary Lucas, and I think Simon Horrobin slamming on the brakes and that ABS flashing up all over the place as well. He's got Gary Miller up his inside. Miller trying to force his way through. He's up into third place. Going down towards the infield, then off the 200 circuit into the 300. A couple of overtaking opportunities. Horrobin gets through on Miller actually in the end, so that move didn't stick. And as they go down towards Agostini, there's a big squeeze on there. Miller almost getting squeezed onto the grass and almost into the back of another car. It's Lewis, Dan Lewis, of course, who's in third actually. Horrobin on the outside, just about in fourth, but I fear we've got a driver turning the wrong way round the circuit, and that is James Pope. I've been in that position. It's utterly terrifying. Luckily, he came away without any kind of contact, but there's a lot of slow drivers, it seems, going towards Hamilton. There is James Pope. James Pope, who I think I mentioned quite a lot. I think he got a 15-second penalty in the previous race, actually. I think that was Pope. Here's Miller versus Horrobin. Dan Lewis has managed to get a little bit of a gap away, which is exactly music to his ears, the fact that he can't hear the 1.6 litre EcoBoost engine behind of anybody else. Oh, there's contact on the straight and it's over. We'll have a look at it. It's not a nice sight at all. Hopefully the driver's all right as we cut away from it. We will double check that the driver's all right before showing any kind of replay or update. We'll work to our quickest to make sure we know, but that's going to instantly be at least a yellow safety car, or I imagine it's a full red. I can't believe that they're going to carry that on to see such a dramatic incident. Didn't see who it was in the background there, but as I said, as soon as I hear more, you will hear more. As we focus back on the action further forward, we haven't gone to safety car or red flag conditions, so I assume it's parked upright on its all four wheels, and we're able to carry on as we started. Even TSL isn't showing any kind of sign that we're going to stop this, so it looks like Zachary Lucas on the outside, Alistair Kellett, and the red flag has been drawn. That is to the shock of no one, apart from the fact that I'm shocked that it took this long to figure it out, to be honest. But I realise I don't watch the streams in the Clark of the course, but there surely was someone who was watching and witness to that could have radioed that in faster. So the marshals are out on the start-finish grid. As I said, we won't be putting cameras over towards it, just because we want to give you the full update before the cameras can lie. The cameras can tell a story that might not be there or anything like that. We'll give you the full updates when we can. But a bit of a shame for Zach Lucas, who looked like he was very much fighting Alistair Kellett for it. I probably will end up saying that potentially we might see the race fully restarted from grid order, because we were only about 2 laps into it. Were we even a full lap into that one, actually? I don't think we were. No, I don't think we were. We saw Pope have a spin round. As I said, any updates we'll bring you as soon as we possibly can. So, the drivers that were in order was the top 10. I'll give you a bit of a rundown. I think it will probably be negated. I think we'll probably end up going back to grid order, which is a bit of a shame for some drivers who really did very well on that opening couple of laps, but I'm sure they'll understand why we had to stop. Alistair Kellett, who was leading, he qualified on pole position, and Zachary Lucas in second place. Dan Lewis, who fought off quite a nice little bit of pressure, actually. Gary Miller, who is fourth in the championship, was fourth on the road. He started in P5, though. Himself, Simon Horrobin and Joseph Knight having a really sort of good little scrap right at the beginning there. The 88 of John Cooper was in 7th place, with 8th being Johnson. Archie Johnson, of course. 9th was Clark, and 10th was Howarth. So we do now wait to the cameras focused on Corm. It's a bit of a shame that this Fiesta ST240 race has been, in fact, the cars. There's 3 cars actually that I can see that are in the pit lane, but I think they're the cars that either didn't make the start or had to pull off early. I can see in the pit lane Connor Blackburn waiting at the edge. They're waiting to go back onto the circuit and potentially take this restart. Connor Blackburn's there. I think that's James Pope as well, and a car that's right at the front, but there's someone stood right in the way of the number, which is a bit of a shame. It may well be the 69. Yes, it is a 69 of Chambers, actually. So, again, those 3 drivers all in the pits, waiting to go back out, actually. And they're quite keen to try and rejoin and race in this session now that it's been red flagged. I'm not entirely sure what the protocol for that is, actually, but I don't know if we've got the cars yet back either. I've actually lost the cars. Oh, there they are. They're just taking, obviously, a long time, trying to be respectful and stay out of the way, going on to the back Bentley straight. One of the reasons why I'm trying to be quiet is I'm trying to hear the circuit comms over the top, because they have a much better view than I do. Well, anyway, I'm sure the marshals do their utmost best to make sure all the safety procedures are given the most adherence that they could possibly have, and that we get back racing as soon as possible as well. But obviously the safety of all drivers is always paramount. They do have a fantastic team here, as I said, in marshals, volunteers, circuit staff, medical team, anything you could possibly want. They have the best here, and I'm sure, as I said, in fact, I've actually had experience in the medical centre before here at Snetterton. It's not something, obviously, a racing driver likes to brag about, but I have to say they were brilliant. Lovely people, really attentive, really quick to action as well. Had a little bit of whiplash, and they sent me straight off to get seen to. So, yeah, the responsiveness, the care, the duty of care that they feel as well is really top-notch here at Snetterton, as it is in all British circuits, to be fair. I've not... And unfortunately, I have frequented too many in my racing driver experience, medical centres and stuff, and they are always the top standard that you could possibly ask for. Quite a lot of the time, actually better than when you just go to A&E. You end up having any kind of medical attention needed, you're better off being at a racetrack. Trust me, they are absolutely brilliant. We're going to very quickly shoot to a quick advert break while we try and figure out what's going on, and we'll be able to bring you a little bit more update as soon as we have it.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Snetterton, our coverage. Just checking up. We'll let you know as soon as the situation has been explained to us out on circuit in terms of driver safety and driver health and everything else. But an opportunity, not an opportunity we like red flags particularly, but an opportunity to go and talk to some drivers. I'm going to head down here and have a quick word with Gary Miller, who was in 5th position in race 1. Hi Gary, normally get used to seeing you on the podium. 5th position, reasonable first start. Looked okay up battling. How's Snetterton going for you so far?
Yeah, a bit disappointing in race 1, but a good start in that one. And managed to get ahead of Simon fairly, so that's all good. See what we can do off the line here again now. I think Lewis might have a bit of a problem. He's a bit slow around the first lap, so we'll see what happens. So yeah, no, car feels good. So I hope Marco's all right after that. Didn't look too nice whatever happened out the back there, so I hope he's all right.
Yeah, we'll get the news as soon as we can. Obviously, the red flags are just to make sure that he gets the best attention going.
No, all's good. Try and go forward. I'll try and hopefully talking to you after the race.
It's what normally happens. We go and talk to someone we haven't spoken to before, then we'll get double bubble. So fingers crossed for you.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, I'll see you after the race anyway.
Nice one. Thanks, Gary. All the best for that. So Gary Miller in car number 4. And Joseph Knight. I haven't spoken to Joseph for a while, so I'm going to, for convenience here, because he's next up. Doors open. Laura's going to pop the camera through there. Joseph, I can't remember. Have we spoken this year yet so far?
Not on camera this year, no. I've been waiting for the moment though.
I'm being shushed away now because we've got a whistle, so I think that means that we've got to clear the grid. People are waving marshal. Very quickly, race 1 summary from you.
Strong. Went from 12th to 6th. We had a rough quali, but we managed to get some good overtakes in. Good bit of fun for me. But we got a strong result in the end as well, and hoping to build on it in this race.
Good luck. I've got to go because we had the whistle. Good luck, Joseph. Thanks for talking to us. Joe Knight there. So we've been whistled, which means we need to get off the grid. I've stayed a little bit longer. Apologies to the officials there, and to Laura as we run off the grid. We're hearing, subject to confirmation, that Marco is out of the car and will be getting the medical attention required, get checked over. That's very much what goes on the racetracks. So yeah, countdown on for the restart. Let's hand you back to Jack in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Richard John Neal, and nice to see and hear that the driver is out the car. The car's been lifted away and everything like that. So I believe, did you say it was Marco Ricci, unfortunately, who was involved in that crash? And as I'm sure you can understand, we won't be showing any replays. The race will be 12 minutes with a planned start time to be at about 20. Well, actually, the planned start time is come and gone by about 10 minutes. So that's clearly an old message. But yeah, the race will be reformed and put down to 12 minutes instead of its usual 20. By the looks of it, the cars are actually back in their supposedly grid order. Sort of semi-hard to see that, really, because the front two were as they were basically anyway. But Daniel Lewis is definitely back in its 3rd place, but that's where he was when the red flag got thrown. Horrobin was in 4th, Gary Miller 5th, Joseph Knight. I think they've been put back to where they started, obviously with a few absentees. What it might have done is allowed a couple of drivers to rejoin. In fact, one of those drivers is grass cutting at the moment, which is something you don't normally see. But that is James Pope, I believe. Yes, 47, James Pope. We had a bit of a turnaround on lap 1. We also lost Connor Blackburn. And we lost 69 car, didn't we? Which is... why am I struggling to find it now on the grid? Matt Chambers. So all three of those cars have managed to come from the pits and actually rejoin the race. So we do have a fairly full grid here of ST240s. I imagine they will do another green flag lap, which for the third time we might as well take you through the grid order as James Pope is trying to face the wrong way. This could be entertaining. How good is James Pope's parking ability here? How many point turns have we got on the chat? Waiting to see how long this takes him. My bet is on... Ooh, is he going back on the grass? Is he going to spin it around? Or is he just being put to the back of the grid? I was very much hoping to see a 12-point turn there and to be sat here. Where is he going? I can hear the directors and everything in my ear and in the next room laughing and wondering what. I think he's going to the... I think they've decided to send him back to the pit lane. I've never seen that before, to be honest. Not entirely sure if... they do have a reverse gear. I don't know how he... Anyway, the steering rack is pretty horrible on these things, so because they don't have a factory steering rack. So... Anyway, we'll get back going. James Pope has decided that potentially starting for the pit lane is slightly easier than trying to park halfway in the grid. Now, there is the recovery truck. I don't think that's on the circuit. Is that on the circuit? Or I think it is, but it's just on the grass. That's why it's kicking up so much dirt. Now, we know the driver, Marco, is feeling a bit better and he's okay, which is good. So the car is obviously on the back of the truck. As you could probably guess, has seen better days. So a big thank you again to Richard John Neal, who was out there giving a bit of filler and providing some opportunity to have a chat to some of the drivers, which for the third time this race will have to now think about setting themselves up as we see another driver who fancies going for a bit of a Sunday drive. So they do have a reverse, and I've just seen James Pope get to the end of the pit lane, stopped by the marshals. I imagine will be released upon the race restarting, or maybe just at the back of the green flag lap. That's Connor Blackburn, isn't it? Actually, one of the drivers that was in the pits when the red flag got thrown, trying to regain their position. I have to say, I do have sympathy. I've driven race cars around. I know how hard they are to manoeuvre. It is like watching my dad park in a car park, though. There we go. Are we all happy? Are we all sorted? Green flag to be waved? I hope so, because we've been waiting long enough for this race now, and I think the drivers are probably a little bit edgy now. They're starting to open their doors. It is warm out there. Normally, I'd say probably the end of the race, when I used to go out there and stuff, it used to be about 15 to 20 degrees warmer in the car at the end of the race than it would be outside the car. So you can imagine what it's like driving in 30-degree heat. It's not quite 30 degrees here today. It's more like low 20s, or probably just about 20 anyway. But it's still warm enough that if you're sat in there for too long, you do feel a little bit worse for wear and probably dehydrated. It's been a long time since the drivers has actually been able to be out of the car. You can see James Pope. Yep, there we go, at the end of the pit lane, so he will rejoin at the back of this pit, I imagine. 12-minute race, I can hear that in my ears, confirmed, and we will be able to at least get you some Fiesta action here today. I imagine the green flag will be waved rather quickly at the back end. Like I said, the psychology of the drivers at this point is paramount, really, to be able to figure out how to get yourself back into that sort of level of optimal performance. Alistair Kellett, he's already done it once. He's led the way, and he knows exactly how Zach Lucas is interested in taking that away from him. And now they've had one practice start effectively. What's it going to be like? The tyres have also taken a little bit of punishment as well, so the tyres might not last as long as they want either. Anyway, for the third and hopefully final time, let's bring you through the grid. Alistair Kellett on pole position. I realise the graphics probably won't turn up on this one because TSL has probably taken them away and there's been quite a bit of changing. Alistair Kellett is on pole position with Zachary Lucas alongside them. Daniel Lewis is in third, the AM class driver and Fiesta junior graduate. Simon Horrobin is in fourth, with Gary Miller in fifth and Joseph Knight in sixth. Archie Johnson in seventh place and John Cooper in eighth. And then we start to see a few of the drivers that maybe will be out of position or maybe even not featuring at all. James Pope is one of them in ninth. Out of position, I imagine. They haven't allowed him to go on the green flag lap, which means he's stuck in the pit lane. 10th is Connor Blackburn, and we did see Connor parking and was able to get back out, even though he was in the pits when the red flag got thrown. Charlie Ellis, another driver that was in the pits when the red flag got thrown, but hasn't rejoined as far as I've been able to tell anyway. And Lucas Hayden in 12th place. Marco Ricci, for obvious reasons, won't be rejoining. He was supposed to be in 13th place. 14th is Adam Clark. 15th, Harry Hayes. And 16th, Morgan Kidd. 17th, Matt Chambers. And the third and final driver who was in the pits just before we went red and has been able to rejoin is the 17th. 18th is Luke Waugh. And 19th, Caitlin May. 20th, Henry Howarth. So we've got about half a lap to go of these drivers warming things up. Alistair Kellett's not messing around. He wants to get going as quickly as possible. Again, it's sort of a balancing act of how many times you go through the tyres go through the heat cycle. How many times do you sort of try and churn the heat into them? It's really the brakes that's the biggest one. There is James Pope. Nice little camera angle there into the side mirror, the wing mirror, I should say. Trying to see a driver concentration levels to the maximum. I've just seen Marco Ricci's car actually drive past on the back of the flatbed. It's definitely a repair job, shall we say. We've also got, well, I mentioned Charlie Ellis not rejoining. Well, I can tell you that Charlie Ellis is also just joined James Pope in the, there it is, Ellis, luckily, just about managed to take advantage of the fact that we had this delayed start now. So, Hunt Kart Club, Racing Club on the side of it, which is quite nice to see. A bit of grassroots motorsport coming and taking the floor here at TCR UK weekend at BOSCC. And of course the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240s. Lots of drivers come from a variety of backgrounds to jump into the Fiesta ladder. Quite a lot of the time when they join in with junior racing, they come from karting, but they want to have that experience of racing in a car, the bigger circuits and everything, before they enter into these sort of championships. A lot of people would rather stay in karting. It's quite a lot of the time personal preference, or maybe it's financial preference as well. But what you'll probably find is, if you actually look into it, that car racing can sometimes end up being a lot cheaper than the karting alternative. To go to the very top end of karting is a lot of money these days, and you'll find you probably do it if you go World Kart racing in any formula, in any engine or any class. You probably find that it's you'd be able to do 2 or 3 years worth of car racing for the same amount of money. Obviously, that is not entirely truthful if you take into account the damage that may incur. If you keep a relatively clean car and you just have superficial damage, then you can probably do that. But there is always the opportunity to have a bit of a bigger off, and the bills are a lot more expensive when you have those off. So the cars are lining up now for what hopefully will be the final time. As I said, I think these drivers have been in the car now for probably roughly half an hour to 40 minutes. And I can tell you from experience that would be very sweaty, quite hard work. You need to be able to maybe even have a bottle or something in there. Endurance drivers quite often have a button that they can press and a straw next to them in their helmet that they can drink from. But due to the fact that these cars and races are set up for sprint racing, they won't have any of those. But we are about to go, the 5-second board. The lights are on, the engine notes rise, and for what will be an epic race, an epic 12 minutes, we are finally racing here in the Fiesta ST240 Championship. Squeezing and pressing going on down the straights, but I think Alistair Kellett yet again has had a half-decent start. There are the two cars coming out the pit lane. Zachary Lucas does pretty much copy and paste what he did in the first start. Alistair Kellett goes a lot more defensive as a few drivers have to blink the brake lights on to make sure they don't go into the back of anybody else. Alistair Kellett goes defensive. Simon Horrobin, Gary Miller trying to go around the outside. Is that trying to be defended? I think he's going to be hung out to dry slightly, as is quite a few of the other drivers towards the rear end of the field. Morgan Kidd trying to go a bit defensive towards the infield as well. But there is Alistair Kellett, Zachary Lucas. And is that the number 19 of Dan Lewis who's been hung out? I don't think Dan has quite had the start. No, definitely not. Actually, all the way down in 5th place. Dan Lewis, after being in 3rd when the red flag came out, will be very much ruining the fact that he's now had to do it again, and he's going to have to do it the hard way around because he's going to have to get past Gary Miller. He also has John Cooper behind, a race winner here in the Fiesta, the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, as it was formerly known as. John Cooper, who missed his braking zone rather heavily in the first race and ended up almost catapulting into 2 or 3 drivers, managed to find just about enough space to fit his Fiesta in. Oh, that's a move going in onto the back straight. That's a great little dive up by Lucas Hayden on the number 10 of Archie Johnson, who's fallen back down the order a little bit as they go and kick up a load of dust. On an oil spill that happened a while ago. There is Alistair Kellett with an absolute, well, about half a second. There's about 2 Fiestas worth of road in between himself and Zachary Lucas, and he'll be absolutely loving it. It was a little bit wide going through there. James Pope, still no working transponder, which is a bit of a shame, so he's going to be jumping up and down the order as soon as we get the feed on the left-hand side. But with 10 minutes to go, we have now seen what this race will probably end up looking like, and it's that Simon Horrobin is right on the back of Zachary Lucas. But look how much they gain going into Murray's on the race lead of Alistair Kellett, who's a little bit more cautious, maybe trying to warm the tyres up a little bit more, maybe just trying to make sure that he didn't overcook it going into Murray's. So across the line, Alistair Kellett, Zachary Lucas, Simon Horrobin, Gary Miller and Dan Lewis are your top 5. It's the same top 5 that we had the first time around, but in a different order this time. John Cooper, Joseph Knight, Conor Blackburn, Lucas Hayden and Archie Johnson round out the top 10. And they go down towards the second corner. That is, I tell you what, Lucas Hayden is making all kinds of moves. That's on Conor Blackburn. And I think Archie Johnson's trying to find a way through as well. Conor Blackburn may well be hanging out to dry here. Johnson goes through. There's contact. They're trying to squeeze it off. Conor Blackburn does get hung out to dry. And the person who took advantage of that one was Henry Howarth, which is very impressive considering they started from 20th on the grid.
Lucas has his hands full of...
So Henry Howarth almost, I think, actually is in the top 10 now, given the fact that Conor Blackburn lost 4 positions as far as I could tell. And again, lots of moving and shaking. That was Howarth looking towards the inside, going down towards Agostini. As the cars go quiet on the stream, that always takes me back. That's Caitlin May. Now Adam Clark. Caitlin May overtaking Adam Clark, actually. So that's for 12th position. We said about Henry Howarth moving up the order, which is very impressive. Actually, you have to say Caitlin May doing a great job as well, considering they started on 19th on the grid. And we're just hoping and praying that Caitlin doesn't quite have the same technical problems and woes, mechanical woes, that they experienced in the first race, because it looks like they've certainly got the pace. They certainly had the racecraft in race 1, looking like it was going to be a fantastic battle. Did end up being ending prematurely though, which is a bit of a shame. Alistair Kellett is properly on it, cocking that back wheel, loving life. Now, he did look a little bit slower through corner than some of the other drivers, but as I said, that might be a bit of a confidence builder. Hey, look at that rear wheel. He is squirreling around in that rear end, and I do think Zachary Lucas has got a little bit more control through there. But that's about the only place I can see an advantage for Zachary Lucas. If we go back to the qualifying time in... Well, qualifying. That's where we'll find the qualifying time. I think it was a very close affair. I think Alistair Kellett was only second by a tenth. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't. Zachary Lucas in qualifying. That's the race 2 results. I'll have a look in a second. Oh, big moment there potentially. Very close to it being a big moment. Anyway, for Joseph Knight, we saw him having a really good battle actually in the first race. I can't remember quite who it was with. It may well have been actually Lucas Hayden, but Joe Knight very much getting the wheel a little bit wide and probably triggering the track limits. If anybody's wondering where the track limits sort of centres are, on the outside of Ritchie's is one of them. And basically there's pads on the exit of those corners and certain corners. Murray's is another one on the final corner, where you can't go wide. And if you do go wide, you'll like press a pressure pad and a photo will be taken of you instantaneously, and it'll be sent to the clerk of the course, and they have photographic evidence that you have been using and abusing track limits, and there's no way you can argue it because it's there in black and white for you. Joseph Knight seems to be rapid though, right on the back of John Cooper for the time being. Pocket and wheel, both of them actually. No, it's John Cooper's car looks a little bit more like an aggressive turn in nature, whereas Joe Knight looks a little bit smoother and may well get a better exit as a consequence for it. Going into Brundle and Nelson, will we see a car jerk out and dive towards the inside? I don't think we will. Late on the brakes, both of them hard on the brakes as well, activating that ABS. That's what happened when those when the indicators flash on, the hazards flash on. That's the ABS basically having a meltdown, saying please don't use the brakes this hard. But obviously that's how hard you have to use them to be able to slow down quite as efficiently. There is Morgan Kidd. Noticeable in the bright chrome pink car. Yeah, it's pretty much pink, isn't it? They go through Murray's then. The whole field seems to have spaced themselves out quite substantially, actually. If we're looking at potential gaps, potential battles, especially inside that top 10, you probably really are looking at Joseph Knight versus John Cooper. As that gap closes up now, I can see actually they've come across the line. What was the time difference between the two of them? Well, the last lap that they both put in, Joseph Knight was actually a tenth slower, according to my TSL, which, to be fair, sometimes is a little bit slow compared to the one that the actual timers use. But it definitely didn't look like Knight was slower than Cooper. It looked like the other way around, to be honest. But obviously, the stats don't lie. Diving late on the brakes going into Agostini, and it looked a little bit wide. No, I think that was okay probably by John Cooper. Who am I to judge on the front-wheel drive drivers with such experience as these guys? I've never driven a front-wheel drive car. Oh, big lunge by Ellis. Tell you what, after being allowed back onto the grid, trying to take advantage of that, and to be fair, a really good move there by Charlie Ellis on Harry Hayes, I believe that is. Yeah, Harry Hayes is struggling to get through Hamilton to have any kind of rebuttal on that one. But a good move by Charlie Ellis, who did do a good job in the first race, to be fair. It's worth noting that they finished in 11th place, so they are feeling like they're probably slightly out of position, being this far down the order, and have to practice overtaking. Oh, going into Brundle and Nelson then. This is just in front of these guys. Is that Caitlin May once again? No, it's James Pope in the 47. I'm certainly seeing a lot of James Pope. I've definitely learned what their car looks like. It looked like, was it an overtake? James Pope against, is that Luke Ward? No, it's the 7, isn't it, actually, of Adam Clark. So it was an overtake by Pope. Really brave to go that far up the inside through Brundle and Nelson. So Pope jumps themselves up from 15th up to what I believe should be 13th. They come across the line, although Pope is the driver with a funny transponder, so he could have already been there and the transponder's just not really working. That's sort of the risk that we take with James Pope, unfortunately. It's hard to actually know where he is. I think he is actually in 13th position, but he's showing up as 15th. The good thing for him is he hasn't got a 15-second penalty, so that is an improvement from race number 1. This is Cooper, who's caught up to the back of Daniel Lewis. That's quite interesting, because we thought Cooper was going slightly slowly, but actually Lewis was 0.7 of a second slower than Cooper, and Lewis has been turned around. Lewis, maybe there was contact with Cooper. I'm not here to say anything because we didn't see it, but we did see that Lewis was potentially struggling, and that looks like a 46 of Lucas Hayden being overtaken. No, Joseph Knight, I think, re-overtaking Lucas Hayden, actually, and getting that position back, because Joseph Knight is coming up as 7th place. Lucas Hayden is 8th when they came across the line last time. And it looks like they're reversing those positions back. But big shame there for Daniel Lewis, who had such a good start before the red flag obviously got bought out. That is racing, though. You have to be able to do it on cue, basically. And every race is absolutely different. So, not sure what happened to him. Hopefully nothing too bad. But with that lack of speed on the last lap, maybe that was something to do with he was having a mechanical fault. Looks like Gary Miller has actually caught up to the back of Simon Horobin. The fight for third place and the final step on the podium. That could launch itself into quite a tasty little treat for us to have a watch as we go into the last 1 minute and 20 seconds, which means we're pretty much onto the penultimate lap of, well, we're definitely on the penultimate lap of the race. Now it's Connor Blackburn, who's definitely filled our cameras more often than not. Oh, I thought there was going to be a coming together actually going into Murray's and through Coram. Time penalty for the number 664, which is Connor Blackburn. A 5-second penalty. I can only assume it's for track limits. I haven't seen him actually take part in any kind of incident or anything like that. So yeah, I'm going to assume it's track limits. 5-second penalty, and then if they carry on doing it, they'll get another 10-second penalty, and it'll keep getting worse from there, basically. Horobin, oh, Gary Miller, he snatches the brakes, catches the car, and I was about to say Simon Horobin really slamming the brakes on late, but I think actually Miller went even later. He was trying to outbrake both, well, they were trying to outbrake themselves. And Gary Miller very much outbroke himself, unfortunately. I don't think he's going to lose too many positions. In fact, he's still ahead of Cooper, which means Gary Miller is, still in 4th place. But we could have had a really interesting battle there, as here is another actually great battle. It's Luke Waugh versus Charlie Ellis. We actually saw a yellow flag going into the second corner. I'm not entirely sure what that was for. We'll try and find out in a second. Confirmation on my timing tower actually on TSL that there is a 5-second penalty being put towards Connor Blackburn. So any Connor Blackburn fans out there, it's a bit of a shame. There's still yellow flags there. I think that is because of Dan Lewis's car. Is that Dan Lewis's car that's stuck on the side? I think it is, because he's down 12 positions and I don't think he's moving actually. So yeah, Dan Lewis will retire from this race, unfortunately, on the side of the circuit, which is definitely not what they deserved, even if they were slightly slower. So Alistair Kellett leads the way from Zachary Lucas. At the top 3 have got massive margins, really, now that Simon Horobin hasn't got Lewis there anymore, and a few other drivers. So Gary Miller, actually, sorry, it wasn't Lewis, was it? So this is the closest fight we've really got within the top 10, and it's between Joe Knight and Lucas Hayden. Joe Knight, former Fiesta Junior graduate, and he's just put that he was a very quick driver in 2023. That's the information I've got on Joseph Knight. Well, it looks like he's a pretty quick driver in 2024, but Gary Miller again going all over the place, going through Coram. That car looks pretty much uncontrollable. But the checkered flag is going to be waved. It's going to be waved in the face of Alistair Kellett once more, taking another race victory here at Snetterton in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240s. Zachary Lucas will come across the line in second once more. Simon Horobin in third. Gary Miller in fourth, just about surviving that late scare, and there were multiple late scares of that one as well. I can't wait for Richard John Neal to hear what he had to say. John Cooper in fifth, Joseph Knight in sixth, Lucas Hayden seventh, eighth was Archie Johnson, Caitlin May in ninth. Now I think everyone can... Oh, that looked like a photo finish. Who was that between? As I just looked down, there was a photo finish. I think it was Pope. May well have been Ellis and Waugh, actually. I think it was Ellis and Waugh. And there's a car that stopped just by the wall of the start-finish line. Now, I'm going to go ahead and assume that it's either Howarth or Chambers, given the fact that both of those drivers have dropped positions and not yet finished the race. Now, Howarth, I didn't think was in that colour car. I'm actually looking out the window now. Anyway, we'll bring you the confirmed provisional results, which is an ironic thing to say, considering not everybody's crossed the finish line. But Alistair Kellett takes the race victory. There's pretty much no complaints about that one, I don't think. Zachary Lucas comes home in second place, with Simon Horobin in third. Gary Miller was fourth, and John Cooper in fifth. Joseph Knight in sixth, Lucas Hayden seventh, Archie Johnson in 10th, and rounding out the top 10 is Caitlin May, which is a really good showing. Up 10 positions was Caitlin May off after 19th place start, and Connor Blackburn, which I'm sure Connor, even though they got the 5-second penalty, that is why they end up in 10th position, will be pretty relieved considering they could have not been taking part in this race at all. James Pope, similar story, could not have been taking part in this race at all, but ends up in 11th place. Adam Clark was in 12th, Luke Waugh was in 13th, so 14th was Charlie Ellis. 15th was Morgan Kidd. 16th, Harry Hayes. Henry Howarth ended up in 17th, and we sort of assume it's the driver that sat on the start-finish line. Matt Chambers was in 18th. It could also be Matt Chambers, to be fair. I can't quite see it. Daniel Lewis ends up, unfortunately, on the side of the track in 19th place. So there will be some recovery and everything, but that's okay because we've got a person waiting in the wings who absolutely loves to chat with racing drivers. It was Matt Chambers, by the way. They've just driven past me. It's Richard John Neal. He's in the Parc Fermé.
I love this job. It's great, Jack, isn't it? Great job on the comms, by the way, keeping us entertained and on our toes right the way, the edge of the seat even, right the way through the course of the race. A little bit of deja vu because 1 and 2, Alistair Kellett and Zach Lucas. Let's have a word with Alistair. First of all, congratulations. We'll do the handshake. We'll get the spoils of victory a little bit later on. Snetterton last year was the first round. I think you've turned the tables on Zach because did he have 2 wins here last year and you had the 1? But now you've got 2, and we've got another race to come yet. So, hat trick possible?
Not from 10th, and definitely not around here from 10th. Look, if we give it a go, if I can get anyone in the top 6 tomorrow, I'll be delighted. 2 wins in the top 6 would be brilliant. Like, you know what I mean? That's all I need.
It's a good day's sport, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I think Zach had a rear-wheel drive car. He was sideways behind me. I think that gave me a little bit of a break a few times, and I broke the toe, and I just managed it from there. So it's good. Yeah.
So what would be the sort of ideal result for you in race 3?
Top 6. Top 6.
Doable?
Hopefully.
I seem to have the pace. I mean, you and the car seem dialed in. I mean, again, you had a great start, and Zach had a go at you around the outside, but it wasn't there.
No, he wasn't there. And to be fair, every time I looked in the mirror, Zach's car was sideways. And I think if he can, as he said, if he can sort out the back of his car, he would have been on my bumper, I'd say, for the whole race. So we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Well done on the double. Have a double tonight.
Thank you.
Well done, Alistair. Let's go and grab Zach if we can. In here, Zach Lucas. Well done. Was it 2 wins for you last year on the opening round here at Snetterton? We were round 2.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, 2 wins on the first 2, and then reverse grid stuffed me up a little bit. To be fair, last year.
Stuffed you up, technical term. Yeah, and Alistair's saying he can't win from P10 in the reverse.
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. So we'll go out. We all go out trying to do our best and come away with the win, whether we're 10th, 1st or 3rd starting. But yeah, hopefully we can go out there, reverse grid, pulls out a good number for us, and then go out and do some work.
Hopefully see you on the podium race 3. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, Zach. Let's catch up with... I thought Simon Horrobin was here, and now he's gone. And you're going to have to go up to the rubbish bin, which is where he is. Simon, haven't spoken to you yet. Always a pleasure to talk to different drivers, and well done. Congratulations from P4 on the grid. Good podium. Happy with that?
Yeah, happy with that. Yeah, just quite got a pace at the front 2, but we got race 3, so we'll see what we can do. But I'm glad to be back up the front now.
A little bit of a race with Gary. He was trying to reel you in. I think he outbraked himself at the hairpin.
It was a little bit quicker. I think the cards was getting a bit hot. I was just trying to bide my time. I think we had a little tiny bit left, but not a lot.
You get a break now, don't you, till tomorrow?
Well, thank Christ for that. I needed it.
Work to do on the car, or do you have a little bit of a chill and a social with the Fiesta Championship?
Tiny bits, yeah, but then we'll all chill and have a good chat.
Nice one. Good to see you, Simon. Great to see you back on the podium. He's a regular on the podium, Simon. First time I've done a podium interview, I think, with Simon, which is a pleasure. So we go back now for the AM class. And Archie Johnson was quickest in that. I hope we'll get the full interview with Archie this time. Come over, mate. Well done. Congratulations. So proper chat this time, and all race going to plan. It all seemed to be lots of different things happening with the AM class drivers there.
No, well, before the red flag, the top 8 of us just kind of like pulled away, and I felt I would have been able to have just kept an easy P2 in class from there, but of course the red flag kind of hampered all that and bunched us all back up. But unfortunate for Dan, a spin. I don't know what's happened with his car, but unfortunate for Dan, who was leading. But just happy to get P1, and pace was there. It was good.
Race 3 coming up. Obviously tomorrow you've got overnight to look at your car, look at yourself, and see what more you can get out. Are there any areas you want to improve on?
No, I think we'll just go over data. See where I'm quick, see where I'm slow, and just go over the points where I can improve, and hopefully bring them into race 3 and get another good result.
Nice one. Congratulations, Archie. Well done. We'll catch up with you tomorrow. I'm going to see how far we can get down before the Audi TTs come out for the last race. So, Caitlin, can we grab a quick word with Caitlin? We'll get you over here. Well done. From a DNF in race 1, I think, up onto the podium. That's not bad progression, is it?
Yeah, no, that's nice. That's what I was hoping for, a top 10 finish, which is good. But yeah, sadly our gearbox went early this morning. So we've had a gearbox change, the clutch sorted out, and the bonnet fixed, and then we made it back out. So yeah, thanks to my mechanic, we've managed to do it.
Did you get stuck in or did you just oversee it?
Kind of just oversee it. It's easier that way.
The mechanics know what they're doing, and if you've got someone who knows what they're doing, but you did the stuff on track, coming through, on for a podium anyway, then got promoted to second. So more progress for race 3?
Hopefully we'll be on the top step of the podium. That would be nice. So yeah, definitely progress to be made. But we can do it. Yeah, we can do it.
Nice one. Great to see that turnaround. Congratulations. We'll see you for race 3. Have we got time for one more? I think we've got James Pope. James, did you get I think it was a P. I didn't write this down. P3?
I think so.
We think so. He was brought in anyway. James, we didn't get a chance to talk earlier on, and we were going to try and talk to you in pit lane. Topsy-turvy stuff going on in the AM class, but finally we get to say well done.
Yeah, pit lane start. That was a shocking crash, but managed to bring it back up to 3rd overall. Really, really happy with that. Carried some good pace with damage. More importantly, the starts were best improvement from Brands, because Brands was shocking. The starts were terrible. I led a P1 at Brands and then got nearly last because the starts wasn't up to the standard I wanted it. That's something I worked on and I bring it back up. But I managed to bring it back up to P3 and it's done well.
Excellent. Shout out for the team.
Yeah, JRW, brilliant stuff.
Nice one. James, well done. Congratulations on that fine podium. The sun is out here. We've got one more race to come before we close our coverage today. It's back with the Demons Tweak Audi TTs. That, of course, was the AIRTEC Fiestas. I think I forgot to name check the sponsors earlier on. Bad news for Mr. Neil there. So that's done. Demon Tweaks Audi TTs. Let's hand you back to Jack in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Richard John Neal, for doing, expert interviews as per usual. Ever the professional, never slap yourself on the wrist. Richard will let you off, I'm sure. But yes, you're absolutely right. The Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship is, make sure I get the name in there, after learning from that. It is the last race of the day, which is a bit of a shame, really. It's been a stacked weekend so far of racing. And as I've said many a time, there's plenty more where that came from. I'll just give you a bit of an overview of what you could watch if you come to the circuit tomorrow, which we do hope you do, obviously, is the MG Metro Cup. There's the Mini 7s, the Fiesta the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST 240 Championship, the BRSEC Fiesta Junior Championship, the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup, the Mini Miglia, and the Milltek Sport Civic Cup Championship, along with, obviously, the main event, the TCR UK, which again there's a interactive grid walk that you can do if you want to come down and get some pictures with the cars that absolutely look $1 million, and obviously have a quick chat to some of the drivers. You can take photos with people if you insist. It could be Paul O'Neill, I'm sure, but it's going to be a great day. And if you're watching the live stream as well, we'll be bringing you a whole host of support action along with the Milltek Sport Civic Cup and TCR taking the centre stage, obviously. So the Audi TTs, they provided a really good bit of action earlier on. There's so many of them, honestly. There was supposed to be 30, ended up being 29. Harry Yardley Rose was pretty much on our screens for the entirety of the race earlier on. For better or worse, ended up coming into contact with Rob Boston and then basically defended for their life for the rest of the race. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's an amended. I'm not sure if they got told off at all with a bit of a slap on the wrist. I cannot see any problems that they may have had or any sort of judicials that they ran into, anything like that. So the green flag waves in the background, and it will be Carl Swift that you can see with his door open there. We'll bring you the full rundown of the grid order on this green flag lap, of course, but some of the drivers to be keeping an eye out on. Carl Swift on pole position, no surprise there. Former TCR UK driver, the Yardley Rose, Forber and Dyer, all race winners. But this is basically an amalgamation of BRSCC Hall of Fame, I would say. It's Steve Foden, the Mazda MX-5 champion. Adam Blair is a Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland driver. Will Stacey is very quick in Lotus Elises and MX-5s. There's so many. Matt Lufford, Civic Cup champion, of course. But we'll get through to them as soon as we can because we've got the grid and there's a lot of them. So on pole position will be Carl Swift with Bradley Burns alongside them. Row 2 is Luke Hanley and Andrew Dyer. Row 3, Adam Belair and Steve Foden. Row 4, Danny Hobson and Patrick Booth. With row 5, seeing Rob Boston after what I thought was actually a pretty decent drive from him, considering he got turned around and damage on his car, in 9th place. And just inside the top 10, again, decent recovery drive by Matt Love. He got turned around in the first lap. He got himself from last up to 10th. Row 6 is 11th place, Ross McCarr and Jason Pelosi. He had a problem with his transponder. It makes him quite hard to pick out when he is out there on circuit, but we'll do our best. 13th is Sam Meager and 14th is Sean Smith. Row 8 is Charles Budd and Sam Laidlaw. Row 9 is Brad Kaler and Paul Luty. Row 10, Daniel Budd and David Robb. Row 11, Will Stacey and Paul Savage. With row 12, Ryan Edgecombe and Ruby Smith. Row 13 is Mark Grice and Nick Brady. Row 14 being Jonathan Williams and Morgan Root. And then right to the back of the field, unfortunately, is Harry Yardley Rose. As I'm sort of not entirely sure why Harry Yardley Rose has been put to the back. I imagine it's probably something to do with his punishment for turning Rob Boston round quite dramatically in the first race. It was, I imagine anyway. As I said, I haven't found any documentation to confirm that, but I'm just trying to use a touchscreen on my computer, which isn't a touchscreen. You can tell I'm trying to split between laptop and iPad. Car 19 has 2 5-grade penalties, 5-place grid penalties, I should be saying, and that is Harry Yardley Rose. So yeah, there we go. The grid penalties were his punishment for causing a collision. I did just find that in the small text. So yeah, it will be interesting to see Harry move his way through the order, because he did look quite quick. The fact that he was operating around the same area as Rob Boston does mean that he has some pace behind him, does Harry. But also an interesting storyline will be Rob and Matt Luff's move further forward. Mark Grice, who I don't know if I actually read out Mark Grice on the thing, but he was a driver that was definitely pointed out to me at Brands Hatch. Yeah, down in 25th position, 3 times vice champion of the Civic Cup. So the fact that they were all the way down in 25th position here is another sort of storyline to be keeping an eye out on. That's the number 27, if anybody out there is wondering. Daniel and Charlie Budd are both brothers, both experienced mini racers, also competed in Legends, and to be honest, they're just racking up the most popular forms of motorsport out there. Legends, Minis, and now the Audi TTs. It's jumping from the best grid to the next best grid. It's fantastic. And Jason Pelosi, who I mentioned, actually had a bit of transponder issues, I think, or maybe I just couldn't find their names quick enough on the TSL, which is probably more likely. Former Porsche Sprint Challenge UK, former Porsche Sprint Challenge. Just had a heart attack from someone dropping a microphone. I tell you what, it's very lucky I didn't swear there, Darren. That scared the life out of me. Anyway, we go back. We move on. Jason Pelosi also was a hot hatch and a Clio 197 racer. Right, take a breath. My heart is just gone already. And to be fair, you might as well warm it up, because it's going to be going for the next 15 minutes anyway. Unfortunately, the Audi TTs are only 15-minute races, which is a bit of a shame, because a grid this size, battles all over the place, sort of deserves the 20 minutes. But then we could say that about every race, and then we'd be saying they deserve 25 minutes, and then 30, and forever on, and every single person's got a 24-hour race behind them. So it is one of those things where we wait and see whether they can produce the build-up and the magic that I'm hoping for, and they do. It's a quick start on the outside by a couple of drivers, a bit bogged down. I think it was a decent start from our pole sitter, Carl Swift. I don't think anybody would be slightly surprised in that one. But it's Andrew Dyer from 4th on the grid who's challenging for the race lead, and he may well be tapped round as well. That's a little bit close for Bradley Burns. Lots of kerfuffles in the background, plenty of smoke, plenty of dust as well, but I think everybody's just about got through all right. Focusing back further forward, Andy McEwen's already creasing in his seat. He can't help but try and get involved with this, because it's so exciting. They're all getting hung out to dry. Fortunately, it's really hard to tell some of the cars when they're all painted exactly the same, especially when they're all operating the midfield. But it does look like Carl Swift is leading, and as I said, an absolute flying Andrew Dyer from 4th place on the grid up into 2nd place. Great start from them. Luke Handley in 51. We didn't see much of Luke Handley. Is now down into 4th position as they all try and queue up for Agostini to all take exactly the same line. And unfortunately for Adam Blair, he's been forced out wide as everybody else goes up the inside and going into Hamilton. They're actually going to be side by side. Adam Blair doesn't want to be on the outside of that one, just about gets in, but Matt Luff is interested in trying to take the position. Blair goes for it, big lunge up the inside, and he's just about going to make it through Oggies. Matt Luff is going to have an opportunity to look up the inside. No, he's not crowbarring it. Keep going, Adam Blair takes the position, and 25 of Danny Hobson has to concede only to, not only to Blair, but to also Matt Luff, who's making his way through the order, and it doesn't get much easier for Danny Hobson. He's got Rob Boston in his rearview mirror now as well. The top four breaking away from at least the rest of the pack. Maybe not from each other, but definitely from the rest of the pack. We can see Bradley Burns as I get an opportunity to potentially catch my breath slightly. Look at the melee of cars coming through. Brundle and Nelson, there's contact going through Bommel. They're Hobson on the outside. That's possibly the worst place you want to be on the circuit. Rob Boston gives him loads of space, loads of respect as well there. It could have ended a lot worse, that, for Hobson. And again, look at that top four breakaway. Then 5th and 6th breaking away before you get everybody else queuing up for 7th position. Going in towards Murray's, is there going to be any big dive bombs? Any sorry letters going to have to be written? Not yet. No apologies having to be made to the clerk of the course. And as they cross the line, I'm sure I'll be able to bring you the timing screen on the left, but it's Swift, followed by Burns, Dyer, Hanley, Luff, Blair, Boston, Foden, McCart and Booth rounding out the top 10. I'm sure by the time I've looked up, that's probably all changed and completely pointless information. There is Hobson, in fact, trying to make sure he changes it, hitting that second apex like nothing else. In fact, Rob Boston actually trying to defend whilst also attack Pelosi in the 22, also getting in there and getting their elbows out. These TTs are absolutely awesome. I think Andy McEwen's sort of sat here trying to update his worksheet for TCR, and he's actually just watching this the entire time. I bet he can't wait to get his teeth sunk into them tomorrow when he'll be hosting the rest of the BRSCC support packages as well. Going towards Agostini then, is that Rob Boston in the background? No, it's one of the Rob Boston racing cars, but it's actually the 48 of William Stacey looking to the inside of Luty. Couldn't quite get the angle, so he tried to throw the fake to the outside and live to fight another day. In fact, going into Hamilton's, he's interested in trying to take a dive bomb. That's going to be very brave and potentially very stupid, but just about, in fact, that's not even him. That's another driver who went for the dive bomb through there, and that was, I think, the 38, it might well have been 48 of Stacey, actually, to be fair. Struggling to keep an eye out when the golden hour comes and the sun shines off the cars. That is led by Danny Hobson, that sort of big group. I think it was actually William Stacey who was going for the lunge. It wasn't stupid in the end. I think he got the position. So, touching the grass on the outside, luckily getting the car pointed in towards the corner. The 48, who, as I said, we've been mentioning quite a lot, is William Stacey. Again, quite hard to see them as the sun starts to set here at Snetterton. It has turned out to be an absolutely glorious day. After all the threats of potential rain and overcast nature, it has been blue sky over the past 2 or 3 hours, to be honest. It's been absolutely bang on the money, and we're hoping it's a sign of things to come tomorrow. Often quite happens whenever I turn up at Snetterton in May. It's quite often the May bank holiday, to be fair. It always ends up being the start of summer. Quite often the hottest days of the year, actually. This is a bit of a change from race number 1, though. Carl Swift has got a friend to play with in the fact that Bradley Burns is not letting him go at all. And although the timing tower on the left-hand side is having a bit of a hissy fit, we can tell you that this is the fight for the race lead, and it does involve Bradley Burns. It involves Carl Swift, who's leading, and the 3rd place driver, which I'm annoyingly can't quite pick up the number of just yet, and I think it's the number 15. Don't want to say 15, actually. No, it's no, it's 51, isn't it? Of course it is. It's Andrew Dyer. Andrew Dyer, 15, yeah, Andrew Dyer, it is 15. He's not popping up on the TSL whatsoever, and there we go, it now sorts itself out. Andrew Dyer is in 3rd place, Luke Hanley is in 4th, but it's about 2 seconds down on the road, so Luke Hanley's a little bit no man's land at the moment, but the rest of them are starting to really get the impression that you're going to start seeing some moves from Bradley Burns especially. Going on to the Bentley straight then. Doesn't look like the Area Motorsport car. In fact, actually, I got told this by Scott Woodwis earlier on, actually. There's a whole host of Area Motorsport. We were talking about Area for the TCR and the Civic Cup and everything like that. Well, they are everywhere now. They are sort of spreading their wings and into every form of BRSCC motorsport. And I can tell you that Carl Swift and Bradley Burns, both area motorsport. Luke Hanley is another one who's currently in 4th place. Matt Luff, obviously, we mentioned a fair few times, up to 5th also, by the way. Steve Foden, who's currently in 8th place, and Brad Kaler, who's a little bit further down. That's not to say that not doing a good job representing area motorsport, but again, a whole host of drivers that are operating right at the sharp end of yet another BRSCC grid and yet another TCR support package as well. It's they are somewhat dominant in these packages at the moment. There are other teams that obviously are trying to push back and take some power themselves, Pro Alloys being one of them, obviously Ben Sharp Racing, but in terms of the overall reach and the impact that they have, is absolutely massive here at Snetterton, amongst other BRSCC packages, as well as an absolutely massive fly. I thought was a wasp at one point. That's why I ended up getting a little bit distracted. If it's a fly, it's fine, it can stay in. Luckily, I'm really conscious about where it is now. But anyway, Andrew Dyer is still, I would say, not quite got the pace of the other two. In fact, on that last lap, 0.2 of a second down. But Carl Swift responded to the pressure by putting in a fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 10.465. We've got a track limits warning for the 211 car, which is Smith down in 29th position. I mentioned earlier, if you were watching the Fiesta ST240s, there's lots of... we have a car rejoining. That is 24, I want to say that. I think so. Jason Pelosi transponder's still not working, which are currently in 10th. I think the timekeepers are having to put them there manually, which is always a bit of a pain for them. That's why they like the transponders to work more often than not. It makes everything a lot more simple and a lot easier, especially for us here as well. 44 of... I do struggle when they go into the sun like that. I think it was a 44, but there we go. Yeah, Bud just operating around that sort of area. There we go, trying to overtake Horribin. I say Horribin, that was the ST240s. I'm getting all kinds of mixed up now. I do apologise. You can tell it's the end of a long day. Rob Boston has moved them their way up into 7th place, which is a decent sort of return considering they started in 9th place, but I don't get the feeling that it's going to be good enough to satisfy Rob Boston, considering that they started on the front row after qualifying and through race 1. Obviously got turned around, and that also actually just reminds me, we see a big puff of smoke, well, not smoke, sorry, dust. Somebody kicked it up, but it's not really seeing anybody for the time being. It's also reminded me, though, where is Yardley Rose, one of the protagonists from race number, or the antagonist, shall we say, of Rob Boston. Yardley Rose is up to 21st position. So, again, we sort of mentioned that they would have a little bit more moving forward, but it's not quite happened. Speaking of moving forward, Bradley Burns looks a little bit interested after Carl Swift came a little bit too loose on the exit of Ritchie's. Bradley Burns may well see an opportunity. No, he probably thinks better of that, going into the infield, off the 200 circuit and onto the 300, the infield section, which does separate opinion quite a lot in motorsport. I always quite like the 300 circuit, but I know there's a fair few people that aren't that keen. As they go down towards Agostini, it does offer up some good overtaking opportunities, as we may well see later into the race, because Swift is really having to go defensive now. A little bit of a bump. He sort of half-parked it on the apex, did Carl Swift. He's probably trying to invite Andrew Dyer in to have a little bit of a play. Maybe give Bradley Burns something to think about, and then he potentially get that half a second gap back that he's probably craving right now with 5 minutes left to go. Track limits getting thrown at Adam Blair once more. Track limits is pretty much everywhere. I'm sure you may well have heard me describe what the track limit sensors are over the course of the day, but effectively there are sensors all over the place that sort of pressure pads on the outside of Murray's, outside of Ritchie's are the most popular places to do track limits. The answer is, if you go on them, you press on them, you end up getting a picture taken. You can smile for the camera. It won't help you because you will end up getting a penalty or a track warning. And there's no disputing it because there is photographic evidence. And trust me, I know plenty of drivers who have tried to dispute it and failed epically. So, yeah, if they say they're doing track limits, it is just a fact that they have to accept, unfortunately. That doesn't matter what your opinion is on track limits. That's how MSV decide to employ them. I thought there was a bollard on the circuit, but actually no, it's just the bollard so the cars can actually see where basically the apex is. Because the corner is such a long sweeping corner, you almost struggle to sort of see the end of it before you have to hit the braking zone and go into Murray's. Fastest lap goes the way of Carl Swift, and considering he won the first race with the fastest lap, he won the first race at Brands Hatch with the fastest lap, and he won the second race at Brands Hatch without the fastest lap. It means that he's really extending his championship lead quite substantially. Bradley Burns, he got second at Brands Hatch race number 2. He could end up coming home with second place here again, actually, and that'll be his third of the season, which I'm sure is not a stat he'll be particularly proud of, although second places are never bad. They're never to be, you can't shake a stick at it. Come the end of the championship, he may well be very pleased with that consistency at the beginning, but he will be very annoyed at the fact that he can't quite get onto the top step ahead of Carl Swift. But Matt Luff, he's done a pretty damn good job, I would say. This former Civic Cup champion has gone up from 10th place, made his way up to 4th. There's Rob Boston, that we've been mentioning a fair few times. Oh, could this be a bit of a lunge? It could well be. It's Paul Luty on Sean Smith. Luty going through, nicely done, textbook Agostini move there, and that's what you get if you go up and view on the banking up there. You can see pretty much most of the circuit, and you can also see the potentially one of the best overtaking opportunities in around Snetterton. That would be a very ambitious move from the 38 of Morgan Root, who unfortunately I think got a DNF in the first race. I will just double check that. I don't think Root finished. Yeah, DNF unfortunately, as well as Jonathan Williams and Nick Brady. So we had 3 DNFs. Patrick Booth ended up getting the fastest lap for the Masters category, which is part of the Audi TT Cup. Going down in towards Brundle and Nelson, that is a very, very excited looking Sean Smith, who wanted to take that position back actually from Paul Luty. Failed to do it, and now has Root looking at the inside of a bomb hole, and you don't want to lunge anyone there. Actually heard differing reasons why bomb hole is called bomb hole. Snetterton obviously is an airfield, and there's a rumour that says the easy answer is that the bomb hit there, and that's why there's a bit of a divot, shall we say, in the landscape. Another reason is because originally it was named after a body part that got a little bit squeaky as you go through that section of the track, and it was renamed because they didn't think it was appropriate for broadcasting reasons to have it, and so they went for the closest thing they could think of, ended up being bomb hole. So take of that as you wish. I'm not sure which one's true, actually. Andy's it's the second one, really, is it? The broadcasting one, wow. That one doesn't sound anywhere near as believable as the fact that this was a former airfield. But, well, this was a former airfield, that bit's not a lie. We were about to see a move there, I think, from Morgan Root on Paul Luty. We'll see, maybe cut back to them eventually and see whether that's worked. There it is, actually. Root on the inside. And as they go down towards Agostini, we could see this move done and dusted, actually. He's been looking like it's been on the cards for quite some time. There's been a time penalty to number 47. We'll get to that in a second, because Root does look like they've got through. Luty, is he going to go for the cutback? I think he might actually be going to a very quick rebuttal through Hamilton's. No, he thought better of it for the time being, thank goodness, because that would be a bit of a lunge. And Root going for that defensive manoeuvre on the infield. And it's actually Bud, and there's been 2 5-second penalties actually, but we'll get to that because Luty looks very close to the inside. That could have ended in disaster. Root just saw him in the rearview mirror, able to give him just about enough room, skirts over the dirt, and I imagine going in towards Brundle and Nelson, we could have a bit of a dogfight. There's only 3 seconds left to go of the time, which means Carl Swift may well be on the final lap of the race. We'll confirm that in a second as Root goes down towards Brundle and Nelson, and Luty goes late on the brakes. Is that too late on the brakes, or is he going to get the car stopped for the Nelson? He just about does go through bomb hole. It's going to be Luty in the lead. Oh, Root is looking very, very suspicious to look up the inside there. He'd be better off going into Murray's, not bomb hole, to try and have one last lunge. The checkered flag goes to Carl Swift, though, with Bradley Burns repeating a second place, his 3rd of the season so far. Andrew Dyer comes home in 3rd place, exactly where in fact, he started in 4th, I believe. Yeah, he started in 4th. Matt Love comes home from 10th on the grid up to 4th, with Luke Hanley in 5th place. He was in 3rd on the grid, so Luke Hanley's not had the race he was hoping for. A whole host of drivers having a really good race there, majority of it pretty clean as well, and I'm sure a lot of them will just want to polish their cars rather than fix their cars ready for the 2 races tomorrow. Sorry, they've actually only got 1 race tomorrow. That's a bit of a shame. You only get to see them once, Andy. What a shame. We do have the confirmed provisional results. And I will bring up the 2 drivers that had time penalties as well. So, Carl Swift ends up taking the win, but only by 0.4 of a second ahead of Bradley Burns. He didn't really feel like you were ever going to see Carl Swift lose the lead, but Bradley Burns certainly tried his best. But there's a couple of attempts in there that he needs to find to be able to get the top step of the podium. Andrew Dyer ended up in 3rd with Matt Luff in 4th, as I said, pretty impressive from 10th. Luke Hanley ended up from 3rd and back down to 5th, with Adam Blair in 6th, certainly one of the most exciting drivers in the first couple of laps. Steve Foden was 7th, Rob Boston ended up in 8th. Not a great improvement considering he started in 9th, and we know how fast that car is. Maybe it's carrying a little bit of damage from earlier on. Ross McCart was in 9th with Jason Pelosi in 10th, William Stacey in 11th, with Patrick Booth in 12th and Sean Smith in 13th. Paul Luthi, after that sensational battle right towards the end, was 14th. Morgan Root ended up just behind in 15th with Sam Meager in 16th. Harry Yardley Rose was in 17th after starting dead last, with Danny Hobson in 18th, more David Robb in 19th, Ryan Edgecombe 20th, Sam Laidlaw in 21st position, Charles Budd in 22nd, Brad Kaler in 23rd, Jonathan Williams in 24th. This is a very long list of drivers. 25th was Nick Brady. Daniel Budd was the driver who had a 5-second penalty attached to his name for track limits, ends up in 26th. Paul Savage was 27th. 28th was Mark Grice, and then Ruby Smith was the other driver with a 5-second penalty attached to their name, ends up in 29th, with Stephen Laidlaw in 30th position. I don't think I actually mentioned that Stephen Laidlaw is operating at the TCR and in the TTs, so he will be exhausted. If Andy McEwen thinks he's tired, well, try being Steve Laidlaw. I can hopefully pass over to Richard John Neal to not only get the reaction from the Audi TTs and the drivers, of course, not just the cars, that would be a bit of an awkward interview, but also to round out the stream. Now, we will be back tomorrow for, as I said, plenty more action. I think we're going to be going live from around about 9, no, it probably won't be the 9 o'clock. I imagine it'll be closer to 10 o'clock for the Fiesta ST240 Championship, given that the sessions before that are the Metros with the qualifying session and the Minis that won't be featured. So it will be the ST240s, which I'm sure will be absolutely as thrilling as they were today. If I don't get an opportunity to say big thank you, well, thank you everybody for tuning in and listening to me drone on and on. A big thank you to Andy McEwen for running back and forth over the track to give me some assistance at the Milltek Sports Civic Cup and the TCR UK, and a big thanks to Richard John Neal for getting all the reaction, which I'm hoping we'll be able to get soon. In fact, as I say that, he is ready and raring to go. Richard, over to you.
Jack, have a lovely evening and thank you for all your sterling efforts today. We need to go and find a driver, in which case we need to find Carl Swift, don't we? So Carl's car is over there. We've got a little bit of traffic to deal with. Look right, look left. Who remembers the Green Cross Code? I used to live around the corner from the Green Cross Code man, who was also something to do with the Star Wars Emporium. And he ate in the same, he played Darth Vader, and he ate in the same curry house as me. Totally unnecessary piece of information. Right, let's have a look where Carl Swift. I'll tell you what, Carl's not there, so Patrick Booth's there, so I'm going to do Patrick Booth first, and then we'll go and find the others. So Patrick had a double. Patrick, hello. Congratulations, a double win, and it looked like Sean was a wee bit closer, but there was traffic getting in between you and you pulled away, and good stuff.
Yeah, I realised after the first race that I need to look out for Sean, and so so I did actually know who he was, and then. But no, on the second corner I was pushed out so wide on the grass I lost all the places, and then about 3 laps in the end, braking under the bridge, suddenly my brakes essentially stopped working. Okay. So I was nursing it home after that and just kind of hoping that I didn't make a mistake. But no, it's very good, so I'm very pleased with that, Richard.
Oh, super job. Didn't realise you had the problem, so plenty of pace for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you've got another race tomorrow, haven't we? Excellent. I look forward to that. Yeah, I'll put some new brake pads on, it'll be fine.
Excellent. Patrick, have a good evening. Thanks for chatting to us. Congratulations. Patrick Booth takes the second Masters win of the weekend. So we head this way and we've got to try and find some winners. So Carl Swift coming down. Here he is. Here's Carl. Well done. 4 out of 4. How about that for the start of the season? And Bradley was probably a little bit closer in that one.
Kept me honest there. Kept me properly honest. Like I said to you before, it was the quickest in qualifying, just got cocked up on Coram. As soon as I saw that he'd tucked in behind, I knew I was in for a tough race. But that was the most mentally challenged 15 minutes of my life.
What changed the most? Do you think his performance or your performance coming from 1 to 2 in that one?
I don't think anything changed. We were pretty stalemate there. He took longer to get through in the race before, but I think the distance in the race before stayed about the same. So it's just that he was half a second, not even that, a tenth away, never mind 3 seconds this time.
4 wins on the bounce, you're setting some TT history here.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Yeah, it's just a little bit unbelievable still, if I'm honest with you. I mean, I doubt it'll continue. We've got reverse grid tomorrow, starting 10th. So very little chance of that continuing.
That's the first time, isn't it, for the reverse grid for this season?
First time TT reverse grid, so I do like reverse grid. It's just how far you can get through, isn't it?
So what are the rules? I haven't looked at the regs. So is it top 10 and then a sort of mix?
It's strange, like first, second, third go 10, 9, 8, and then the other 7 draw for where they start.
Yeah.
So
it's a good BRSCC fair, actually, to be perfectly honest. So yeah, we were chatting with Alistair Kellett in the Fiestas, and he said a hat-trick was out of the question for him. Do you think you might be able to go for it?
I mean, it's never out of the question, is it? You're going to try for it, but it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely with a reverse grid.
Well, I hope you enjoy your evening. Carl, congratulations. 2 out of 2 this weekend, 4 out of 4 for the start of the season. Brilliant stuff. And Bradley Burns. Bradley, let's get you over. End of the day, you can relax now and look forward to the final race tomorrow. But Carl was just so close to there. Fantastic race between you two.
Yeah, it's really close. There's not much in between both of us, so to get past is really difficult. And yeah, I thought I'd just sit behind him. Went for a try, a few little moves, and it just wasn't going to happen. Just didn't quite have the pace to get a move around here. Quite hard, these cars, to get an actual move done. But not happy with the result. It's still good.
That first win's not far away.
No, hopefully next time I think Alton Park maybe we'll try. Obviously I don't know where we're starting yet. We've got reverse grid and all that, so we'll see. But we'll do our best tomorrow and see what's what.
What brought you into the TTs? I mean, they're fantastic looking cars. As I said earlier on during the programme, they sound fantastic. The sight of the full grid going down into turn 1 is mega. But what brought you in specifically?
Oh, it's just that I know a few mates that do it, so it's just a bit of fun really. All of us in the team, just a good laugh really, so that's the main reason. There's big grids and they're not really that expensive to run, so it's just a good fun weekend really.
Great to see you and Cole having a fantastic battle. Wish you well for this. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow, Bradley. And our last interview, Andrew Dyer, because we did the Masters earlier on. Andrew, lovely to see you. And my first TT interview with you. I had the pleasure of interviewing you in City Car Cup, I think, a while ago.
Yeah, and TT last year as well.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
And you won the first ever race for Audi TTs, triple winner. And it's the level of interest is well deserved, isn't it, for the Formula?
Oh, definitely well deserved. I don't appreciate all these fast boys coming into it though.
You're fast.
Yeah, again, they just found a little bit upset up boys. Seemed to be the meat in a area motorsport sandwich at the moment. So yeah, just pleased to be just back in the podium. Brands was not a very good weekend. So yeah. Good.
You're allowed one of those over the course of a season, and to come here and get on the podium and look forward to tomorrow must be good.
Yeah. To be fair, I've never really had a run of bad luck, so I was probably overdue some. So Brands was hopefully the only bad luck I'm gonna have this year.
I'm sure it will be. Thoughts for tonight?
Just gonna relax because I've had a non-stop couple of days rebuilding a few cars we run, so just gonna relax.
Andrew, you have a great evening and well done on the podium. Great to see you. We'll see you tomorrow. Andrew Dyer, there, third of our podium finishers. We spoke to Patrick Booth as well. I'm coming this way because we've got a lot to look forward to tomorrow, and it'll be nice to have a shot of the grid of everyone beginning to take their little chill here, and we've got race control in the background as well. That is it from us for today. So thank you to Andy McEwen for all his sterling work with the TCR and the Civic Cup, and of course Jack Oliphant for his great work on all of the racing for the commentary box. Super stuff, which was absolutely brilliant. And we look forward to their company once again tomorrow, and hopefully your company as well. We'll be underway. If you set your alarm for about 10 o'clock, I think the first race on the stream will be about 10:05 in the morning. Jack's probably told you that already while I was dashing about earlier on trying to get down here to Parc Fermé. We'd love your company tomorrow, so get yourself set up, telly snacks. Don't need the TV times because it's 10 o'clock. In the meantime, have a lovely evening. Thanks to everybody who's helped out today, everybody at Alpha Live, everyone from TCR and all the BRSCC formulae. Laura for doing the honours on camera for us today. Super job once again. Have a lovely evening. Stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.